Good afternoon. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Portland City Council on February 2nd, 2017. Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Fritz.
Here.
Fish.
Here.
Saltzman.
Here.
Udal.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here. So a couple of housekeeping items. First of all, there are a ton of people here, and that's a great thing. It's a good thing for democracy. However, we are not allowed to block the aisles. So I want to make people aware that there is an overflow room in the Portland building. It's the blue building right across the street in the auditorium on the second floor. When we get to the point of public testimony, you won't be left out if you're there. The clerk will call names 6 deep, so you'll have plenty of time to be able to make your way over here to the council chambers so that you'll be able to testify, and it's my understanding there's already quite a few people there. So that's the first thing. I want to let you know the order of things. I'm going to speak very briefly on the, I'm going to take a liberty as the presiding officer and speak very briefly to item 106. We'll then go to 105, which is what the majority of people are here to discuss. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Commissioner Udal. She will introduce the joint item. She will then introduce invited testimony. I'll then ask my colleagues if there are any amendments that they would like to place on the table, and I know that there are some amendments that will be placed at that time, and then we'll go into the public testimony, assuming there aren't further board council deliberations at that particular time. I want to be very emphatic today about allowing people's testimony to be heard. This is an issue that people are very passionate about. There are lots of different opinions on these issues, and everybody has a right to be heard respectfully in this room. So I would ask, if you like what you're hearing, give a thumbs up. If you don't like what you're hearing, you can give a thumbs down, that's fine, but we don't have time for cheering. We certainly don't want booing or other expressions. We want to be respectful for all people, and Commissioner Udal and I have agreed that that is how we would like to comport this meeting today so that everybody has an opportunity to be heard. When we get to the general testimony, I know that there are a number of people with small children who are here, and given that this testimony is probably going to go on for quite some time, I'd like to offer people with small children the ability to come up first in the queue, or people who might have some disabilities that require them to come up early in the queue, or others who have hardships that require them to come forward in the queue. I'd ask that they please get the clerk's attention, or when they sign up for public testimony, when you sign up for public testimony, if you could just denote that, that would be very helpful, and we'll try and accommodate you first. So without further ado, with the agreement of my colleagues, Commissioner Udal and I would like to withdraw item number 106. Instead, what we have decided to do is draft a letter. It's essentially a mayoral directive. It goes to the Office of Management and Finance as well as the City Budget Office. What it seeks to do is reduce the cost, the time, and any, for lack of a better word, hassle factor associated with bringing affordable housing online in the city of Portland. It was being brought as a resolution, but in conversations with my colleagues, we don't need to have a resolution. I believe through directive, I can get this process going as a part of the ongoing budget process. Commissioner Udal, who co-introduced Resolution 106 with me, is in concurrence. I've had a chance to meet with my fellow commissioners, and we're all in agreement, particularly given the time that item number 105 is going to take, that it's best if we withdraw 106 and simply make that a mayoral directive. So that is what I'm going to do with the agreement of my colleagues. So ordered. Clerk, if you could read the next and only item for today's meeting. And I should have mentioned one other thing. It is now 2:15. We're going to try and get out of here at 6. So we'll do a reassessment at about 5:30 and see where we are with regard to public testimony. And we may take a break or two over the course of the hearing for what Commissioner Fish likes to call humanitarian purposes. So with that, please read the item.
Item 105, amend affordable housing preservation and Portland renter protections to add relocation assistance for involuntary displacements of tenants.
Commissioner Udaley.
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, community members, and special guests, thank you for joining us today to hear testimony on this relocation emergency ordinance. First, some housekeeping items. Parents and care providers, we've set up a child care room on the 3rd floor with snacks and crafts. I think most of you have discovered it. But if you haven't, please check in with Polly Ann at the front desk in my office, which is just to your left out here, on this floor before proceeding to the 3rd floor. We have asked most of our invited guests, or guests giving invited testimony, to limit their testimony to 3 minutes. So we can move on quickly to open up the conversation to public comment. Depending on the number of people who signed up to comment, and I heard that it was over 100, we may need to reduce the time from 3 minutes at some point in order to hear from everyone before that 5:30 cutoff. I want to encourage you, if your point has been made, to perhaps not repeat it and just come forward and express your support, and save some time for people coming up behind you. And also think about the most essential message you have to share in case you're going to have to edit 3 minutes down to 2 or 1. We have arranged for interpreters for Spanish and Cantonese speakers to assist with testimony, and those speakers will be given extra time to accommodate interpretation. Finally, I just want to reiterate what Mayor Wheeler has requested, that we do keep disruptions to a minimum, because as much as we love to yell and cheer, that does take time away from public testimony and heats up the room. So I would love to see a lot of twinkle fingers today, or thumbs, or whatever. Okay, so I've been living and breathing affordable housing and tenants' rights issues for the past 2 years. It's what inspired me to run for city council, and is in no small part why I was elected. Because the fact is, the majority of Portlanders support rent stabilization and increasing tenant protections. Some people have asked me, what's the rush on this ordinance? The fact is, members of my team were working on relocation for months before we took office, and this housing crisis has been growing for the past decade. So we have to ask, what's taking so long? Emotions are high on both sides of this debate. For the past 30 years, landlords have been allowed to involuntarily displace tenants through no-cause and de facto economic evictions. And now we're asking them to share in the burden that has been wrought on our residents, our communities, our city, and our entire region. The fact is, we're all paying for this crisis, whether it's through the public dollars we spend on affordable housing, rental assistance, and homelessness, or the various ways that this crisis is harming our neighborhoods, communities, schools, small businesses, local economy, and the overall quality of life for all of our residents. As former Secretary of Labor Robert Reich recently said, governing by anecdote is not governing, it's demagoguery. And it's been disappointing and frustrating to witness opponents to tenant protections, whether community members, lobbyists, or legislators, resort to playing on the public's emotions and prejudices rather than basing their positions on facts. But I'm going to share a personal anecdote with you today anyway. My parents became landlords in 1979 when they bought their second home and moved our family from Gales Creek to Sherwood. Early on, they made a misjudgment in tenants and ended up having to evict them for non-payment of rent and other serious infractions. The tenants responded by breaking every window in the house, filling it with garbage, and using it as a dog kennel for an untold number of days. So you can imagine what that looked like. My father was driving home from assessing and photographing the damage on a rainy day in October 1983. He lost control of his vehicle on a tight curve, hit an oncoming truck, and died instantly. So, if you've come here today to conjure up the bad tenant boogeyman, the one that precludes us from protecting any tenants, lest we somehow benefit him, please save your breath. I have already met him. And I recognize him for what he is, an anomaly among an ocean of good tenants who follow the rules, who desperately need their deposits back, who are highly dependent on their landlord's good reference, and in one of the most competitive rental markets the city has ever seen. If you have a bad tenant, you have clear legal recourse, and the law is weighted in the landlord's favor. We don't call our eviction court an eviction mill for nothing. If you've come here today to argue exemptions for mom and pop landlords who may experience some level of financial hardship if required to pay relocation assistance, let me remind you, landlords have been placing that very same hardship on tenants who are generally lower income and have less financial resources than property owners. This is a temporary emergency ordinance intended to stabilize or assist renters at risk of involuntary displacement during our housing crisis. We hope that it will be short-lived, but that will require the state legislature to overturn the ban on rent control and give the city back its regulatory tools. In the meantime, there's an easy way to avoid relocation assistance. Do not no-cause evict your tenants, and don't raise their rent 10% or more per year.
Again, a
Sorry.
thumbs up or
I got
jazz hands.
distracted by the twinkle fingers. Okay.
It's hard to get used to,
Here
I
we go.
understand.
If you've come here today to tell us we must simply build our way out of this crisis, I can confidently tell you, as the commissioner in charge of the Bureau of Development Services, and someone with a newfound inside view of our housing bureau, it will take decades to build our way out. And that's only if developers are willing to start building for existing demand, which is not the market rate and luxury housing that they are primarily delivering. If you've come here today to suggest that renters just move or get better jobs, it shows an utter lack of understanding around who is taking the brunt of the impact created by our housing crisis. Seniors and people with disabilities living on fixed incomes don't have the resources to move or the ability to get better jobs. People of color who have faced historic and ongoing discrimination in both the housing and the job markets also tend to have more limited resources and options. Telling someone with limited resources to leave behind their family, their friends, and their community in search of elusive, affordable housing elsewhere is terrible advice. Finally, this is not a landlord versus tenants conversation. We are not seeking to demonize or penalize landlords, but we are asking them to recognize their role in our housing crisis and share in the burden they're creating, not just for their renters, but our entire city when they choose to involuntarily displace a renter through no fault of the renter. We've heard from many landlords who support this ordinance, some of whom will be testifying today, who know that they can profitably operate their business, whether they choose to avoid triggering relocation or not. We don't blame landlords for not recognizing how the forces of urban renewal, gentrification, displacement, and limited tenant protections converge to create this crisis over the past 30 years. But there's no denying the outcome. Half our residents are renters. Half of renters are cost burdened by rent. And half of those renters, approximately 75,000 people, live in households that are spending over 50% of their income on housing. These households are being forced to choose between paying rent and paying the heating bill, paying rent and paying for vital medical care, paying rent and paying the grocery bill. This is unsustainable, it's unacceptable, and none of the good people of Portland, renters, homeowners, or landlords, should be willing to sit idly by and let this crisis continue unchecked. We'll now bring up our invited guests. starting with our staff presentation from Jamie Duhamel, Policy Director for my office, Matt Shabold, Portland Housing Bureau, and Mark Jolan from A Home for Everyone.
And I just want to remind people about council rules. If you're a lobbyist, please state so for the record. If you represent an organization, if you could state that too, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jamie Duhamel. I'm the Policy Director for Commissioner Chloe Udal. I appreciate your time today, and it's going to be a long one. So I'm going to keep my comments brief. I'm going to just outline what the ordinance is and is not, and then I'll let these two gentlemen kind of fill in the gaps as far as the findings of that ordinance and how we came to that. And then there will be a series of invited guests who will also be here to kind of fill in the gaps of what this ordinance is before we get to public testimony. So I think you now understand the purpose of this relocation assistance proposal, which is to mitigate the damages of involuntary displacements. At its core, this ordinance, it will require relocation to be given within 14 days of any no-cause eviction. It will also require relocation assistance to be given after notice of a rent increase over 10% in a 12-month period. The tenant, this one's a little different than the first one. In the case of a rent increase, the tenant has to give notice within 14 days that they cannot absorb the increase and have to move because of it. The landlord then has 14 additional days with which to pay that relocation assistance. So relocation assistance, as we've defined it in this ordinance, is a flat rate based on the average price of rents across the city based on unit size. We got those numbers from the Portland Housing Bureau's State of Housing in Portland 2016 report. The averages were tripled and rounded to the nearest 100. The reason that we did that was because we wanted to create the most equitable system for tenants and for landlords at the same time. What we found when we were discussing how we would come to an equitable amount was that if we simply just ask the landlord to pay 3 months worth of rent, whatever they're paying, we actually create a problem in that the low-income tenants who most often need relocation assistance the most are also paying the least amount in rent. And those who make more money and need relocation assistance less are actually paying higher rates of rent. Therefore, a landlord could be paying upwards of $6,000, $7,000 to one tenant, and maybe as low as $1,800 to another tenant. And the tenant getting the lesser amount is obviously in more need. So this was a system that we established to make it equitable for those tenants so that they had a good chance of finding additional housing within those ranges of market rates. But additionally, so that landlords have the ability to plan ahead. They know exactly how much they're going to have to pay per unit. It's a business decision that they can take into account when they buy a building or when they take over units or when they decide if they're going to do all sorts of things with their property. We wanted that to be something that they could count on. So how this ordinance will apply, there are 3 exemptions to the relocation assistance the way it is now. Week-to-week tenancies, which are essentially its own kind of beast. That's really, those are designed for kind of like hotels and that kind of thing, so that's an easy one. Tenants and landlords who occupy the same unit, let's say a landlord who is renting out rooms within their home, they are exempt from relocation assistance. And sabbatical lease arrangements, meaning your primary residence that you rent out while you, let's say you're shipped off for the military, or you're going on an extended vacation, or you're going out of the country for a little while, but intend to return to your primary residence, you are also exempted from relocation assistance. It will apply to just about everything else, meaning all month-to-month tenancies, those periodic term leases that automatically perpetuate and turn into month-to-month leases at the end, as well as fixed-term leases. That's all written that way into the ordinance. It is a broad policy that is intended to be as simple and straightforward as possible, because as of yet, we don't really have the ability to facilitate more nuanced policies that would require our oversight. We are trying to be as straightforward as possible to avoid complications and confusions for both landlords and for tenants. As an emergency ordinance, it is intended to take effect immediately and will affect any 90-day notice periods currently in process and not completed. This ordinance is tied to the housing state of emergency, set to be reviewed again in October, but will require a separate affirmative vote to review or to renew. And I just want to say one final thing, that it taking effect on 90-day notice periods that are currently in process is an important point for the commissioner and mayor to remember today, because this will impact 3 entire apartment complexes that are currently in this process. I'm sure you've heard of them by now, and many of them will be here to testify today, including many residents from the Normandy Apartments who just received a 100% rent increase that will go into effect April 1st. Titan Manor is a 70-unit apartment complex in Portland that just received all no-cause evictions, as well as a 8-unit apartment complex that houses elderly folks and low-income folks, one of whom I've heard is 90 years old and has lived in her apartment for almost 20 years. They all received no-cause evictions that will go into effect soon. So that's it for my portion of the testimony, and I think Matt is going to kind of illuminate the numbers around why this is important.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Matthew Schaubold with the Housing Bureau, and I'm here to talk a little bit about who renters are in Portland and the situation they face in the market as a foundation of data for the conversation. I'll try and be brief because I know there's a lot of testimony and we'll be having a long hearing today. So it's been mentioned already, but Portland has roughly 250 to 260,000 households within the city, depending on the year of the census data you're looking at. And roughly 47% of all households within the city are renter households. Communities of color are disproportionately renters to white households, and communities of color are disproportionately low income, which makes them particularly vulnerable in today's housing market. When you look at the split between income tranches for renter households specifically, so this is looking at our roughly 120,000 renter households in the city, 50% or almost 50% of renter households earn less than $2,900 per month. And $2,900 per month is about $34,800 per year. There is a spread, and it exists on both ends of the spectrum. While the bulk of renters do exist in the lower income tranches, there are a sizable chunk of renters that have incomes above $4,200 per month. When you look at the renter households that are paying more than 30% of income to rent, which for folks not familiar with housing policy, we consider paying 30% of your income affordable, you'll see that for the most part, this almost 50% of renters earning less than $2,900 per month, almost all of them are paying more than 30% of their income for rent, 86, 87%. The number drops dramatically when you move to higher income levels, 46% for folks earning between $2,900 and $4,200 per month, and then we would consider it affordable for most renters in the city if they earn more than $4,200 per month. When you look at what's been going on in the last decade in Portland at rent increases, we've obviously seen cycles, but what we're seeing thus far is very dramatic rent increases in the last 4 to 5 years. And the impact that that's had on renter households has been significant when you consider the fact that a large majority of renters in Portland are low income or moderate income households. And when we look at the 30 to 35% increase in rent that's occurred in the last 4 to 5 years in total, incomes have not kept up. And thus, more and more families are struggling to make ends meet. So we went ahead and made some basic assumptions to kind of think through what an average cost of relocation would be in the city. And there's some major caveats I want to put on here. So we're assuming a very basic level of relocation assistance is needed when somebody has to move. And that's first month's rent, last month's rent, and a security deposit equal to 1 month rent. Every household's personal circumstance is different. The need to take time off work, the need to acquire storage, the need to rent a truck or a van to move, that will vary household by household. But assuming these basic assumptions for all, if you were to take the average rent as of last week in Portland, the average rent across the city is $1,445 per month. And so looking at first, last, and security deposit, it would cost the average renter household in the city about $4,500 in order to move, plus whatever moving expenses they have given their personal circumstances. When you look at that number in the context of household incomes that I mentioned earlier in the presentation, what you'll see is that for households earning less than $1,700 per month, of which there are roughly 20 to 25% of our renters in the city, that's 2.5 months worth of income. So a renter household at that income level would need to have in savings or the ability to access 2.5 times their monthly income in order to cover all those initial moving costs. I won't read all the numbers here, but what you can see is those first two income categories, the amount of income needed is over a month's worth of income to be able to secure a new apartment. Plus, I should mention, this does not include any moving costs or setup costs for any internet or other sorts of utilities that a household might have in their new rental home. So that's just some numbers in brief to kind of set a foundation. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'll just let Mark make his statement and then turn it over.
All right, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mark Jolin. I'm here today as the Director of the City-County Joint Office of Homeless Services. I appreciate the invitation to come and speak a little bit to you about the consequences of the way the rental market is impacting low-income households and homelessness in our community. In partnership with the Housing Bureau and the County Department of Human Services, our office tries to address homelessness first through prevention by keeping people from becoming homeless in the first place. Over the last several years, that has been an increasingly difficult thing to do. We have tens of thousands of very low-income households who are already rent-burdened, paying 50, 60, 70% or more of their very limited income toward rent. In my previous work at Join, we routinely had people on long-term disability bringing in less than $800 a month who were paying as much as 100% of that income toward rent. In that situation, any little thing that went wrong could put them back on the street. When those extremely rent-burdened families have a temporary interruption in income or an unplanned expense, they face homelessness. In some cases, we can help them keep their housing by stepping in with temporary rental assistance. Our nonprofits were able to do that for thousands of people last year. But when those already rent-burdened families experience the kinds of double and sometimes triple-digit percentage rent increases that we've seen over the last several years, short-term rent assistance can only forestall the inevitable. Unless their incomes increase proportionate to rent, which is not happening for the low-income people in our community, they will eventually lose their housing. And while in this market finding alternative affordable housing units is a challenge, Portland has about one affordable unit for every 5 extremely low-income households who need one. Finding replacement housing is only the first challenge. Once a family has found a unit, they too often can't come up with the several $1,000s in first and last month's rent and deposit that landlords are requiring to get into units. The result? In too many cases, families that receive excessive rent increases or no-cause evictions can't find and raise the funds to get into alternative housing in time, and they become homeless. That explains why, even as with expanded city and county investments, we've helped a record number of people with prevention assistance and helped a record number of people get back into permanent housing, over 4,600 people last year. The demand for emergency shelter has continued to increase. Last February, we opened a new, larger 130-bed family shelter after demand outstripped what the old 90-bed shelter could accommodate. Almost immediately, that shelter was full and went into overflow mode. Now, even with nearly 30 families being sheltered in motel rooms, there are routinely more than 220 people in families spending the night in the Human Solutions family shelter. And we're having the same experience with adult shelters. In the last year, we opened 200 beds of shelter at the Hanson building, and they immediately filled. We opened 90 beds at the Gresham Women's Shelter, and they immediately filled. We opened 120 beds for women and couples at the Willamette Center, and they are full. And with this winter, we've added 180 winter shelter beds for men and women downtown, the most recent one just a couple of weeks ago, and those beds immediately filled up too. We see this continued surge in people facing homelessness in other data as well. In the first quarter of this fiscal year, 211 Info, our community's information and referral line, fielded over 11,000 inquiries from people seeking help with housing. It was 50% of their calls. Within that, the most common requests in order were for shelter, rent assistance, and subsidized housing. The next most common issue was utility assistance at just under 10% of their calls. Compare that to the first quarter of 2014, where they received less than half as many housing-related calls, and those calls made up just 22% of their inquiries. When we look at the homeless system as a whole, we find that a significant majority of the people receiving shelter and housing assistance are new to the system, meaning they haven't accessed services in the last 2 years. And our shelters are reporting high percentages of families who have never been homeless before. The significant investments that the city and county, Home Forward, and our nonprofit partners are making in prevention and housing placement have made the situation better than it otherwise would have been. But the rash of large rent increases and no-cause evictions is overwhelming our resources. Those agencies continue to turn away dozens of people seeking rent assistance for each family they're able to help. Not only are more people in jeopardy of becoming homeless because of what is happening in our housing market, every successful intervention that we are able to provide costs more money, more to cover rent, more to cover our deposit and move-in fees. So the resources we do have are not going as far. We are estimating that just based on increases in rents, our nonprofit agencies will be able to serve 8 to 10% fewer households with our current funding level next year. In short, our efforts to help people avoid becoming homeless and to help those who have become homeless get back into permanent housing are more significant than ever, and yet we won't be successful if we don't address what is happening to low-income households in this rental market.
So we are happy to be available for questions as you talk about amendments. Otherwise, I think it's time for invited testimony.
Thank you.
So I have two quick questions, and I know we have a lot of people queued up, but I want to just get two additional facts on the table, which I think they're helpful. Starting with you, Matthew. When we talk about cost burden, we're talking about people paying more than 30% of their income for their housing. Who sets that figure, and what is it based on?
So the figure is actually set by the Department of Housing and Urban Development at the federal level, and an assessment is made of the area median income, so the Portland metro area, of what the median income is and what different income tranches are, and then the 30% calculation is based on those income tranches.
Just to put a finer point on it, for people that are lucky enough to get a Section 8 voucher, what that effectively means is the voucher allows them to rent an apartment but limits their rent to 30% of their income.
That's correct.
And my second question is the marketplace of rental housing. And I had asked this previously because I wanted a better sense of the market. Do we have good numbers in terms of how many single-family duplexes, triplexes, and multifamily units? And is there some way for us to kind of quantify the universe of rentals?
I asked Deborah MC, the executive director of Multifamily Northwest, if she had any data. She said they did not have data, and she did not know where we could find such data.
So Commissioner, I have some data. I actually have it right here in front of me.
Apparently, we have the data.
So it's broken out into different size buildings or units in the city, and what I'll say is that 60% of the housing units in the city are single-family detached or single-family attached. So single-family housing units. So single-family homes is what most people know them as. And of those, about 22% of those are rentals. If I was to scale up a little bit, 80% of the housing stock in the city, the buildings have 20 units or less. And so this is 2015 ACS 5-year estimate, so there's a bit of a lag. We know in the last couple of years we've seen a lot of very high-density multifamily permitted and in construction. But the 5 years from 2015 would indicate 80% is 9 units or lower.
I'm sorry, that's
80% of the housing, the structures have 9 units or fewer.
okay, that's helpful. Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Lesson learned, always ask Matt.
Okay. Our first panel is Multnomah County Commission Chair Deborah Kafori, Andy Miller from Human Solutions, and Vivian Lyons, tenant attorney.
Good afternoon. And again, as always, if you could just state your name for the record, please.
Great, thank you. My name is Deborah Kafori, and I'm the chair of Multnomah County. I want to thank you for having me here today, and thank you, Commissioner and Mayor, for your leadership on this issue. A little over a week ago, I read in the Willamette Week, as many of us did, the story about families living at the Normandy Apartments. 26 children live in the building's 18 units, more than 5% of the student body in the neighborhood elementary school. And the building's new owners had just sent every tenant notice of a rent increase, a 100% rent increase. For parents who can't afford that, they will have to move their kids to a different school, maybe even a different school district, at a key point in the school year. As a parent, and as someone who works with families who have lost their housing, I know what this disruption does to kids. It knocks them back. It sets them up for failure. Across the county, we're seeing families in this crisis as they pack up and move from school to school, district to district, chasing that elusive, affordable apartment. So I asked county staff, what could we do? To date, we've been able to find $48,000 in rent assistance through our Son's School Network to help keep the families with kids in the Normandy Apartments until the end of the school year. We're still looking for a solution for the other tenants, and time may run out. I'm not telling you this story because it represents success. We may not find the resources to help the other tenants. We don't have enough money to help every family across our county who is experiencing this same crisis. I'm sure you will hear from many people today talking about the need for more housing as the long-term answer to this crisis. And I agree. We need more housing. Particularly, we need more units affordable to those with very low incomes, roughly 30% of the area median. And I know and I applaud this council for being committed to making that a reality. But we have to recognize that for families living on the edge, they can't wait. Every day, there are more moms and dads in our county that are going to work at minimum wage. And at the end of the month, if they're lucky, they've got enough to cover the rent. And every day, they live in fear that the mail will include a rent increase they can't afford or a no-cause eviction. That's why we dedicated $30 million in new city and county resources last year to homeless services and prevention. With our new investments, we've kept thousands of people in their homes and put thousands of people back into housing. And that's why I hope you'll help me keep that funding in place this next year and ensure that we can keep increasing the number of people we help. But we can't expect taxpayers alone to fill this gap. They can't afford it. I hear from seniors who call my office and say that they're struggling to pay their property tax bills, even when they support the efforts that the city and the county are doing. It breaks my heart. We are in this mess today because the federal government walked away from our seniors, our working mothers, and our children 30 years ago and defunded housing and urban development. So instead of building the thousands of affordable homes we need during these years, we're 25,000 units short. And now, if you can believe anything you hear out of the White House, it sounds as if they're dead set on playing the same game again, walking away from our community at a key moment in our history. So it is up to us, every one of us in this room today. We need to come together, we need to step up, and every one of us needs to do our part. And I think that's what this ordinance is all about. It's about saying to landlords who are doing the right thing, thank you. And it's about putting in place some safeguards when things go wrong. I know that the City Council is committed to making this work, and if you adopt this ordinance today, it doesn't mean that you won't work with our community to make sure that the rules on the books work for everyone. Thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward and for seeing it through.
Thank you, Deborah. Tough act to follow. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, members of the City Council. I'm Andy Miller. I'm the Executive Director of Human Solutions. For those of you who don't know us all that well, and I think most of you do, but I'll say it anyway, we're a nonprofit organization serving East Portland and East Multnomah County. We have some perspective on this ordinance and the housing crisis the community is experiencing because we see its impacts every day. We provide eviction prevention services that have helped hundreds of families avoid the trauma of homelessness. We operate 2 year-round homeless shelters, one for families and one for single women, and we see what's happening with folks experiencing homelessness. You heard from Mark how those shelters are overflowing on a nightly basis. And we work closely with many private landlords. There are good landlords willing to work with tenants and agencies like ours where we invest dollars that your city council and the county commission have invested in successful programs that are moving people out of homelessness. Tonight, roughly 5,000 Portlanders will be safely inside instead of outside because of what we are able to do, and the great majority of those are kids. That's work that this council has historically invested in, and we thank you for that investment. It's making an enormous difference. The programs we operate do work. Your investment is a good investment. But there simply aren't enough dollars to keep up with the demand, and there are limits to the solutions we can provide in the current context, and that's what this ordinance today is really about. When families come in with rent increases of 10, 20, or even 50% that we're seeing on a very regular basis, rent assistance programs begin to become ineffective. They're just unsustainable if the rents continue to go up unregulated. And unfortunately, we have no program that can respond to a no-cause eviction. There's no amount of money that we can offer that will make that go away. No-cause evictions are simply the most common reason given by families coming into our shelter every night. So we're seeing a huge influx of families coming into the homeless shelter. Most of them are saying they received a no-cause eviction. So what's happening? Well, we're raising a generation of kids in this community who are experiencing residential displacement and homelessness at record rates. Every indicator we have tells us that when kids are forced to move, change schools, experience homelessness, every opportunity they have to succeed in school, to form healthy friendship bonds, to advance physical and emotional health in a positive way, all of those opportunities are destroyed. This is unconscionable. It's not healthy for our kids or our community. You're going to hear today testimony about whether this ordinance is fair. What I would ask you is, are we being fair to our kids? And especially our families and kids of color who experience this disproportionately. Are we being equitable? We talk a lot about equity in this community. This is an opportunity to be equitable. I urge you to vote for this ordinance. It's good public policy for 3 reasons. First, it creates a disincentive for some of the most destabilizing actions, massive rent increases, and no-cause evictions. That's an important disincentive to insert into the system. It also rebalances some of the current burden to respond to those destabilizing actions from the tenant families themselves and from the taxpayers who support the safety net system that responds to them, to the landlords who initiate these actions. And as Commissioner Udal began by saying, for landlords that do not want to bear that burden, there's a simple solution that many good landlords are already practicing. Pace rent increases reasonably and don't use no-cause evictions. Finally, it's good public policy because it extends our limited safety net and public investment even further. It will simply allow us as an agency and agencies like Human Solutions to serve more families by rebalancing that burden. I'll say one last thing, and that's that I fully support this ordinance, but we all know it's not enough. If we don't take swift action behind this ordinance to regulate rents and deal with no-cause evictions, giving somebody a payment that we call a relocation payment when there's no place to relocate to, well, it's like a tow truck driver towing your car away and giving you a gas card and saying, this will get you home. It's just not enough. So we need a more systemic and comprehensive response, and when you're ready to take that on, we'll be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a thumbs up. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vivian Lyon.
Sorry, I just want to remind people, thumbs up, thumbs down is good, because we've got a lot of people we want to hear from today. Thank you.
My name is Vivian Lyon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I represent tenants mostly in Portland, and I am here in support of this proposal, and I'm here to preemptively address an objection that the landlord's lobby has made to this proposal. They've put forward a number of nightmare scenarios they claim are or would be unintended consequences of the relocation assistance proposal. All of these scenarios are predicated on using the no-cause eviction process when the for-cause eviction process is available and is more appropriate. They claim that they need to use no-cause evictions because the for-cause process is too expensive and difficult, but they don't want to reward bad behavior with relocation costs. For instance, they've imagined a scenario in which a tenant is harassing children, and they claim that the landlord would prefer to use the no-cause eviction process to spare the young victims from having to testify. Another scenario they've put forward involves a situation in which a landlord lives on one side of a duplex and the tenant is causing disturbances on the other, the argument being that the landlord's testimony wouldn't be sufficient to show bad behavior. The key thing to note is that using a no-cause eviction in a situation in which a for-cause is called for is an end run around the due process of the tenant. These nightmare scenarios presume that the imaginary tenant is guilty, but in real life, we don't know whether a tenant is guilty of the behavior of which they're accused until they get their day in court. The consequences of false accusations of bad behavior can be homelessness. Shouldn't tenants who are suspected of violating the rental agreement get their day in court instead of facing a no-cause eviction, essentially convicted without a trial or the opportunity to present exonerating evidence? Should we really be encouraging landlords to use the no-cause eviction process as a way of depriving tenants from having a chance to defend themselves? The landlord's lobby would further have you believe that a for-cause eviction is much more expensive than a no-cause eviction. They're overstating the case considerably. Sure, trials can be expensive, but if you look through the court records on OACI, you'll see that eviction cases of any kind are frequently resolved prior to trial. They get settled at a first hearing through a stipulated agreement negotiated by the landlord's attorney and the tenant, usually unrepresented, in which the tenant agrees to pay the rent that they owe on a payment plan or agrees to alter their behavior, etc. By the way, this almost always results in the tenant being evicted because they can't hold to the terms of the agreement. In other words, most tenants get evicted with no trial. So the for-cause process is actually pretty cheap most of the time. And no-cause evictions are not without their own costs. It's not as simple as issuing the notice and your tenant meekly leaves without a fight. Tenants can contest them through affirmative defenses such as retaliation and habitability issues, as well as contesting that the service was improper. So my contention is that these lobbyists fighting to have the no-cause eviction process without the strings attached of the relocation assistance, their objections are spurious. They don't have a lot to do with the realities of practicing landlord-tenant law, and no-cause should be used, no-cause evictions should be used when there literally is no cause. They should not be a replacement for a situation in which a for-cause eviction would be appropriate. This relocation assistance proposal will not deprive landlords of a necessary tool to deal with bad tenants.
I have one question for the attorney. None of us here are landlord-tenant lawyers. So there's another scenario that's been raised in emails and letters we've gotten. I want to give you a chance to respond to it, which is that under this system, there will be an incentive to use the for-cause process more, and that somehow a for-cause eviction prevents that tenant from later being a successful tenant somewhere else. Could you address that?
So they're taking mercy on the tenant by using a no cause when they could have used a for cause?
I'm not judging it. I guess I'm asking the question, one of the things that we try to prevent in our legislating and in our actions is putting any blemishes, if you will, on someone's credit sheet or something else that prevents them from being successful tenants. And one thing about our current market is people are being screened very carefully. I guess the question is, does a for-cause eviction as a legal matter make it more difficult for that person to find another place to rent?
Yes, a for-cause eviction does make it more difficult for a person to find a place to rent. I'm not sure exactly what point you're making.
It's not my point.
Can I respond?
That's why I was asking you. You're the lawyer.
Can I respond briefly to that, Commissioner Fish? So we at Human Solutions are also a landlord. We operate 700 units of affordable housing, and we, by the terms of our financing, are prohibited from using no-cause evictions. So if we have to move to eviction, it has to be for cause, and we are, because of our mission, loath to do that, but occasionally there are circumstances where we do that. Most frequently in that situation, it doesn't proceed to court and there isn't a recorded judgment. The notice is issued, the case is settled before, and it's very easy for us and for any landlord attorney to work with a tenant in that situation, have them better understand the situation that they're facing. The most damaging thing on a tenant's record would be a judgment, but that case can be settled prior to a judgment that was for cause, even if the proceeding was initiated that way.
To make sure I understand this then, the benefit of for-cause eviction process generally is it gives a measure of due process.
Yes,
And as a practical matter, very few of them result in judgment.
yes.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Kafori, for being here and your years of leadership on this issue and many others. Thank you.
Okay, panel 2, Tim Pitts, landlord and owner of Think Real Estate, Jenny Shaver from the Montevilla Neighborhood Association, and Margot Black of Portland Tenants United.
And Carla, I should have mentioned, these are invited panelists, so you don't need to put the timer on.
Yeah, we asked just.
Oh, you did?
Just
Okay.
to try to keep it handled.
Very
Runs a
good.
tight ship.
She sure
Yeah.
does.
I've had to sit through 2 hours of testimony.
Good afternoon. If you could just state your name for the record.
Am I first?
Sure.
All right. My name is Margot Black. I'm sorry about the hat. Once you put it on, you can't take it off. So I'm speaking on behalf of Portland Tenants United, a Portland metro area tenants union organizing tenants in their apartment complexes, neighborhoods, and this city to fight for housing dignity and security. I want to start by thanking Mayor Wheeler and Commissioner Udal, and especially the folks in their offices who have been working so hard to bring this important and impactful emergency ordinance to the floor today. To vote and make immediately effective a tenant protection ordinance that will bring profound and palpable relief to the renters of Portland, especially those fearing or facing imminent displacement, serves as a model for how we should respond to emergencies. I'm not here to tell you my story of my 2 traumatic no-cause evictions I've endured. I want to speak today from the perspective of a tenant's advocate to the need and impact of tenants receiving relocation assistance. When a tenant receives a no-cause eviction or a rent increase that they simply cannot absorb, they have no choice. They must move. And to move means that they must start looking for, viewing, and applying for available rentals, a stressful process that requires time, energy, and money. Application fees are averaging $50 per adult. In a tight market, a tenant might have to fill out multiple applications, especially if they face any barriers. Once approved for new housing, they typically have very little time, a week or less, to sign the new rental agreement, put down a security deposit often equal to a month's rent or more, and begin paying rent on the new housing. Meanwhile, they are still paying rent at their current home. And to start living in that new home means it's time to pack, which means amassing boxes, then loading them into and out of a truck, and then cleaning. If the tenant has any hope of recovering $1 of their security deposit, they must clean their rental from top to bottom, under the fridge and behind the oven. A rental agreement I recently looked at requires that tenants have the rugs, have the rugs professionally cleaned on move-out, provide a receipt, and then stipulates that the property management company reserves the right to have them professionally cleaned again at the tenant's expense. Often, despite a deep clean and empty unit, the security deposit, not returned for 30 days post-move-out, is withheld anyway, and the tenants are sent a hefty bill. I did a move-out inspection with a very pleasant woman who was no-cause evicted after living in her apartment for 12 years. Among other egregious charges tallied on her $1,000 bill was $300 for repainting. One would think that a needed paint job after 12 years of tenancy would fall under normal wear and tear. Perhaps it does, but it's up to her to take her landlords to small claims court and make that case. Which is all to say, moving is expensive. The federal government knows this. They give us a tax deduction to move closer to work. Our employers know this. A moving stipend is often part of a new hire benefit package. Even the landlords know this. At the Multifamily Northwest Spring Apartment Breakfast in 2012, Maureen McNabb, CEO of Capital Property Management, broke down the costs of moving for her audience. Boxes, moving truck, application fees, security deposit, a requisite trip to IKEA, and pizza and beer for friends could tally $1,625, she said. She mused that really could be up to $2,000 for the 20-something white, single, able-bodied man pictured on the PowerPoint screen behind her. Her itemized accounting didn't include the time off for work and finding new housing to pack and move, especially if that person is public transit dependent, nor the opportunity costs of being forced out of one's neighborhood and community, nor how these costs can mount when the renter isn't a single childless, able-bodied white man with a bevy of able-bodied friends to schlep boxes and accept payment in pizza and beer. This was all used to say that landlords can go ahead and raise rents by 6 to 8% at that breakfast considered quite high by their standards, and tenants have no choice but to pay them because moving is so expensive. The renters who call PTU in a desperate panic are those who need to be out tomorrow or yesterday or next week, and they haven't secured housing or packed their things because they're senior citizens, families, often single parents with children underfoot, folks with physical disabilities or illness, immigrant families, Section 8 voucher holders, and the rest of those that the housing market routinely discriminates against. They haven't managed to take the bus around town collecting boxes from grocery stores. There's no tribe of young bucks to haul their things into a U-Haul that they can't afford to take to their new apartment that they haven't secured because they have no way of coming up with a security deposit or paying double rent. And so they leave everything behind because there's no money for storage either. And anything left behind, they will not only need to pay to replace, but will be charged by their landlord to haul out, usually at a rate of $50 an hour, not including dump fees. These costs are real. There is no way to game the system with this ordinance because there is no way to move for free. These costs are significant, and when it is not the tenant's choice to incur them, it should not be the tenant's sole responsibility to pay them. The landlords in opposition to this ordinance will have many concerns, chief among them that they cannot possibly afford to write this relocation check. Well, neither can we. So perhaps when the landlord goes to write the rent increase notice or no cause eviction, paying relocation costs will give them pause and help them recognize the financial consequences of their decision. If landlords declare that this will be their financial ruin, I implore you to ask them why they think their tenants are any better equipped to deal with it. Thumbs up, guys, thumbs up. While this ordinance does not prevent a no-cause eviction or egregious rent increase, we do hope that it gives our landlords pause, and fighting this pause is something they will also come to tell you about today. They will tell you that they need to use no-cause evictions, that for-cause evictions are too expensive, time-consuming, and require neighbors to testify against each other, putting themselves in danger. Commissioners, I don't deny that there are tenants who cause problems, but this ordinance isn't for them. No-cause evictions aren't for them. You will hear plenty of stories of awful tenants today, I'm sure. Please ask yourself why these landlords would rather give these dangerous, lecherous tenants 90 days notice without cause instead of 30 days or 72 hours, or in some of the more dangerous cases, 24 hours notice. And when a tenant given a for-cause eviction is so non-compliant that it requires a drawn-out court battle, including their neighbors testifying against them and the sheriff showing up at the door, do we really think these same tenants are just going to pack up and quietly leave with a no-cause eviction? Simply put, this problem tenant narrative is hyperbolic and is fundamentally dishonest. You are all on record supporting just cause eviction, so I ask that you reject this continued demonization of tenants as though they are third-tier citizens who don't know how to behave in civilized company. You will hear from tenants today who have been no-caused. Please recognize how many can't be here because they have to work, because rent. Please ask yourself if you believe that these tenants are really problem tenants whose neighbors can't testify against them. Tenants who get no-cause evictions are your friends and neighbors. We are parents, teachers, nurses, artists, students, journalists, retirees, social workers, and city commissioners. We are not the problem. The problem is a generation, well, actually a couple centuries of housing policies that were built on the premise that to be a valid person is to own land. And we all know who was able to own land in this state until all too recently. It is time to address this injustice, to level the playing field. It is time to give tenants some dignity and security in their home and the ability to leave with dignity if they are forced out of it. The truth of the matter is that there are 3 reasons for no-cause eviction: retaliation, discrimination, and capitalism. And there are 2 types of landlords who give no-cause evictions: big landlords and mom and pop. Both use them, both abuse them. All of their tenants live in fear of the dreaded letter on the door. So as you consider a request to exempt small landlords, please realize that you are not exempting a landlord from a fee. You are exempting a tenant from a protection. I'm almost done. And by providing an exemption, you are providing a loophole. And loopholes have a funny way of getting exploited and taken advantage of. And then we come back here and say, relocation didn't work. With regards to unintended consequences, I ask you to think of the consequence of doing nothing. It has been 16 months since Justin Burry from the Community Alliance of Tenants sat here and asked City Council to show courage and take real action beyond just extending notice periods. And on tenant protections, we have done nothing. And the unintended consequences cannot be ignored. Our traffic is congested with displaced Portlanders commuting to and from work from Happy Valley, Gresham, Hillsborough, Forest Grove, and Sandy. But more starkly, our tent cities are growing, our family shelters are overflowing. We must take action. You must vote yes today without exemptions that exclude tenants, and then ask what's next. Because while this ordinance is the best thing tenants have seen in forever, it's not enough, and we aren't done. I again thank you for your time today and your courage and willingness to take bold action to preserve our communities. Not a day goes by that I don't grieve for our friend Justin, who can't be here to see the results of the work that he and the Community Alliance of Tenants spent years laying the groundwork for. Today is the day that we take real action. For renters, for Portlanders who care about a healthy community, for Portland at large, for tenants across the state who will be buoyed with hope and change, that change is possible, and for Justin. Because tenants' rights are civil rights and housing is a human right. Today we need to get it right and keep Portland housed.
Good afternoon.
Hello. I'm Jenny Shaver. I serve as a board member on the Montevilla Neighborhood Association, and recently I started a Montevilla Housing and Homelessness Committee. I also chair that committee. I'm here today with the backing of my board because our neighborhood is being actively damaged by no-cause evictions. We really need the city's support to take a more active role for our neighbors who are facing this displacement. Recently, these displaced neighbors have included a blind senior citizen who was unable to afford a large rent increase and was forced to choose between homelessness and moving out of state. We've also had several large families with children who received 30-day no-cause notices in the middle of a school year. As a parent, that's an untenable situation. In all cases, the landlords have found more lucrative uses for their properties, and with no regulations from the city in place to protect their interests, renters are at a loss. The landlord's priority is their profits over basic needs of the tenants and any sense of civil responsibility. During a devastating and overwhelming houseless crisis, displacing low-income, seniors, families, and marginalized communities is not the way for Portland to go forward. The thin line between the housed and houseless was made more clear to our neighborhood recently during the snowstorm, when our community came together to form a temporary warming shelter. We heard many young stories from young able-bodied people who were struggling to keep up with rent increases, only to lose their homes, find themselves living in their cars, and then unable to keep up basic hygiene and nor get sufficient sleep once they were able to find a job. These are basic needs. In order to keep a job, you must be clean and have slept. That's not happening in my neighborhood anymore. This ordinance will not fix the homeless crisis, but it will be a step forward in making those conditions better for people living in my neighborhood on the edge of houselessness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tim Pitts from Northeast Portland. I'm the owner of Think Real Estate, which is a real estate agency on Northeast Broadway. We've got about 25 people there, and we sold around 400 houses in the city last year. I also own 10 residential rentals in the city with my husband. So I don't have to tell you, you already know how much the rent has gone up in the past few years. Living in Portland has gotten very expensive very quickly, and in that kind of market, there are a lot of people making a lot of money off of real estate. I personally, obviously, think it's okay to make money through real estate, but I think things are dramatically out of balance. Landlords have all the control, and tenants desperately need more protection. I am strongly in favor of the proposed relocation ordinance for those reasons. I think landlords should be able to evict tenants if they want to, but if they choose to do so without a valid reason, I can't see any reason why they shouldn't pay the moving costs of those people to find a new home. The vast majority of the time, no-cause evictions come because the owner, often a new owner, wants to raise the rents to market rate, which basically means they're going to make a ton of money. and they can spend a little bit of that money on the people that they're displacing. I'm somewhat on an island, but not completely in my profession here, so I brought with me over 20 letters of other realtors who feel the same way as I do about this topic. There is naturally opposition to the proposal, and I'm sure you'll hear from a lot of my colleagues who will tell you that this will damage the real estate market. But anybody who works in Portland real estate right now knows this is the hottest, most consistently strong market the city has ever seen. Prices are going through the roof, literally. 5 years ago, the median sales price of a house in Portland was $244,000. Last year, it was $387,000. That's a 58.6% increase in the average home value in 5 years. 5 years. I don't see any indication that the market's in danger. People are moving here and jobs are moving here, and it's going to continue. People also claim that this proposal punishes landlords, and this is the one that really upsets me, I guess. Landlords are not being punished here. If you want to talk about punished, you should talk to the families at the Normandy Apartments, who found out that their rent was doubling in the middle of the school year, a situation so bad that Multnomah County had to step in to help them out. In this case, these people were playing by the rules and paying their rent, but investors bought their building, and those investors want to make money fast. So they raised the rent by $650 per unit. That $650 adds up to moving costs pretty quickly. It would be okay on those landlords. We all know landlords can afford this, they just have to budget for it. And believe me, I know the situation. As I said, I am a small-time landlord, I would say. I use my rental income to pay my bills. This month I got my checks. I will be paying my bills with that money. But I would gladly budget for these moving costs because I know that if I choose to issue a no-cause eviction, that is my choice that I am making. This really is an issue of fairness, and this is where I plead with you. Portland voters spoke in favor of expanding tenant protections heavily in the last election, and this is something that we can do right now to take care of all Portlanders, not just property owners.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Panel 3, Jeff Edinger from Multifamily Northwest and Charles Kovas, Rental Housing Alliance of Oregon.
Good afternoon. If you could please state your name for the record, that'd be helpful.
Jeff Edinger, I'm here to represent Multifamily Northwest.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Charlie Kovas. I'm here to represent the Rental Housing Alliance.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I do believe that budgets are important. It's important for all of us to budget. As I said, I'm Jeff Edinger. I'm the 2017 board president of Multifamily Northwest. Our membership provides 200,000 units of rental housing in the state of Oregon. We have an issue in our state. We have an issue in Portland. We all agree with that issue. We do not have enough supply to meet our demand. There are more than 100,000 people moving to our state every year. Oregon's the most popular state in the nation. That's great. Go Oregon. But we don't have enough housing to house all the people that are moving here. Measures such as the one that you're considering today not only dissuade the construction of new housing, that new supply that we so desperately need, but they do jeopardize the health and safety of our residents. The people that all of us are trying to protect. I would like to walk you through a couple scenarios that our membership has used a notice indicating that a lease is up for expiration and will not be renewed. What is incorrectly being referred to as a no-cause eviction, and eviction is a totally different process. 1, a homeowner relocates out of town for 2 years, maybe 3, for business. When her business contract is up, she wants to move back into her house in Portland. She wants to come home. Under the proposed ordinance, she will have to pay up to $4,500 to do that, to regain possession. And yeah, I do want to talk about that male resident that lives in a community and is harassing children in that community. Why would we suffice our children to the court process and put them up on a stand and make them go through that, when we can use a no-cause notice, an end of tenancy notice to get that person to move. Under the proposed ordinance, it won't be an option. We'll have to reward that poor behavior with up to $4,500. What about the landlord that needs to put a new roof on their property or has other capital improvements? Under this ordinance, they won't be able to raise the rent to cover the cost of these improvements because it'll trigger the relocation payment up to $4,500. This may result in houses falling into disrepair. What I'm standing here and telling you today, and I hope that you're listening, is that this proposal is well-intended, but it's not the solution. It will only exacerbate our problem. This ordinance will create another hurdle, another disincentive to add supply to our market. We urge you not to pass this ordinance and create these additional barriers to more supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep it respectful, folks. Folks, Commissioner Udal and I agreed we're going to keep this respectful. Please thumbs up or thumbs down, all right? Let's show the kids in here that we can do that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Charlie Kovas. I'm a landlord's attorney, and I'm also on the board for the Rental Housing Alliance. No-cause notices are authorized by Oregon state law, Oregon Revised Statute 90.427. They're used for a number of reasons. As described, owners have people coming back into town. What about a child who's coming back from college or coming back from military service, needs a place to live? The landlord has a right to use their property as they see fit, ultimately subject to the fair terms of the contract. What about a situation, and I have a client in this room who issued a no-cause notice because there were drugs being sold on the premises. Why didn't they do a for-cause notice? Because the tenant in question who received the notice had threatened the neighbors with physical harm. None of the neighbors wanted to testify in court. As a result, the landlord used a no-cause notice. This situation is not just for drugs, prostitution, noise complaints, unauthorized occupants, repeated financial violations. In all these situations, you have neighbors who are afraid to testify. And in that situation, it's difficult to overcome the burden of proof. And in order to answer the Commissioner's question, I hope this doesn't affect my allotted time, there's no difference between a no-cause notice, a judgment on a no-cause notice, or a for-cause notice. A judgment is a judgment. However, in the screening process, the conduct of the tenant is relevant. And so if they're evicted on a no-cause notice basis, they're not going to be negatively screened for that. That's where there's a fundamental difference between the type of notice that's used. But fundamentally, who is my basic client? My average client is a retiree, is a senior citizen. They're going to be impacted by this council's attempt to shift the costs from vulnerable poor people to vulnerable senior citizens. What does it cost to buy a duplex? Well, your average duplex right now, let's say it's going for $500,000. You put 20% down. That means you have a note to $400,000. That's $2,400 a month to carry that note. Then you add in $300 a month in taxes, $200 a month in management fees, $200 a month or more in maintenance, $200 a month or more in insurance. These figures assume the place is continuously rented. So now we are well up over $3,400, more than double the average rent for a 3-bedroom. So let's not sit here and assume that landlords are full of a pot of gold. Let's also be clear that the average rents have gone down by $40 in the last 6 months. So it is possible that we are at the end of this economic cycle. There are some legitimate problems with the city's proposal. If one accepts the money, does that mean they agree to leave? Or can they still reserve defenses and litigate? What if the tenant owes money at the time the notice is served? Is there an offset? What if the tenant accepts the money, spends it on something else, then refuses to leave, then hires a tenant's attorney, and if they win, then the landlord has to pay more money to the tenant for a situation where the landlord had a legitimate reason to issue a notice of termination? Fundamentally, whether this proposal passes or not, it does not address the problem of a lack of available affordable housing units. What it does is it punishes the people who have made it their effort and their goal to provide housing for all of our citizens.
Mayor, can I ask
Yes, please, go ahead, Commissioner
And
Fish.
folks, every time someone hisses or laughs or does something derisive, it takes away for time. And we would not tolerate that if a tenant was testifying. We would not tolerate that if a tenant was testifying and a landlord showed disrespect. Let's show Portland, let's show the community that we are Portland and we treat everyone with respect who comes before us. Please.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And please don't clap. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to get sideways with my newest colleague. I have a couple of questions. And first, I want to just say that I want to compliment our newest member because she gets to structure this form any way she wants. And I have been very admiring of the way she has gone about this legislative process. She did not, as a matter of rule, have to invite a landlord panel to come testify. You could have signed up to testify. She didn't have to invite you. And I think it goes to the basic sense of fairness that she has in debating this issue. So I compliment you for that. But since you're here, I want to ask you a couple questions. The first is, my understanding from the mail and the emails we've been getting is that there's likely to be a legal challenge to this if we adopt it. So I'm not going to ask you about that. But both the mayor and the sponsoring commissioner have said to anyone who wrote in, if you have an improvement, or frankly, if you have a better idea that meets the sort of goals of this legislation, then we'd like to hear it. And that, I think, speaks to a certain humility. No one here claims to have a monopoly on, good ideas. Unfortunately, I think we've gotten sidetracked with people forecasting legal challenges and other kinds of things. But since you're both here and you know what the goal here is in terms of protecting tenants, do you have an alternative that you want to put before us for consideration?
Commissioner Fish, I appreciate that question. What I can tell you is that I have never been asked to participate in this ordinance. My predecessor, the 2016 president, has not been asked to participate in this ordinance. And I don't believe that a 3-minute presentation in front of a city council in this kind of environment is the proper location to have an intelligent conversation about alternate ways that we can solve the problems that we have before us.
Fair enough, but I think you understand why I'm asking, because if
I understand why you're asking.
We are legislating, and if you have suggestions that you want us to consider, in fairness, we have to give you that opportunity. Here's the other question I want to ask you. There's going to have to be some rulemaking process going forward to deal with unforeseen circumstances, to put some more meat on the bones and other things. And I think due process requires that we have some mechanism. I'm not sure we've really landed on the best way to do that. Since you both have experience in this area, do you have any advice for us in terms of rulemaking? Assuming we adopt this today, but we want to have some rulemaking process to deal with the one-offs, the unusual circumstance, the inequity that no one forecasts, where we want someone to be able to balance competing interests and make a rational judgment. Do you have any advice for us in how to structure rulemaking?
What I can tell you is what I just told you. These types of things take time. The mayor's resolution is a great step in the right direction, but it takes time. We need time to come up with solutions, resolutions, processes. What I know is that Multifamily Northwest, the organization that I'm here to represent, like I said, has 200,000 units throughout the state of Oregon. In some cities, that comprises 35 to 40% of the rental housing stock in those cities. Don't you think that you should give us more than 5 minutes time to help you? We're the industry experts. Give us more time. Do not vote yes on this today. Let us give you some solutions.
And my final question is, if it's our desire to set up some rulemaking to deal with some of the concerns that we hear in testimony today, and I'm assuming we're going to hear some very granular, specific, one-off type concerns. If we were to have some rulemaking process going forward, I assume you would fully participate.
I would fully participate, and there are many other industry experts here that would be more than willing to give their time to you.
Thank you.
I would also be delighted to participate, although I would defer to Jeff. There are a lot of industry experts here today whose opinion might be more valuable.
Thank you.
I'd just like to make a few clarifying comments. I don't know if you were here at the beginning. So we are already planning on making an amendment to account for the kind of sabbatical situations that you're describing, so that someone that was leaving for a set period of time would not be required to pay relocation assistance. As far as child testimony, Vivian, would you be able to speak to that? That sounds like a pretty extraordinary circumstance. Yeah.
I'm sorry, testimony has to be done on the record. If you want to come up here, reintroduce yourself, and I'm sorry, every time you come up, you have to state your name for the record.
My name is Vivian Lyon, and to answer Commissioner Udal's question, yes, that's a very unusual circumstance.
Okay. How much does it cost to replace a roof on average? I don't know, I'm a renter.
That is.
Can you give me a ballpark number?
That entirely depends on the type of structure.
I happen to be an expert on that. I just had mine done, so I'd be more
Amanda,
than...
how much did your roof cost?
It cost $36,000.
Okay. And how long can you expect that roof to last?
It's a rubber roof, so it's going to last for 50 years.
Oh my, so if we amortize that over a 50-year period, I don't think you'd have to raise the rent were you renting that house out more than 10% to cover that cost. So
I would love
the
With all due respect, Commissioner, the
I'm
roof
not
is
done.
just one piece. My personal property taxes went up over 10% 2 years ago, so
Okay.
I think there are
Well-
other pieces the landlords consider than just
Right.
one discrete
you
repair.
can't base this on personal anecdotes like I explained
correct.
earlier.
That is my understanding, is we're
Let's-
not
whoa,
basing
whoa,
this on
whoa, whoa,
personal anecdotes.
everybody, we're early on. Let's all please be respectful. I said right up front that this is an issue that people are passionate about. Let's give due respect to everybody who steps up to that microphone.
So
This is a public chamber. It is owned by the public, and people have very different points of view on any issue that comes before this chamber. And everybody is entitled to respect when they're at that microphone. So let's try and remember that, please, so we can get out of here and feel good about ourselves and that we are a community that can work well together. Thank you.
And
Continue.
that includes the commissioners sitting up here. What I want to make clear to you and to the landlords in this room is that this is a temporary emergency ordinance. We are attempting to help to do the most good for the most people. We can never account for every possible outcome when we are setting policy. So while there may very well be some extraordinary circumstances that create hardship, by and large, the hardship is on the tenants, and we are asking the landlords to consider their role in our housing crisis and stop no-cause evicting their tenants and stop and consider not raising the rent beyond 10% if they don't want to pay relocation. Tenants are not furniture that can be moved around, and they are not human ATMs. If you expect tenants to save 3 months moving expenses, the equivalent of 3 months' rent, when they are going to be lower income and have fewer resources than homeowners and property owners, then it is perfectly reasonable for us to expect property owners to be doing the same thing. And I would also like to say, as to rents going down $40, we know that it is on the upper end of the market. And I don't know if you represent my landlord, but I have not received a notice of rent reduction. Okay.
Commissioner Udal, I appreciate your perspective. What I don't appreciate, I think it's very important that when we pass legislation and when we make rules such as this, that we have a fair representation of the citizens and the taxpayers in our community. What I just said before, I'm going to say again. My organization represents 200,000 units throughout the state of Oregon. I'm an industry expert. There's many other industry experts here. We were not asked to participate in a way that we can help. We can help. You just have to let us. Give us the opportunity.
That we had conversations with people at your organization, but you weren't asked to participate, and I'll tell you why. your organization is among many special interest groups that support the ban on rent control that brought about the circumstances that have created the housing crisis we're in today. Your organization has had several years.
Commissioner, okay, and then let's move on with the testimony, because you've got lots of people.
Had several years to come up with an alternative. Commissioner Fish just gave you an opportunity to give one, and I'll tell you what the most recent proposal from John DiLorenzo on behalf of Multifamily Northwest was. It's that we create a revenue stream based on selling tax credits to create a fund to provide 20,000 cost-burdened households across the state with $100 a month rent subsidy. We have 75,000 people in the city of Portland alone spending more than 50% of their income on housing. $100 a month is an insult to those households, mine included, as of December 31st. That is why you weren't asked to the table, because you are not willing to participate in a meaningful discussion about this issue. And when the rent control ban is overturned, we will be sure to invite you to the table when we are able to craft a more complex and nuanced rent stabilization policy that will work for our city. Thank you. Panel number 4.
Thank you.
I'd like to reply, if you don't mind, just very quickly. The $100 a month figure was a figure at that. Give us the opportunity to sit down and talk with you how we can make that figure a different figure, a bigger number. It was also an average. And furthermore, why would you turn away any tools in this market that can help the people that we are all trying to protect?
Right.
You got to
Okay.
give us an opportunity.
All right, next panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chelsea Deloney, tenant, and Jessica Lee, tenant.
Help me keep control of this chamber. If you start getting into it, it's going to be a shit show.
We have the Normandy people here, and we want to insert them fairly quickly.
Sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming.
Hello, my name is Jessica Lee. I have lived in an apartment building in the outer southeast Strait District for the past 3 years. I love the community we have there because I have family who live in next door. And my 2 daughters, Angela and Venice, aged 5 and 9. They go to Harrison Park Elementary School, which is next door. Last year, our building was sold to a California-based investment group who immediately raised the rent 10% through a new utility charge. Both my husband and I work at restaurants and made very low incomes. And a 10% increase is very tough for us. Luckily, with the help of a panel and legal aid, we were able to postpone the rent increase for a year, which allowed us to be able to stay in the buildings. But this past month, they just sent a new notice that raised the rent for 25%. This is too much for us, and we will have to leave. My kids love their teachers and friends. They will meet at their school, and ripping their apart from this supportive community would hurt them badly. I urge City Council to require some kind of relocation assistance for rent increase that are 10% or more. I don't want Portland to become separatist city where all the people who working hard, cleaning and cooking and building in this city can afford to live in it. My husband and I are proud to be immigrants, and we want to stay in Portland. Please don't push us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
As one immigrant to another, welcome, and I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Deloney. I am the daughter of Vanport and Redlining of Eminent Domain in North Portland. My community has been experiencing a housing crisis since Black residency was legalized in Oregon. I have been involved with local housing justice organizations since the fall of 2015, but my journey to social justice activism was not born out of passion, but out of struggle and survival. This month, 4 years ago, I dropped out of college to work 2 minimum wage jobs and ate 1 meal a day while paying $900 per month for a 400 square foot apartment while pregnant. We lived in a cramped dwelling with black mold in the shower, blood on the ceiling, and a doorknob that was constantly falling out of the door. The heat also didn't work. No matter how many times we pleaded with management and the private landlord, they would never fix any issues. In response, I would receive malicious phone calls from the landlord about my unmarried and pregnant state. They retaliated against my annoying request by smoking underneath my open window, which was the only way to provide ventilation. The cycle of abuse continued until we were given a notice that our rent would go up to $1,000 a month. Our landlord also refused to return our deposit. As we scrambled to find housing, we faced many rejections based on my pregnancy, being Black, and not making 3 times the rent. With no other choice, I returned home to my dwindling community and a house full of my other family members who had also been displaced due to rent increases. After returning to college 1 week after giving birth by C-section, I began and completed my bachelor's degree and went to work for a software company where I made enough salary to afford the skyrocketing rent prices. When I returned to view and apply for apartments in my area, the rents had all increased to at least $600 more, and people were still not willing to rent to a Black single mother, even if I made more than 3 times the income requirements. My son's speech development suffered because, for those of you who don't know, stable housing directly affects early childhood development. After a 6-month search, the only place that would take us cost more than 50% of my income per month. After moving in and meeting my neighbors, many of them elderly and helpful with my son, everyone received rent increases of $400 to $500 per month. Each and every one of the neighbors I had formed a community with had to leave. After losing my job at the software company, I prayed every day that my $1,300 a month rent won't increase. Not even $1, as my rent is now 96% of my income. At this moment, there are no rental assistance funds available for us. Without relocation assistance, we can't currently afford the security deposit to even a less expensive apartment. I also can't afford to choose between feeding my son and keeping a roof over our heads.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner, this is the end of the invited testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
So why don't we take this opportunity, prior to everybody else having a shot at the mics, let's go ahead and introduce any amendments that the City Council would like to introduce. That'll give you all the benefit of the opportunity to comment not only on the main ordinance, but on any of the amendments that are offered up as well. So at this time, I will entertain motions for amendments.
Chloe, do you have an amendment? Well, while you're looking for it, let me flag one. So I want to, oh, you have them going?
No, you don't.
So I took a crack at a potential amendment, which I've discussed with the 2 sponsors, that deals with rulemaking from the time that we adopt, assuming we adopt this ordinance forward, and in particular, how we might deal with any unusual circumstances that come forward from a tenant or a landlord that need to be resolved. And I appreciate the work of the legal department in drafting this. I don't think this quite does what I intended. So I guess the first question I would ask to the sponsors is, what is your intention concerning rulemaking? So if this is adopted by the council today or next week, and assuming there has to be rulemaking to sort of flesh it out, what is your current intention?
Commissioner Udal.
Let me just, so Commissioner, I took a crack at an amendment to provide for some interim rulemaking, and to sort of anticipate who can make decisions on hardship cases or this arose from the fact that we're getting a lot of feedback from the public, and none of us are really have the information we need to decide whether it's a real concern or not, and to resolve them. So it raises, I think, an important question about from the time this ordinance is adopted, if it is adopted, what kind of rulemaking are you envisioning for purposes of putting some more meat on the bone going forward? And then what process are we contemplating where people can seek relief, either a tenant or a landlord, from some part of this ordinance?
Well, as you know, we kept this ordinance very simple because we don't have an Office of Landlord-Tenant Affairs in place that kind of regulate and enforce the rules. And the remedy for the tenant in this situation would be the same remedy they have now, which is to go to court with their landlord. I am certainly interested in, the reason that we didn't include an ability to appeal, that's the very reason we didn't include that. I'm interested in your thoughts on that. I do not know, it was suggested that that could be a function that the Portland Housing Bureau could
So I'll put the concept on the table.
Yeah,
And I'm not sure I have it developed enough to really amend it, but I want the public to have a chance to testify whether they think it's a good idea, bad idea, or an alternative, they have a better idea. And that is to authorize the director of the Portland Housing Bureau to rule on any, what I'll call, for want of a better term, hardship applications on an interim basis, so that issues that may come up during this hearing where someone thinks there's a unique circumstance that the ordinance doesn't exactly cover, there would be a mechanism where we are delegating to someone the ability to make a ruling on any hardship application pending the completion of any rulemaking that we decide to do going forward. That's the concept, and it's not unlike what we've done in other circumstances where we delegate to someone else to resolve disputes that come up under something as complicated as this. I'm just not sure the language that we've come up with is ideal. So I'll put the concept on the table. An interim delegation to the director of the Housing Bureau to be authorized to resolve any hardship applications that are presented to him or her on an interim basis. That's the concept. And I would ask that we have a second for purposes of putting it on the table.
Commissioner, for purposes of discussion, I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Right,
It's a safety valve, and that's
sure, and I'm very open to discussion, but I do think it's a little too complicated for us to hash out in this meeting.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So I'm flagging it.
Okay. Shall I move ahead?
Please,
okay.
Commissioner Udal.
And so, since I've never done this before, do you want me to read the exact language, or should I just explain the intent?
Why don't you just explain the intent,
Okay.
and then we've been provided with the exact language, correct?
Okay.
Is it
Portland renter additional protections?
Is this the correct document?
Yes, section B.
Okay.
Highlighted. We have received a number of phone calls and emails and visits to our office, to all of our offices, as you can imagine, overwhelmingly in support of the ordinance, but also people expressing a few concerns about the ordinance written as is, and we have definitely taken those concerns into account. So in section B, you will see that we are changing the days prior to termination that the relocation assistance would be required from 75 days to 45 days. And that effectively takes care of the issue or the scenario that some landlords were concerned with, where they gave the relocation assistance at the 75 days prior, the tenant stops paying rent and or refuses to move out. By changing it to 45 days, we are landing that required payment in the middle of a time period where the landlord should actually have the last month and the security deposit, which would cover the remaining period in the event that the tenant stopped paying rent, which is unlikely since they need a good reference, but I guess could happen. In section E, number 1, I'm just going to read this because I think it's short and clear. If, as of the effective date of the relocation assistance provisions of this section, a landlord has given notice of termination, but the termination has not yet occurred, the landlord, within 30 days of the effective date of these provisions, either shall notify the tenant in writing that the landlord has rescinded the notice of termination, or shall pay the relocation assistance provided for in subsection B of this section. That's simply allowing them to, pardon? Yeah, Jamie can speak to it in case anyone has any questions, but it allows them to rescind the notice so that they're not compelled to pay relocation assistance.
But before we get commentary, I'll second both for purposes of discussion.
I have one more.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to explain that last section as an offering amendment. There was some concern that because this immediately takes effect on 90-day notice periods, there may be landlords who are, because of the way the ordinance is written, automatically out of compliance and would be, could be sued for damages because they're not in compliance even though the law changed in the middle of their period. So the purposes of those last two sections as an amendment is to provide time with which the landlord can choose to either rescind that notice, reduce the amount of rent increase that they have noticed, or pay relocation and without penalty of damages.
And Jamie, will you go ahead and talk about section E, number 2 as well? The effective date of relocation assistance.
That was just reinforcing what, it just wasn't in the original language before, but it was always our intent that it would automatically apply to 90-day notices and period. When the 90-day notice period changed with the state, when it changed from 30 days to 90 days, it became an automatic, anyone who was in a 30-day notice period had to re-notice to 90 days, and it's the same purpose, the same language.
Great.
So for the purposes of discussion, Commissioner Fish, I will notate your section E amendment as the Fish amendment.
Well, Mayor, but it's not, I don't want to complicate things, but the legal counsel did a good job drafting something, but it doesn't quite capture the spirit of what I wanted. And what I really want to just put on the table is, I believe once the hearing is concluded, the council may wish to consider a process for future rulemaking. And I want to just flag that issue, get advice from people testifying as to what that would look like. And they may be mutually exclusive. We may be able to act on this and put in place a process for future rulemaking. I took a crack at it, but I don't think it actually does what I want it to do. No disrespect for the attorney, I'll take the responsibility, but I want the concept to be framed.
Very good. So we will not refer that as the Fish amendment. We will consider that the Fish process question to be discussed over the course of insightful testimony. And with your agreement, Commissioner Udal, I will call you. Would you like these broken apart? It seems like they're all fairly connected. Yeah. So in which case, I'll just call it the Udal amendment, and it will encompass all of the different sections, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Very good, and it's already been seconded by Commissioner Fish for discussion purposes. Commissioner Fritz?
Thank you. I have a minor amendment, and this is on the issue of the, it says here in the proposal that it doesn't apply for an owner who temporarily rents out the owner's principal residence during the owner's absence of not more than 1 year. I'd like us to consider an amendment that changes of not more than 1 year to for a set period of time. So the instance where the person's overseas for 2 years, it's clear up ahead of time that it's not going to apply at the end and the lease will not be renewed. So I think that's one. I've also been reading a lot of really great testimony from people on emails, both for and against. And one of the questions that comes up a lot is the very small landlord who has maybe 1 to 4 1 to 4 units, and so therefore not as much flexibility as when some people would be moving and some not. So I think we should consider whether we want to exempt those kinds of small landlords, and just interested to hear what people have to say about that.
Okay, very good. And I will second both of these for the purposes of discussion, understanding that there is meat potentially to be put on the bones of these amendments going forward in terms of specifics. Is that acceptable, Commissioner Fritz?
Thank you.
Very good. I was going to offer up a similar amendment to what Commissioner Fritz has just offered up based on some of the testimony I've received, and I'll describe that later, but I really want to hear what other folks are saying. Commissioner Saltzman, did you have any amendments? Very good. Then we are ready for the meat of the show, which is you, the people, your chance to speak.
Carla, are you aware that we have residents of the Normandy apartment coming in now?
I've got the people from the Titan, but I have other people who have signed up who
Okay.
have
If you could
special
just
needs
hold
or
on a moment,
disabilities.
yeah.
Yeah, and if I could also ask the clerk, how many people do we currently have signed up for testimony?
118.
So we have 118, so quick calculation, that is hours and hours and hours and hours. So here's what we will do. Let's commence testimony. It is now 4 p.m. In about half an hour, let's take a very brief break. And then let's reconvene. Let's see where we are at 5:30. And we may decide, I'll take the temperature of my colleagues up here as to whether or not we want to take a dinner break and come back or continue. And so we'll just make that determination. Again, everybody gets 3 minutes to speak. State your name for the record. Ideally, if you're part of a group, you pick a couple of representatives and everybody can stand, just as these folks are doing very well right here. And if your comments have already been made, please just come to the microphone and say, I'm for it or I'm against it, and briefly state why. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Noelle Studer-Spivak. I'm a landlord, and I also serve as regular PTA president. I'm here to encourage you to vote yes on this emergency ordinance. Our community lies just south of the airport and provides many service workers to help run the city. I want to be sure that everyone understands that our region's future depends on children having access to good schools and reliable rental housing. An important factor in a child's success is community cohesion, so that wherever the child goes, the church, the school, the neighborhood, there are familiar people with high expectations for them. When an economically vulnerable child is uprooted from their community, it permanently decreases his or her chances in life. I have some research to back this up. We're talking about the next generation of Portlanders here. The rental shortage is real. At Rigler School, 14 children have left due to economic eviction so far this year. Friday, before the bitter cold MLK weekend, teachers took up a collection to help a family stay in a hotel. 211 resources are tapped out. 2 Rigler and Scott families will be evicted this week if they can't pay their newly increased rent. Finally, what will happen with the 26 children from the Normandy apartments whose rent is doubling April 1st? This mass displacement is deeply affecting all of our students and teachers. 5 of the parents in this group are core members of our school's volunteer community, helping in the cafeteria and recess for 10 hours each week. I urge council to pass the stopgap measure to slow the economic evictions scattering our children. Relocation assistance is a good step toward helping families land on their feet, not the street, so that all children have a chance to succeed and share their gifts with the world. Following me, we'll have testimony from 3 members of our school community who recently received the rent increases. We're grateful to Mayor Wheeler and Commissioner Udal for introducing this ordinance. The ordinance that passed last year to increase notice from 30 to 90 days has been a really big help for us, and we appreciate that. Big thanks to Multnomah County and Home Forward, who found rental assistance so that our kids can complete the school year at Rigler. And also thanks to the many allies who are coming together to support our families. Finally, we thank each of you for considering this measure, and we hope that you'll pass it today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bollinger, and I have 3 children, Alexander, Bella, and Gabby, ages 8, 4, and 1. Our family are residents at the Normandy apartment building in Northeast Portland, where we have lived for close to 10 years. They have recently gave notice to increase our rent by 100%. I feel this is unjust to double someone's rent all at once. It is unlikely my family nor any of the other residents will be able to find the means to afford this rent increase. Therefore, our only option will be to move. With moving, of course, comes more stress. Our children will be torn away from the community they are comfortable in, and for my husband and I, it will mainly be financial stress. It will be difficult to find the means for a new apartment. Application fees, new deposit, first and last month's rent, a moving truck, etc. If landlords were required to provide relocation funds in a situation like mine, it would help ease the stress of the situation immensely. That is why I'm asking you to please vote yes on this ordinance. I want to say thank you to Chloe Udal and everybody else that has proposed this ordinance, and to all others who have helped and supported us throughout this hardship. I know I speak for everyone when I say it is appreciated from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you.
My name is Jessica Sanchez. I have been in the neighborhood for 15 years in the Northeast, and in the past 4 years, the rent has increased a lot. And I work as an early educator for Head Start, and even working in that field, it's not enough. My rent went to $1,300, and that's how much I make in one paycheck. It leaves me with nothing to pay my utility bills, and it's making me cut in my child's need. Everything that I pay comes out of my pocket. And then if nothing comes out of this meeting, starting April, I'll be forced to go in a living room or go share a house with somebody else because I can't pay it. I can't pay, and so I really encourage you to please vote, or at least take on some control, because rent has been so hardship in the 4 years, and back then it was so easy to move and just really quick. But now I'm just speaking for myself and for other families who don't have the courage to come here and talk, and they just keep moving. So I have my child is in kindergarten this year, and he's going to receive speech therapy. So I don't want to move him from there, and so it's just a lot. And so this thing is just very hard, and I can't see myself in the streets. I can't see him in the streets or moving him. So I really, please take action and vote or come with a measure that will help everybody. And there's other families who are going through like me, and I can't. April is so close already, and so we don't know how we're gonna do it. We don't know if we're gonna make it. So please, so thank you if you guys do pass this or vote for it. Or
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming. It's really helpful.
Thank you.
hi.
Thank you, children. Good afternoon.
Hola, mi nombre es Juana Santos.
Hello, my name is Juana Santos.
Tengo 10 años en Cooley, Northeast Cooley, y 5 años en los apartamentos Normandy.
I've lived for 10 years in Cully and 5 years in the Normandy apartments.
Bueno, pues estamos por la misma causa, mis vecinos y yo, para pedir apoyo.
And I'm here with all my neighbors asking for your support.
Bueno, creo que es muy injusto el que hagan ver doblado lo de la renta.
It's very unjust to have our rents doubled
Los nuevos dueños. Y bueno,
by the new owners.
Nosotros no nos quisiéramos mover por la razón que tenemos a nuestros hijos en el colegio. Ellos están muy contentos, muy a gusto. En mi familia, bueno, tengo un niño que él recibe clases especiales.
One of the reasons we don't want to move is because we don't want our children to have to change schools. They're very content at our school, and for me, one of my children is in special education classes.
Y bueno, él ha recibido en ese colegio una ayuda muy buena.
And he has received a very excellent support at this school.
Y bueno, no nos quisiéramos mover de ahí porque es mover a los niños. Ellos están muy contentos con su escuela.
And so the children are just so happy and content at their school.
Lo que nosotros estamos pidiendo es una renta accesible porque es demasiado lo que han subido. En estos tiempos el trabajo no hay mucho por la temporada.
And what we're asking for is a rent that is affordable and reasonable because especially with the weather we've experienced, work has been down.
Bueno, quisiéramos un apoyo económico para poder, si no se llega a algún acuerdo con los nuevos dueños, para podernos mudar. Pero lo que nos gustaría es que pudiéramos seguir viviendo ahí.
What we'd really like is to keep living where we are, but if we aren't able to reach an agreement with the new owner, then it would be really important for us to have some economic help with moving.
Con una renta justa, porque es injusto, es demasiado lo que han subido.
But what we really would like is to stay in our current homes with a just rent, because it's completely unjust, this rent increase we're facing.
Bueno, esperemos que sea aprobado y gracias.
So we hope that you will approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could make a quick announcement for those that are in the overflow room at the Portland building. There is some seating upstairs now, if some of you would like to come back across the street.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've got some people who have indicated they need special needs. They are Lisa, I believe the last name is Kitten. I know she signed up earlier with a child. She may be in the child care room. Angela Thomas and Timothy Marcroft. Oh, Mr. Timothy Marcroft. Jessica Greenlee.
Mr. Walsh, why don't you go ahead and start?
I got Hung Nam, Minka Wallace, I'm sorry, Koya Crespin, and Hilda Hernandez.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Walsh. I represent Individuals for Justice. It was very difficult for me to come here today, this afternoon, because the cold weather has a terrible effect on the oxygen. So it really caused me to struggle to be here. But I wanted to be here to congratulate you on this, because so often I come before you and blast you. This is a measure you should be very proud of. And you have to ask yourself some questions. Why is the owners of the complex doubling the rent? Can they justify that financially? Commissioner Fish suggests that we have some rules. Who's going to make the decision of hardship for the owners? That sounds reasonable. Well, you sunset this ordinance for 1 year. So why not have all of that stuff take place within that year? So turn around to the owners and say, okay, tell us why this is a financial hardship for you. Let's see the data. Let's see the financial papers that you have. Let's see your taxes. That's a possibility. The owners of these complexes are multi-millionaires, for God's sakes. Okay. The ones that showed up here today are just almost multi-millionaires. My complex that I lived in was bought a year ago, and our rent has gone up. But our landlord said from the beginning he was in it for the money. That's it. In it for the money, bottom line. He raised our rent 10%, which is right on the border, which is reasonable. Can we sustain more of those rents? I'm one of those people that are disabled, and I live on a fixed income, and I can sustain maybe 1 or 2 more rent increases, but no more. You hear the plea of your citizens, and then you hear the plea of the people with the money. Make a choice. Please make a good choice this time around and represent your people and not the money people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Hi. I'm Koya Crespin. I'm from a complex in North Portland that has done mass no-cause evictions on all of us in the building. I'm sorry, I have something written that I should read. I'm here with 25 families from North Portland in the overflow building. We all came here to have our voices be heard. We depend on our city leaders to intervene in times of crisis, and we are in a crisis. Renters all over the city, not just us in North Portland, are experiencing astronomical rent hikes and no-cause evictions, being displaced out of our homes and neighborhoods. I live in St. John's. I love St. John's. I don't know if you guys have been there. There's a big Paul Bunyan, and every time we pass Paul Bunyan, we say, "Hi, Paul." I have a 6-year-old daughter who is in the babysitting room right now. Every time we pass over the St. John's Bridge, we know we're coming home. My daughter attends school in North Portland. At James John, she takes Spanish on Mondays, ballets on Tuesdays at her after-school program. Leaving her school mid-year would be devastating to us. This legislation provides us a chance to stay in our neighborhoods. The money this legislation provides us a chance to maintain stability with our families. It gives us a chance to not be insignificant to the powers that be. That's all we're asking for, is a chance to stay in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come down. It's very helpful.
Next people are, I have our Lisa Micklin, I think it is, sorry, she has a child in the child care room. Angela Thomas, Timothy Marcroft, Laura Young, and I'm sorry, I accidentally called Jessica Greenlee. It should be Laura Young. And then the last person I show will be Hilda Hernandez off the early testifiers who need to leave.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name's Tim Marcroft. So one of the impediments that's been put in place of this policy is a threat, a legal threat that says that this policy is equivalent to rent control. That to me sounds like up is down and fire is wet. This proposed policy is not rent control, and I am not the only one who thinks so. For example, the City of West Hollywood requires that a tenant whose tenancy is terminated through no fault of their own be paid a relocation fee, which is substantially more generous than the one on the table here, by their landlord before notice can be given. This applies to all properties, including those that are not covered by rent control. Relocation assistance is not rent control. The City of Seattle requires that tenants be given relocation assistance if their landlord terminates tenancy without a just cause. Seattle and the entire state of Washington have a ban on rent control. The entire country of Japan has a ban on rent control. They have a very stable housing market, and also, if a landlord wishes to terminate a lease early or raise the rent of an existing tenant, they must either have just cause or pay an eviction fee to the evicted tenant. Relocation assistance is not rent control. The proposed relocation assistance policy is common sense and not terribly generous. Los Angeles' relocation assistance policy pays out at the high end over $19,000. It's common sense. It's a response to a dire need. Other cities, big and small, have tried it, and I urge you to vote yes on this much-needed protection for renters without amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I have yet to meet you, Mayor. My name is Laura Young. I am the chair of the Coley Association of Neighbors, and I'm also the director of the Coley Boulevard Alliance.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for having this very important issue coming before the council. Today I'm representing the Coley Boulevard Alliance. We have, as a board, unanimously approved support of this ordinance, so I'm just going to read you my comments and then I'll get on my way. The Coley Boulevard Business and Community Alliance wishes to express our great appreciation of the ongoing commitment of Mayor Wheeler and this council to provide better protections for renters in Portland's ever-changing housing market, and to voice our unequivocal support of the emergency relocation ordinance. The Coley neighborhood remains among the top Old Portland neighborhoods most at risk of gentrification and involuntary displacement of low-income residents. The housing storm is hitting Coley's renting population hard and fast. With virtually nowhere to relocate within the community, most tenants facing no-fault eviction and skyrocketing rents are facing forced relocation outside the community, and many are at risk of homelessness. The situation at the Normandy Apartments is the latest example of the distressing trend in our community of no-fault eviction or effective evictions, where 18 families, including 26 regular elementary school kids, will be forced to relocate outside the Coley neighborhood for lack of affordable housing options within the neighborhood. The families, there were, as you've already heard, have given 90 days notice of 100% rent increase. Some were $800 per month, so it was more than 100%. Rent increases after the, excuse me, I have a typo there, in the apartment building was without any notice of intent to sale being provided by the owner. One option you might consider is an amendment. The lack of legal protections for renters and entitlements to landowners that encourage this practice are at best unfair, and in this case, simply inhumane. The problem we face in Coley in its simplest form is one of supply and demand. We need more affordable rental and homeownership options across the economic spectrum. Our most urgent and dire need is for affordable and moderately priced market rate rental units. There are simply not enough vacant rental units to house those being displaced within the community. This means the 26 kids will be ripped out of school mid-year and forced to pick up the pieces of their lives somewhere else where school and community supports that allow them to thrive in Coley, the only home they know, may not exist. Until we as a city and as a community develop alternatives to address these disparities, we must take action to address the immediate needs of our most vulnerable populations. Therefore, we urge this council to support the emergency relocation ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was told there were some
thank
people
you.
from coming in, your staff said.
From the Titan building.
Jamie? Here they come.
While we're waiting, I just would like to add, for the benefit of my colleagues, that Rigler School is unique in that it is a dual language school, Spanish and English, and they have been able to provide supports and create an amazing school community there for these many Spanish-speaking families that we saw today in a district that is really seriously struggling to serve families in just those circumstances. So it's an example of far-reaching, perhaps incidental, but far-reaching consequences for tenants who are being displaced. Okay, we have 3 people testifying from Titan Manor, I believe.
Well, they're getting settled. Commissioner Fish and Saltzman and I were at Regler when we passed the Concordia plan. So it's an example of a neighbourhood that's really a community, and the school is the centre of it. It's fantastic to hear from them again. But I wish it was not under these circumstances.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. ¿Quién empieza? Okay. Buenas tardes. Primeramente, gracias por dejarnos la oportunidad de estar acá. En el norte de Portland hay una comunidad que somos todos nosotros y más personas que no pueden asistir porque están trabajando, porque no pueden venir, X cosa. Estamos aquí representando a un complejo de departamentos que se nos da el motivo de alejar, de separarnos, pero en esa comunidad hay gente que está unida. En esa comunidad hay personas que el dinero es importante, pero nosotros hemos aprendido que lo más importante es estar unidos, ayudando al que puede. Perdón. Sorry.
So, her name is Hilda Hernandez, and she comes from the Titan Manors community. She is in support of the ordinance, and it states that, yes, the help is very good and granted, and she is in support of the ordinance. However, more than the monetary help that they could receive, they come from a community that is very united. And the help that will be provided by this ordinance does not necessarily meet the fact that that facing this mass eviction from their community will break their community, and that's where she left it. So.
En cuanto a esto pasa, lo que más repercute son a los niños. ¿Por qué? Porque los niños que van a la escuela están preocupados de dónde se va a ir su amigo, quién me va a ayudar con la tarea, quién me va a proteger caminando a mi casa, quién nos puede cuidar bajando del bus, cruzando las calles. Y todo eso están los niños preocupados, con el corazón roto. Ya no voy a ir a esta escuela, ya no voy a ir con mi vecino que me ayude en tal cosa, ya no voy a tener ese apoyo que hemos tenido por más de 20 años.
So, Hilda says, this mass eviction affects mostly children, children who become very aware about what the families are facing, and who start internalizing the worry and start asking questions about where is my friends going to go. And she's talking about not only those who are facing the eviction, but children who are very united, are attending the same school, and start asking the questions of, and then the community ask, how are they going to make it to school? How do they cross the street? Who do they rely? Where is that neighbor who they rely on a regular basis?
Entonces, estamos aquí para que aprueben las leyes por el futuro de los niños que son ellos, para que lleguen a ser grandes. Si desalojan a las familias, es un rompimiento total y repercute mucho porque muchos niños tal vez ya no sigan la escuela, tal vez ya no se gradúen, tal vez ya no van a ir a los high schools, a las universidades, los que van a ir al high school. Entonces, son muchas cosas que estamos preocupados, los padres, la comunidad, porque se rompe todo, se rompe toda una familia, le digo como más de 20 años, y eso es todo lo que tengo que decir, y gracias.
So she states, this is a community who has been united for for about 20 years. And so this breaking of the community will mean that a lot of them will go into the streets. The relocation will mean that they will not rely on the education they have been receiving for so many years, and that their future will certainly be uncertain. So she is in full support of the ordinance, which helps families have a leeway, but they will certainly rather stay where they're actually living.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm Deborah Lara, Mayor Wheeler and council members. I hope I can maintain my composure here. It's a very stressful time for all of us, and it's very hard seeing my neighbors and feeling, the sorrow and the sorrow of the children. And we are a tight community. It's a very lovely community because we know our neighbors and we get along with them, and it's a joy to see the kids running and playing. And and so I know we've already lost several families. They had to move, and so they've already left. Now, in my household, I'm disabled, and my roommate is a senior citizen. So I know that this may be affecting more than just 70 families, because there's 2 families in one apartment where I live. And so it really does displace a lot of people. And I would just like to say that I appreciate what you're doing. I hope it works. I hope it goes through, because we need something to just stop people from coming in and just treading on us. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to start on the regular sign up now. The first 3 are Luis Marquez, I believe is the last name, Jillian Wisegram,
Are you guys
and
okay
Megan
with a break
Kidd.
at 4:30?
They will be,
Good for a break at 4:30.
are you breaking at 4:30?
I have 7 minutes. We have 100.
Wait, are we gonna?
I think some will be short testimony.
Oh,
Start
okay.
30 minutes.
This will put us past 4:30.
Do go ahead.
My name is Dr. Luis Penriquez. I'm a primary care doctor in Portland. I'm here today with the Metropolitan Alliance for Common Good. Before I begin, I'd like to ask some of the members to stand. We've lost some with time, but I wanted to ask them to stand. And the Health Equity Circle. I'm here on behalf of my patients because housing is a health issue. We tend to think about healthcare and disease when we think about what affects health, but it is the social situations, like insecure housing, that have the biggest impact. These issues are called the social determinants of health. The social determinants are behind who gets sick and who doesn't. They are the causes of the causes. This cold weather reminds me of a patient I took care of recently, a pregnant woman who was having breathing problems because of the gas fumes from the heater in her car. She couldn't afford rent, and so she was living in her car and using the heater all night to stay warm, even though she knew that that was causing a harm to herself. I'm here because whenever a patient loses their home due to rising rents, or the family has to double up or triple up because housing isn't affordable, it makes it harder to treat their medical issues, the diabetes, high blood pressure, and asthma. Once people are without housing, it can be impossible to get medical problems under control until the housing problem is solved. In my view, as an evidence-based physician, this ordinance is a form of preventive medicine. I ask you to vote yes to help protect the health of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, you'll be happy to know that at least one class at OHSU has been asked to send us messages about this and is really looking at it the same way.
My students are here in the
All
hall.
right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners. My name is Jillian Wisegram, and I'm here today with MACG. In July of 2015, I was evicted from my home at Northeast 122nd and Halsey. We had lived there for a little over 2 years. My husband and I shared a large 1-bedroom apartment with our then 2.5-year-old daughter. Since we don't drive, the neighborhood was great for us. We had easy access to affordable groceries, parks, transit and clothing, medical needs, within a comfortable walking distance of about a mile. At the time, we were both students at Portland Community College, and I was working part-time at Albertina Kerr Center's campus on 162nd. My commute was about 20 minutes, including walking to the bus, and work was about a block from the bus stop. Our rent was around $750 a month. When we were forced to move, we were given 60 days' notice. The management company told us we could relocate to any open apartment in the same complex, except that we no longer met their income requirements. We were unable to find an apartment in Portland, and we were forced to look in Gresham. Luckily, we were able to find a landlord who had an available duplex and had no income requirements, other than that you had to have a job. We were able to move in relatively quickly. Rent was $1,200. In order to afford our rent increase, we had to go on food stamps. Our moving costs were about $2,500, which we didn't have since most of our income was coming from financial aid. We borrowed that money from my parents, who had just moved to Portland and were trying to sell their old house, causing financial hardship for them as well. It took us a while to pay that back. Our new home is located in downtown Gresham, close to Gresham High School. In the last year, we have seen several lockouts at the school due to threats of violence. There was a stabbing recently in the only city park within walking distance. My commute to Albertina Kerr increased to 30 minutes, including a much longer walk down 162nd. When I got my new job in downtown Portland, my commute became 45 minutes when it could have been 30 or less. My husband's commute to PCC's Sylvania campus is now longer by 30 minutes or more, depending on transit. He sometimes has to take night classes that get out at 9 p.m., and he waits sometimes for over 45 minutes downtown to get a Max that goes past Ruby Junction, and then he's back up at 6 to get to school the next morning at 9 a.m. Because there's no grocery store by our new home, we're dependent on my parents to take us shopping. The quality of our life went down in many ways when we were evicted. Longer commutes, less family time, fewer resources nearby, and just not being as independent as we were before. Being displaced like we were brings a lot of hardship. I urge you to adopt this ordinance to help families like mine.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners, my name is Megan Kidd, and I'm the co-chair of MACG's housing team. A MACG member who is part of the Latino community wanted to be here today to share her story, but recent actions by federal ICE agents against immigrant members of our community made her too afraid to be in any public place unnecessarily, so I'm here to share her story with you. My name is Ophelia Chavez. My husband and I have 3 children. In 2015, after living in an apartment at Northeast 21st and Weidler for 7 years, my family was given a 90-day eviction notice because they said they were going to fix the apartment up and needed all the tenants out. We were paying $9.45 in rent, and we always paid on time. My husband and I were so worried about our situation, we didn't know what we would do. We started looking for another place, and luckily we were able to find a 2-bedroom apartment nearby on Northeast 18th and Schuler, and we loved it because it was still walking distance to our jobs and our children's schools, but the rent was $14.25. And we had to pay for utilities, which we didn't have to do before. On top of that, it cost us $2,500 to move in, and that was very hard for us. We only lived there for 1 year because we couldn't continue to pay the high rent and all our bills too. The water bill was especially insane. The month we finally moved, it was $250. And another time before that, it was $315 for just 1 month in a small apartment. We didn't get the bill from the water department. It came from our landlord every month. After a year, we didn't renew our contract while we looked for another place to live. Without a contract, the last month's rent was $1,800. Our only option was to move in with a relative who lived in the neighborhood and was renting a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 bath. 3 families are now sharing the 1,300 square foot house. I'm very relieved to have a home, but living in such close space with so many people is very stressful, and we get depressed sometimes. But I worry most about how all the change is affecting my children. Please pass the ordinance before you today. Families like mine need help.
Thank you. And if I could ask you, Carla, after the next panel of 3, I'd like to take a 10-minute break, and I'd like to just poll my colleagues on the path forward informally, one-on-one during that 10-minute break. Thank you for your testimony.
The next panel is, actually we have to take Ramona Foster, Mike Nuss, and Gary Whitehill Bazaruk, I believe is the last name. And then followed by them will be Diane Frank, Eric Leisterbros, and Christopher Frick.
And just to restate that, after these three, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Good afternoon.
4, 5, and 6.
And
There you go. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Should I start?
Yeah, please go
All
ahead.
right. My name's Mike Nuss. I'm a local real estate entrepreneur. I have a very small company in the city named Rare Bird. I have also been living and breathing affordable housing for the past 3 years, working in the trenches with the mom and pop owners of this city and the tenants that they have. Before I get started today, I'd just like to say 2 points that boiled to my brain while sitting in the audience. One, thank you, council, for the boldness of bringing such an ordinance to this table. We are in a housing crisis. There is no doubt about that when you look through the room. I do have to say that it's very sad to watch the way that's been brought to the table with so much disrespect that it continues to largen the divide in the room. Donald Trump politics will not solve this solution. I'm not going to sit here and get on the tunnel vision of the reality of what's going on with the tenants. It's real. It is 100% real. I see it on a daily basis. I'm also not going to sit and focus on the tunnel vision of the unintended consequences. I'm going to bring stories of real-life mom and pop owners, their tenants, my tenants to the table so you can see who we are. And I also want to provide a possible solution that I hope the City Council seriously considers. So I'll get on with my stories. I'm going to talk about seller G and A, owners of 14 units within a couple miles of here. When we met them, they had 14 units. They now have 10. We bought a 4-unit building from them. They lived in 1 unit. 1 tenant moved in with another tenant, and the 4th tenant was moving out when we bought it. I'm proud to say that we have 3 market rent tenants in that building now subsidizing the tenant that we inherited that is a minority school teacher, a minority social worker, and is paying $400 less than market rent. I'm going to talk about owners D and W that owned 8 units in the city of Portland that sold us a 6-unit building. I didn't know the tenants when I made the offer and we had an agreed upon purchase price of that building. 5 minutes of walking on site, I knew we had to completely rearrange that purchase of that transaction. All 6 tenants were past homeless, past alcoholics, past veterans, and they were all getting privately subsidized rent, 60% of market rent. I'm proud to say they've lived there for a year since we've owned the building, absolutely no rent increase, and they still are privately subsidized. I'm going to talk about S&C, owner of 9 units. We bought a 3-unit building from them. We just recently, unfortunately, had to give a 10% total cost of living increase. 5% of that comes from water increase, 5% came from rent increase. They're still paying $600 a month when market rent's $800, and their water bills are still 20% of our rent that we get, which we pay. I'm going to talk about M&G, who...
Sir, I have to say, before the mayor's going to cut you off because of time, and
Yeah.
you
Can
said...
I get to my solution?
Well,
I'm
I
sorry.
was going to ask you to just give us your solution, yeah.
Yes, gotcha. Mom and pop owners, 20-unit buildings and less, own 80% of the units in our town. If you can remove mom and pop owners from the equation, don't legislate based on portfolio size. Legislate based on building size and owner turnover. This is where the problem truly is. If we can understand who your enemy are, the larger developers that have a huge impact in our marketplace, and who your allies are, the mom and pop owners like myself, the mom and poppers in this room who want to privately subsidize our units, need to be brought to the table. I'm not trying to...
We're going to have to,
Yeah.
because we got to 100 people
Okay.
following you. You're saying you define mom and pop as 20 units or fewer.
I do.
Is that correct?
I do.
I'm not arguing, I'm just
Yes,
asking.
yes.
And you've made
Correct.
2 other suggestions, so thank you very much.
Yes, one last thing. Mom and pop owners can't handle a $10,000 to $20,000 increase to their price. These are the people we need to buy buildings. The developers can write the $100,000 checks for the Normandy and the Titan Manor. That's what we need to control.
Thank
Please
you.
bring us to the table.
Please
Thank you.
send us the rest in writing.
Yes, I've got it. I will. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Good afternoon. And by the way, that goes for anybody. If you decide you can't stay, we will take written testimony as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. My name is Gary Whitehill Baziuk, and I've been a realtor in the city for over 20 years, and I work primarily with investors. I see, and most of my clients see, this ordinance at first glance may look good on paper, but the long-term negative unintended consequences are great. Sorry. Most people, primarily and most significantly, those consequences will be a shrinking of the number of units in the rental pool. And the reason is that most people who own these properties are small investors, and they bought these properties for supplementing retirement or college fund or home for themselves in the future when they want to downsize, or for their parents when they age. These people, for the most part, never keep their rents up with current market rents. Their goal is to keep their tenants for longer periods of time. It's not uncommon for them to have the same tenant for 5 years or longer, hence the rents are lower. Now they're feeling threatened. The legislature in Salem has bills before it talking about rent freezes or rent control, and now we have this. And I had a big section here, but your amendment takes all of that away. So the question many of them have, though, is it worth it? And I've read many comments online and I've had numerous conversations with clients and colleagues, and what appears to be happening is that many of them are just saying, no, it's not worth it, and they will sell their properties. If they choose to do so, other investors will not be purchasing these homes. They will become owner-occupied, thereby removing these units from the rental pool. Less units in the pool means higher rents, simple supply and demand, the opposite of what you're trying to achieve. The one thing that nearly everyone in this room can agree with is the need for affordable housing. That's a community issue. However, although it is a community issue, the only people asked to, no, forced to, contribute to the solution are private property owners. Look at the current landscape. Inclusionary zoning, people who own property zoned for apartments have just seen the value of that property reduced by a minimum of 30%. Potential rent freezes in Salem, neighborhood associations discussing becoming historical districts, thereby making it increasingly difficult for developers to build apartments. Now this. Although it's a community issue, the community is not being asked to assist in the solution. Property owners have been cast as the bad guys. I'm not certain what the community solution is, because I have little faith that the Portland community would vote for a tax increase to supplement someone's rent. But what we need is a holistic approach, not piecemeal legislation with no vision as to how each one impacts the other. Government and the community as a whole have to be part of the solution, not just one section of the community.
Thank you.
Hi.
May I move the mic over if you could? The whole thing slides down if you want. The whole wooden structure slides. There you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners and Ms. Clough. I am Ramona Foster. I'm better known as Mama Mona with No One Left Behind. I work with the homeless, but I am here today representing myself. I was served Sunday night a no-cause eviction. Last 18 years, I dedicated 100% of my life to helping the less fortunate with a hands up, assisting them with different agencies that have been mentioned today. And now I need help myself. So, the vote on the relocation ordinance, let each one of us today here and each one of you on the city council, I want you to know my personal experience is it's been a shock. It's raised my blood pressure now since Sunday. The owners of the complex, the 92 unit that I live in, the satellite apartments in Park Rose, was built in the 60s. I took care of I'm going to wrap this up. I took care of the Mrs. Johansson, who into her 90s, and she wanted the units to remain affordable for families. Well, she's passed on and she's not happy today, I can tell you that. Anyway, I have a disability, I'm on SSI. Thanks for moving me up so I could share briefly. Vote yes, please.
Thank you. We appreciate your
Thank you for coming
testimony.
down.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. So we'll recess for about 7 minutes. Thank you.
And I'm with you, I can do whatever you want to do.
Okay. Chloe, could I?
time in 11 years he has not had anybody on his T-shirt. He left his rent.
Is that right?
Yeah, and I missed it.
I consider that an auspicious day.
I know.
And I've discussed this with my colleagues, and they are amenable to this. We are going to limit testimony to 1.5 minutes, but I will not be draconian about it. What I'm really asking people to do is be succinct, and we've heard a lot, in particular from the proponents, and I think they've made a very good and compelling case. We would obviously like to hear more from the opponents to make sure that if there's something we're not capturing here, we can capture it. So, I'm not going to be too hard about the 90 seconds because I know a lot of people came here with the intention of speaking for 3 minutes, but we're going to start with 90 seconds, see how it goes. If you could just be as concise as possible.
Mayor, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
At 6 o'clock, we'll hit the pause button again and see how many people are left to testify. And at that point, we will decide how to proceed.
That's correct. Thank you.
Whether to continue into the evening or whatever the alternatives are.
Sure. Works for me. Good. All right. The next 3, please.
Okay, we're starting with number 6, Diane Frank, Eric Lusterbose, and Christopher Frick. They'll be followed by Dan Hayes, Gregory Burkholtz, and I have a special need for Bob Proctor, number 45, to go also.
Very good. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please.
Am I first? Okay. So my name is Diane Frank. I own a single-family residential here in Portland, Northeast Portland. And there are so many issues that I want to talk about that I'm just feeling really constrained right now. But I do want to talk about a couple of things. And one of them is that I really feel that landlords, especially small independent landlords like myself, have really been slandered here today. That I own a house that hasn't had a rent increase for 7 years. I haven't had a vacancy in 9 years because the tenants have a very good rental situation, and I have maintained that at no small expense to myself in order to keep housing affordable. There is a real crisis in this city, but putting a burden on landlords if they want to vacate their property in order to do significant repairs, or if they want to use it for other purposes, such as moving into it themselves or a family member, is unreasonable. The other thing that hasn't been addressed in this conversation today is that the lack of housing affordability is being driven in part by Airbnb rentals taking housing off the market. That is not part of this discussion. And another part of this discussion is the fact that it is also being driven by out-of-state and foreign investors, and that really is the root cause of part of what's going on here, and that needs to be addressed. And I feel that one of the unintended consequences, as mentioned earlier, is that small independent landlords like myself, who have been conscientious and provided really top-notch housing at a very reasonable cost for tenants, will sell. And I have 4 tenants, and there will be 4 tenants looking for housing because it will go to a single-family residential. A family will buy that house. And the other thing is that I do want to talk about the fact that there's no accountability. So if I do have to pay this $4,500 to give notice to tenants, it's not an eviction, it's a notice, then how do I know that money will be actually used for housing? This is supposedly for housing, and how do I know that that's how they will use the money?
May I ask you a question? You
Sure.
said you have one home, is that correct?
Yes.
And you have 4 renters within that home?
It's roommates.
Okay.
It's a very large home.
And do you have 4 separate rental agreements then?
No, I have one rental agreement with 4 tenants.
Because that's the question I had for Commissioner Udal in that situation, is that what the compensation would be intended to be. So that's something we can clear up later, but thank you for that example.
Thank you.
And the other thing that I want to bring up is the fact that Seattle Udal's housing provision only refers, in terms of the relocation, and there's been some misrepresentation of that, it only refers to properties that are being demolished, remodeled, or that there's a change of use. This is very different from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Eric Lusterborst. I own a small real estate agency that does real estate sales and property management. So when I heard about this, I immediately, I'm going to be tasked with implementing this. So I immediately went to my property owners and asked them for feedback as to what do you think this would trigger from you? What are your first ideas about this? So I'm going to share those, but first I want to preface it with this. My company has always had a policy that we only did rental agreements, so month-to-month agreements, and this is why. It gave flexibility to both sides. You want both sides to be happy in a successful property management business, okay? So a tenant needs to be able to leave if they lose their job. A tenant needs to be able to leave if they don't like the house. A tenant needs to be able to leave for a lot of different reasons. If they buy a house, if they become first-time home buyers, okay? From an owner standpoint, maybe their circumstances change and they need to reclaim the house for a particular reason. Maybe there's something nefarious going on in there that they're not going to be able to get enough proof to support, okay? Anyway, so the first thing that they all said, leases. They want to move to leases. They want to have certainty. They want to completely avoid the potential of this becoming an issue for them. So why is that bad? 1 year lease, that sounds like maybe a good thing for a tenant. Well, there's now an end term. So this is when the landlord has to make a decision. Do you only get to live in a place for 1 year? Adding months after that in a month-to-month standpoint, now you start getting into a situation where you might trigger this if you need to make a change in 3 months or 4 months or 6 months or 9 months. So there's that. And then also with leases, an eviction is a legal action, okay? So there's fees that come with that, whether it's attorney's fees or lease break fees. So you want to buy a house, you don't close on the house until 3 months, or you have a few months left on your lease. You have to pay a lease break fee now too. You lose your job, you have to pay a lease break fee. Okay. The other thing that they said, they wanted to increase deposits. I'm going to wrap it up, but there's two really interesting pieces of advice that they gave that I think that you'll like too. They wanted to increase deposits. They didn't want to do improvements during the tenancy. They wanted to only do those after the lease is expired. And they wanted us to be especially diligent with tenant repairs and billing the tenants for the repairs if they were caused by tenants. And they wanted us to be very diligent about notices, because now if you're going to do an eviction, a legal process, you're going to have very strong documentation. Okay, so now quickly to the interesting pieces of feedback that I got, advice. Their biggest concern was having to give this money to tenants before the tenants performed on their responsibility of vacating the premises. So what they said was, look, we already have 1 month's rent of these people on a security deposit. We could advance that for them to be able to get, their move-in costs. They also said, well, if we've got 3 months of rent coming in, instead of us having to, come forthright, maybe we can come up with a situation where we're putting rent into a thing to provide that to them in the future. I just didn't like the idea of $4,500 potentially out of their pocket when there's money there. Then the tenants are providing it. Waive rent if you're going to do that.
Thank you very much.
Could I just ask a clarification of the sponsor?
Sure.
Of Commissioner Udal.
Sorry.
Is this intended to apply at the end of a 1 year lease, as well as in a month-to-month? And that's not quite a quick answer we can find.
Because it converts to a month-to-month after a
Yes.
year, unless you re-sign a lease or vacate.
Yes.
Hi. My name is Christopher Frick. I'm a Portlander, lifetime, live in the same neighborhood I was raised, own property in the same neighborhood I was raised, small landlord, single family, and duplexes. Just heard about this last night. I'm a pretty active person, pretty in the mix, and this just came through on an email that somebody sent me because we were all very concerned about it. We being other people I know that own just a couple of properties. I feel like it's punitive, for one. Just the language alone here at this meeting and the multi-millionaire landlords is it just comes across as ridiculous in a lot of ways. We don't have the resources to take care of $4,500. $4,500 for me in one of my 3-bedroom houses that I rent currently in Northeast Portland, a very hip avenue off of Williams. That represents 2.5 months rent in this building. Now, if I haven't ever had to advertise on Craigslist, people come to me and they say, I'm going to move out and here's my friend's number, they want to move in. And I say, great. Give me the new deposit, I'll give it back to the tenant that moved out, and we'll just move on. I won't do that anymore. What I'll do as soon as I get a notice that someone's gonna leave, but number one, also, I've never evicted anybody in 20 years of doing this. So these anomalies and these anecdotes and all these things, I understand they impact people personally and emotionally, and it's a very serious thing, but I have to feed my kids. I take my kids to public school. I have to service my vehicles. I have to replace the roofs, the furnace, the gutters. How many things leaked after the snow this last 2 weeks? The measure is not going to help affordable housing because we're going to take affordable housing off of the market. It's not going to help affordable housing because we're going to raise the rents to the maximum level possible. 1 month of vacancy negates a year's worth of income. I'm talking about profit. Yeah, we take your rent, we take your lease payment, and we pay a mortgage with it. If I don't pay that mortgage, no one's going to give me $4,500 to take my stuff out of that house. Okay, I've been in that position before. 2008, we almost lost all of it. It takes relationships, it takes dexterity, it takes strength and time and energy and effort, and that's what's gotten us here as small-time landlords. This is our life. Just like moving out of your life, moving out of your rental is your life. This is our life. This is my kids' college education. This is my nest egg. I have no 401k. I'm self-employed. I have no retirement. This is it. And you're limiting what I can do. Somebody said the only reason to kick somebody out is capitalism. I'm sorry, but we live in a capitalist society. The goal here is to progress. If you don't like it, change the society. And somebody said something about Trump. This is like a Trump measure. Whether you like him or not, you don't write the rule and then ask to fix it later. This has got negative consequences across the board that nobody has considered. We all want people to live in their houses. We all want people to have stability. But if everybody stops paying rent, where's my stability? Where's my family's security?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
welcome.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
your
guys.
testimony. Thank you.
The next three are Dan Hayes.
Folks, I really don't like cutting people off, so if you could really work with me to be succinct, I'd
Dan
appreciate it.
Hayes, Gregory Burkholz, and Bob Proctor needs to leave early for a reason. And they'll be followed by number 11, 12, and 13, Ed Nunez, Brad Newby, and Rodvan Rod Akrosh.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Hayes, and I am a small investor landlord as well as an owner of a medium-sized property management company. And those are the people that I represent. I'm not here to ask you to vote no because I need to use a no-cause notice to vacate to manage a tenancy because of a troubled tenant or I don't like that tenant. I've got due process. I can go to court. Matter of fact, that's where we were yesterday. What I'm asking to consider is all those elements that you need to be able to have that flexibility is to be able to do the things that you need to do with that property. Renovate it, sell it, make it better, create more housing, more units that are available. I have 6 units in the design phase right now, and I can tell you that I will put all of them on hold because I don't know what's going to happen with my income, because I can't trust that our leaders will make sure I'm represented as well. Did you know that about 60% of my inventory, the clients that I serve, 60% of those are folks of single-family homes that are doing it for a temporary reason, 1, 2, maybe 3 years. I can tell you nearly 100% of those folks will no longer make that inventory available. This proposal, as written, will have the opposite effect. You will lose units available to rent because people will get flat out of the market. Secondly, if you force people to pay 3 months' worth of rent as you've designed it for relocation, nearly 90% of my client base is at break even at best. They just own one rental property. They don't make a ton of money. $4,500 to them represents easily 2 to 3 years of free cash flow. And I'm going to guess that the property tax has gone up in that period of time. Utilities will go up. Maintenance will go up. We're in a labor shortage in Portland. It costs more to get a plumber out there than it did a year ago. So what are we going to do to control that? Secondly, I take exception to being lumped into a group of landlords that treat tenants like furniture. You weren't in my car yesterday when we went out and made sure that somebody had heat at 10 o'clock at night. The vast majority of our residents are fantastic. We really appreciate them. The vast majority of landlords are great landlords, and they should be represented.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask you a
Commissioner
question. How many clients do you have?
300.
And you said 90% of them are single own one
One house, one
house?
unit. That's
Okay,
One unit.
thank you.
Great, thank you, that's helpful. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Bob Proctor, live in inner southeast Portland. I've lived in Portland since January 1986. I started out in northwest Portland, can't afford that anymore. Went to southwest Portland, can't afford that anymore. Went out to Gresham, a little bit too far out. I'm retired, I'm on disability, right? Had a divorce and now in a new relationship. Moved out of the house that I had, and we bought a house together. I rent that house. I've only been doing it for about 5 years. I've had 2 tenants, one for 3 years. They decided to move out. I had a couple of months vacancy while I got somebody else in there. The tenant I have in there is great, and she's on her 2nd year. I had a roof blow off last year. It cost $12,000 to replace that roof. Insurance covered $4,500. The remainder came out of my pocket. I don't have any contingency fund. I don't have any money built into the rent in order to make up $7,000 coming out of my pocket. Well, it actually didn't come out of my pocket. I took out a loan to pay for my portion of getting that roof replaced, right? And no one is increasing my income. So, so at a minimum, and professionally, let me just back up for a moment. Professionally, I worked for the federal government, for Bonneville Power, and then I had a 3-year contract with the Oregon Public Utility Commission as staff to the commissioners. And with that experience, I am amazed at how, with all due respect, loose this process is. And I must admit, I'm used to processes where all the stakeholders, all the key players are at the table at the same time. I know, and that includes very adversarial process. I've given expert testimony in rate cases. And so I understand that that's very, very hard to do. But you gotta do it. And so in terms of recommendations that I have is, first, I think you gotta table this proposal today. At a minimum, I think I need to represent a difference between people like myself and large corporations in Hong Kong that may own 500 units. We're different beasts.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Sir, let me
Commissioner Fish has a question, I
Well,
think.
there's a comment and a question. I just got a text from my wife, and my son's after-school program was just canceled because it's snowing and sleeting now, and I think we're going to need to monitor the weather. But my question, just one question to you, sir. How many units do you own? One.
Very good.
So that's helpful. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir. You're up.
My name is Gregory Burkholz. I've been a resident of Portland my entire life. My wife and I, and neighbors of the same property, were displaced by a landlord issuing no-cause evictions. The landlord did nothing more than replace a stove, a working stove, and then flip the units by increasing the rent from $1,175 to $1,700 a month. My wife was a recent graduate of PSU's Master of the Public Health program, and she was unemployed at the time, and we were both struggling with congenital medical issues, so we were barely making ends meet at the time. Now suddenly displaced, we lived with family for 6 months before finally rallying enough family financial support to buy into foreclosure property, needing significant repairs, which was our best option for independent housing at the time. Even today, my wife and I remain on OHP, so it gives you an idea of where our income is. As a tenant, I fully understand the consequences of a sudden and unjust displacement performed primarily for the purposes of increasing the rent. However, the rule needs to consider extenuating circumstances in situations where a neglected property has been inherited, sold, or is otherwise undergoing a change in ownership. Our current home aside, this year I suddenly found myself in an unwanted and toxic relationship with a sibling. We had just inherited our childhood home. The personal judgments and unpaid taxes against my sibling is more than his value in the property itself. Therefore, it renders the sale extremely complicated. Adding insult to injury, my grandfather maintained rent so closely under market that we've only been able to cover property taxes, insurance, and emergency repairs with absolutely no money available for urgently needed work, which includes $5,000 to replace a failing fence, $8,000 for a 25-year furnace, $20,000 for an expiring roof, and $20,000 to repair and replace decaying siding. That's over $50,000 in necessary repairs, and we don't have the money for it, and we don't have a way to finance for it.
Thank you.
I've got a solution here. You want me to? I need to
Let's
start.
hear it.
The concern here is this rule needs to take into considerations where in the circumstances where a no-cause eviction is in the best interest of the landlord, the tenant, and the community. With this insight, I would ask to allow for an exception where no cause is approved, or is allow for an exception where a no-cause notice is pursuant to the sale of a property.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
The next three are number 11, 12, and 13, Ed Nunez, Brad Newby, and Rod Akrush, and they'll be followed by Rami Roger Akrush, Robin Gottlieb, and Pete Hybertson.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Ed Nunez. I'm a longtime resident in Portland. I have had a duplex for 12 years. I think it's a misconception that you own a rental and you become rich. It took 7 or 8 years, I'm not exactly sure, to break even to the point where I was making money on this unit with all the repairs and things that needed to be done. I also wanted to put a face onto what, I am not a bad person, I am a landlord. This home, this rental is going to be my legacy, hopefully to my kids. It's part of my retirement currently. Things are moving too fast, I feel, here. They are doing it at the federal level, and now I get the feeling here too. There should be some more review, some more thinking about what's happening here. Going back to the main problem, I feel, is there are not enough units out there. I live in the Selwood Moreland neighborhood. It's a very desirable area, and right now we have, from 2014 to 2017, there have been proposed 1,251 units to go into our neighborhood. That's a 21% increase in units. But the price that they're going to be charging now for a studio, $1,200. Is that affordable? I think there should be a mandate put on that affordability is part of these new constructions. You know, last night at our meeting for Smile, we just found out that there's another 68 units going in an area that's, so anyway, I'm in.
Thank you,
Just
sir.
to comment on that, 95% of the new construction in the last 3 years is luxury, and therefore relatively unaffordable, and that's the market dynamic. We did just pass an inclusionary housing requirement that is going to mandate a certain number of, a certain percentage of affordable units. And because the effective date was pegged a number of months out, and we had hearings in process, close to 20,000 units are now entitled ahead of the effective date. So the next 3 years of supply will likely not be covered by inclusionary housing. But the council agrees with you about mandating some percentage of affordable. Unfortunately, the way it's now structured, a lot of units are going to go forward not covered by that mandate.
Well,
And the market is creating, the market is such that overwhelmingly people are buying and renting at the luxury level, which is unaffordable for most people, and you've identified a significant problem. How many units do you have?
One duplex.
One duplex with how many?
Two units.
2 units. And this past year, the average, if you don't mind me asking, what was the rent increase?
We are going to do it, it will be $100 each unit.
That percentage, just in terms of percentage?
7 to 8% or something like that.
Okay, and this proposal has a 10% floor, so I just wanted to, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Brad Newby, long time, well, always lived in Oregon, lived in Portland and stuff. Have one duplex built, windows were knocked out. I put it together 33 years ago and stuff. My thing is just, I'm retired now. It's part of my income. So this thing could be tough on me. But you guys are looking for options and stuff. I got a leaf tax. I have an arts tax, which my son's an arts, so I will support that. Create a tax on these things. The people who have the units, like I said, I got a duplex. It'd be low. People with more, pay more. Create a pool, like an insurance pool. Stretch it over everybody. Airbnb included. get it all inclusive, come up with a fee schedule, get yourself a pool, bang, there it is. It's a done deal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Radwana Krush, or I go by Rod, whatever's easier. Thank you for having us, and I wanted to especially thank Commissioner Fritz. Last night at 12:30 a.m., about 12:30 a.m., I sent an email because I just heard about this, and to my shock, she was still up and she responded. I wanted to thank you for looking out for us.
And you responded back, which is even worse because I get paid to do that.
Oh, no. But no, I just wanted to point that out, that you guys really do work hard for us, and we appreciate that. I've been a landlord since 2005, and I have a regular job, but I do real estate because it's something that I enjoy doing, and I don't like my current job. So hopefully in 20, 30 years, I'm looking for retirement. Me and my brother, who's sitting with me today, we're self-made landlords. We were renters. We worked 15 to 20 hours a day, 7 days a week from 1993 to get to where we're at. We're good people. It's not like what the media or, the perception of the landlord is. We take care of our tenants. We don't increase the rent that much. Our goal is to keep tenants because it's expensive every time a tenant moves out. We don't want that. And we want to keep the good tenants. My problem with this proposal is the $4,500 or the relocation fee. I've had to use the no-cause eviction that saved me about maybe 6 or 7 times. I don't know if people are laughing here. You want to tell me why you're laughing?
Let's all just be respectful of everybody's time.
No, if it's something funny, I would like to laugh, but it's.
Well, he decided that he gave away 6 of those, but yet
he. Yeah, but I'm going to continue
Please do not respond to the chamber. This is your time to speak to us.
But it's just,
Thank you. Ignore them.
maybe I took a breath and I stuttered a little bit. When I used them, I don't know if you read that, but I know Commissioner Fritz read my email. The first one was several years ago. I had a tenant, and one of the units, she's not supposed to have any animals. She had a boyfriend move in, unauthorized. He brought in 2 dogs. And I sent them notices, $50, just to scare them, because I never enforce those. Every other day, I got a call from other tenants. Hey, there's poop, and I'd go there, dog waste. Every day I had to go in for like 4 months, because I had to issue I think it was 60 days at the time. Notice, I had to keep going there myself after work, scooping it up. I saw her 2 or 3 times, and the gentleman that were living with her, but how am I going to prove that? I talked to an attorney, he's like, it's going to be really hard, it's going to be really expensive. So I used the no-cause eviction. Other instances also, there's like more than one occupant in the unit. You want me to, okay. My latest one, and I've shared it with you guys, I don't know if you rented it, I've had a tenant living with me for 9-10 years. Really good people, older couple. Every year, me and my brother, it's a duplex out in Gresham. We go, we clean the gutters. This past time we were there, he goes to the other lady at the other unit. I don't know if he goes, what's this Arab terrorist doing? I heard it. And I didn't say nothing of it, after he left, I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on. I didn't raise the rent by the way or do anything. But at the same time, to their credit, they always pay the rent 2 weeks ahead of time. Like if rent's due on the 1st, they'll send the 15th the prior month. Never no issues. I've had maybe one or.
Need you to just wrap it up, please. Thank you.
Okay, but something like this now, I'm kind of scared. If I have to evict him, it's going to be expensive to go with a cause eviction, and I'm hoping you guys would look at the no cause fee. And my other point, I'll make it really quick. Investors are business people. They look at the bottom line. When they fork out $4,500, they're going to look at it as a return. So if they were thinking about raising the rent $100 or $200, I guarantee you it's going to be a lot more because they're going to focus in the $4,500 per tenant.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Next up.
3 are 14, 15, and 16. Rami Roger Akush. Guy Berliner and
I
Pete.
took Rogers, so he's not gonna come up. I took his time.
Okay, good.
Thank you. So we'll go with Guy Berliner, Pete Hybertson, and Justin Norton Kitson. That's 15, 16, 17. And they'll be followed by Hung Q Nam, Lisa Ketton, if she's still here, Angela Thomas, if she's still here, and then Val Thorpe.
Great. And I'm going to ramp it up slightly in terms of enforcement on the 90, so please really try hard to keep it succinct. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Guy Berliner, and I'll try to be quick and brief. I want to really strongly urge you against any kind of blanket exemptions for the so-called small ma and pa landlords, because although there are good small ma and pa landlords, there are also greedy ones. I happen to know because I just got slapped with a 30% rent increase, and I'm looking to have to move. And I also want to point out to you that the folks who are in the immediate crisis are the folks who are the renters. When you're in an emergency situation that involves triage, you help the folks who are in the immediate crisis. If there's folks who may get hurt down the line, you can deal with their problems later when they come. Don't deal with prospective problems down the line into the future. Deal with the immediate crisis now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Pete Hybertson. I'm a member of Portland Tenants United. In January of 2015, my longtime roommate and my friend, Jessica, died suddenly. If she were still with us today, she'd be looking forward to her 30th birthday right now. Last time I saw her face was when a 911 operator was telling me to give CPR to her dead body. Less than 3 weeks later, my former landlord sent me a no-cause eviction notice. Sorry, I haven't told this story in public before. Needless to say, I was devastated, I was traumatized, and any sympathy the landlords may have had didn't really last all that long. When I asked that they fix up a room a bit to make it easier to rent and make a fresh start, they wasted no time in kicking me out. It happened about a week later. Not only did I need to find a new place and leave my neighbors and friends and my community, I had to come up with money for move-in costs and double rent for February. Thanks to my family and friends, I was able to make it, but compared to a lot of other people, that makes me lucky. We need to require landlords to pay relocation fees to protect tenants from being displaced into homelessness. It could mean the difference for displaced and priced out tenants' survival, and it would provide a disincentive against landlords displacing our most vulnerable neighbors. It wasn't easy for me to decide to tell my story today, but I felt I had to do that to demonstrate the callous behavior that our lack of tenant protections allows right now.
Thank you.
I don't have much more to add, but I'm getting to a solution, as folks have said. Without meaningful costs for landlords for displacing people, there is little to discourage them from casually and arbitrarily depriving our friends and neighbors of basic human need. Move-in costs are only a portion of the costs that tenants need to bear here, and we face disruption in all aspects of our lives. We leave holes in the neighborhoods we are forced out of. If landlords want to claim they are a part of our community, then they should be prepared to pay for the costs of their decisions and be accountable for the harm displacement causes our city. I hope we'll look back on today as the start of a new day for renting Portlanders, and this will only happen if we build on this policy with rent stabilization and end to no cause and a tenant's bill of rights. If we're going to call ourselves a sanctuary city, then we have to remember that sanctuary starts with a stable home for all of us.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Justin Norton Kurtzen. I'm the Solidarity Organizer for Portland Jobs with Justice, here representing that organization. We're a coalition of over 120 labor unions, community, faith, and student organizations. And we're here to say today that when tenants who already struggle to pay their rent, their bills, and feed their families, for these tenants, saving money in case you might be displaced is not only difficult, but all too often impossible. When tenants are forcibly displaced as a result of no-cause evictions or exorbitant rent increases, the responsibility for that traumatic displacement falls squarely on the shoulders of the landlords who make the conscious choice to pull the blanket of security out from under their renters. As such, the responsibility to ensure that those tenants have the means to find and afford new housing and avoid houselessness also falls squarely on the shoulders of those landlords. This is true regardless of whether the landlord is a big property management company or a mom-and-pop landlord that only owns one property. Thousands of people have already been displaced in this city and are living on the streets, in shelters, tents, in their cars. It's time that we enact real tenant protections to ensure no one else is displaced without the means to find new and stable housing. That's why Portland Jobs with Justice is here to urge you to vote yes and to pass this ordinance today. The health, safety, and security of our city and its tens upon tens of thousands of renters depend on it, and we're counting on you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony.
Number 18, Hung Kyu Nam. And if Lisa Kitten and Angela Thomas are still here, 19 and 20. And then we'll go to 25, Val Thorpe, Elise Ball, and Brian Deskingberg.
Very good.
And Desiree Taylor, Ernest Kufal, and Thomas Arnez Marshall will also follow.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Hyung Nam. We just talked about this at my union. I'm with Portland Association of Teachers in the Social Justice Committee, and we're really concerned about this, the impact of this, not only on the students at these schools that we know where families are being evicted, but just on the larger picture, ongoing issue. But more than that, I want to talk today against this amendment. I'm a mom and pop landlord. I've owned a duplex since 2002, and I can't believe people are complaining about this. I think the original ordinance is extremely generous. There's no reason landlords like me have to raise rents more than 10%. I mean, I really think it should be 3%. But anyway, and then there's no reason to evict people for no cause. I mean, landlords right now are taking advantage of an extremely tight rental market. And let's remember, we have all the advantages. You know, every year when I do my taxes, it comes out as a net loss because of depreciation, write-offs for everything I do. I mean, I put in new windows, roof, all of that. All that gets written off. None of those advantages are there for tenants. So already the system is so rigged for landlords. And on top of that, landlords take advantage of all kinds of fees we know about. I mean, this system is so unfair. This is one thing to protect tenants. And, you know, people are freezing and dying in the streets. We're all going to suffer and pay for that. And finally, it's really ridiculous for people to complain about these Wall Street landlords because we all contribute to that. If we don't have these kind of protections, these kind of things, evicting people for no reason, flipping houses and so on, encourages Wall Street to invest and these out-of-state investors to invest, to buy these properties. I mean, one of these properties I saw, they sold it within 9 years of the Normandy property and made $900,000. So when we don't have these kind of protections, it enables this, it contributes to the systemic asset bubble, and it's going to crash and it'll blow up, and we will all suffer from it with the recession.
Thank you. Who's up next?
Was there Val Thorpe, Elise Ball, Brian Deskingberg? Might be the last name, sorry. Okay. And then after them, I have a Desiree Taylor, Ernest Kufal, Thomas Arnez Marshall. That's 28, 29, and 30.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Val Thorpe. I live in Portland. I own 3 single-family rental homes in Portland. I own a business. I work for that business. I pay taxes to the city of Portland, and I vote. I believe in and I support the need for affordable housing. We are a big city now, and our city has changed. We have big city problems to solve and big city benefits to gain. I believe in proper and adequate notice times and rent stabilization. I do not believe that this proposal will solve the affordability issue. I believe it will discourage businesses and individuals from investing in Portland real estate. Portland needs business. I feel there is no business voice on this council. Without private investment in our city, the burden falls upon the government. We must have a fair and equitable partnership. I provide affordable rental rates to my renters. I have never evicted a tenant. I haven't raised my rent. I give to Join, I give to the food bank, I give to Meals on Wheels, and I give to Snowcap. But I am not a social service agency. I am running a business. My properties are an investment. I am diversifying and saving money for my retirement, and that is why I own rentals in Portland. If this temporary proposal becomes a permanent measure, at a minimum, I will increase my rents. At a maximum, I will divest from my properties in Portland, and I will invest elsewhere. 3 affordable rentals will be lost,
because I will sell my single-family residence to owner-occupant property buyers. The city will lose revenue from me and other like-minded investors. I am not an anomaly in a sea of good landlords.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. My name is Elise Ball. I'm a Portland voter and taxpayer. I own 2 single-family homes that I now rent. And I had something very prepared, but I've listened to everybody, and so I've changed things around. But I have listened and heard everything presented thus far. I agree that we are in a housing crisis, and I don't think that anybody thinks any differently. I agree with much of what advocates and proponents of this proposal have testified to. I feel the same way, but I disagree that relocation fees and this proposal is the answer. You know, you say that you are not demonizing landlords, but you are. It has been stated by proponents of this ordinance that relocation fees won't help because there's nowhere to go. You know, this is not a cause and effect. So I am proposing what, very similar to what Russ had proposed and Gary, but let's formulate a proposal that will help. There are a couple of things that I want to point out that I think are inconsistent. The relocation fees are very inconsistent. What about the landlord who rents a 1,200 square foot studio for $2,500 a month and they're charged a lesser penalty than the landlord who rents a 700 square foot 2-bedroom unit for $900 a month? You know, that doesn't seem right or consistent. And in the end, if this is about the tenant, let's make it about the tenant. If we should be giving relocation fees or helping ones that are below the median income that need help, this does not even address the fact that you could be giving relocation fees to tenants that don't need it. They could be a multimillionaire that's renting something in the Pearl and asked to leave because they want to sell that unit. You cannot sell a unit to a primary home. A lender will not sell a home to a primary home if there's a tenant inside. So you have to have that tenant leave. So you could theoretically be having landlords pay relocation fees to people that really don't need it.
Thank you.
I think we just need to come together. This is a time to come together, and all of this has made Portland more divisive. My clients that have bought in rentals are scared, and it is not a good environment to be in.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brian Dessinger, and I'm a Portland voter and taxpayer. We believe a pause should be given to vote on this ordinance. The council should be looking to bifurcate the 2 main groups of our rental market: smaller investors with fewer rentals and the larger investors that own multi-million-dollar plexes. Yes, a solution should be found. However, the answer is not to put another group of people at risk in addition to creating more hardship for renters. This ordinance not only adversely affects landlords, but will negatively affect tenants with unintended consequences. Landlords will be looking for only prime candidates as tenants. Renters with low, poor, damaged credit and income will be overlooked because they will not want to take the risk of that tenant. Landlords will be forced to raise their rents to cover high cost of moving a tenant. As far as the cause eviction versus a no-cause eviction, we will be forced to do a no-cause eviction where we were able to do a cause eviction. That will then taint a tenant's record and will make it very difficult for further renting. I sympathize with the council, the landlords, and the tenants with the issues of affordable housing. I suggest we come together to the table with an open mind and work towards an agreement that we can all move forward as a community together and not divided, rather than rushing into the same manner we're seeing in our current federal administration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next
Can we
3.
submit written testimony that we
Yeah, you bet. Hand it to Carla there, and she'll make sure we all get it.
Next 3 are Desiree Taylor, Ernest Kofal, and Thomas Arnez Marshall, 28, 29, and 30, and they'll be followed by Sean Jillians, Billy Grippo, and Matt Williams. So right now is Desiree Taylor, Ernest Kofal, and Thomas Arnez Marshall. You can go with Sean Jillians and Billy Grippo also.
Good evening. Why don't you go ahead and start?
Okay, my name's Thomas Marshall, and I am technically a landlord, at least until next week, at which time my tenant will be moving out of the one property that I own That was my home before we had to move abroad for a few years. We are now returning home. We gave notice to the tenant in November with 3.5 months' notice, more than is required by the law. And we have a lot of sympathy for tenants. We've been renters pretty much our entire adult life. And while we lived abroad, we were also tenants, while at the same time being landlords. So we certainly understand, and we understand the housing crunch that is going on. It is real, and there need to be solutions. We're not running a business. We simply rented out the home just to keep the family afloat. And plain and simple, this ordinance, if it is approved in an unamended form, will destroy my family financially. We do not have the money to pay this relocation fee. We had no chance to prepare for this at all. Had we known this back in November, we most likely would have made very different choices. And now I am not afforded that luxury. So I am now expected, assuming this passes, to come up with $4,200 that my family simply does not have to pay for this.
I have a question. When you rented it, the person whoever rented it knew that you were going to be coming back?
No, because we did not know when we would be coming back at the time. So we've been gone for 3 years now. This is our second tenant. This is simply not something that we were able to prepare that far in advance for. We couldn't tell people that would be coming back in 3 years because we simply did not know.
So even my amendment would not help you in this situation?
It would not. Your proposed amendment to exclude small landlords would help, I believe, though, since this is the only property that we rent.
Well, I'm thinking of maybe a different amendment of if it's your own primary, if you're returning to your own primary residence.
Right, but it would not help in our case, no, because it's too short of a time. We never would have been able to say we're coming back in a year because it's been.
No, I get
years.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I just, even if we are excluded from this, I feel that there are a lot of consequences that have not been fully considered. They've been largely gone over here today. I'll try not to rehash them too much. But I definitely think you're going to see fewer units built, more people who, like myself, would simply sell their unit instead. I never would have rented out under these terms 3 years ago if I had known this. We simply would have sold the home, moved on, and never been able to move back to Portland, the city that we love. And I've been here literally less than 24 hours now, and I'm very happy to be back.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. For the record, Sean Jillians with the law firm of Deckert Jillians. We represent the Oregon Association of Realtors. I am a registered lobbyist with the state of Oregon and the city of Portland as well. I think this evening, unfortunately, and throughout this afternoon, we've heard sort of broad brush strokes on both sides of bad stories on either side and sort of name calling on both sides. And a lot of this stuff, I think, in the unintended consequences of the legislation could have been worked out if we actually involved all the stakeholders on the front end. I know that's not always easy, but I've been a lobbyist in this business dealing with housing issues for almost 15 years. I've always had a place at the table for us to discuss things at the state and local level. In fact, Commissioner Fish, when you were talking about the inclusionary zoning program that's going to go forward with the city, it was Commissioner Saltzman and myself who were going around the Capitol building as former foes, being allies in a package where we were lobbying in favor of inclusionary zoning and the housing package that passed in 2016. So to me, it is disappointing that we weren't invited more on the front end. I understand that there's some animosity between one landlord group and others. That doesn't reflect the entire landlord community in any stretch. Some of the things that you've heard about, and this gentleman is the perfect example, the single-family residential house now that's up for rental, you will see a significant diminishment in those being available. People will no longer take on the burden of renting those out, and we'll see that decline, and that's a very important housing type for families here. Similar to your amendment, Commissioner Fritz, I think it's a good step in the right direction as far as the quote sabbatical leave, but a number of homeowners leave the community not knowing when they'll return, and they do hang on to their own home, knowing someday they'll come back. And when you apply this retroactively, which is extremely problematic. But when you apply it retroactively, you have people moving back to the city to their own home who now have to come up with $4,500 that they never accounted for going forward. So I think that is really a big problem there. The last thing I would say to Commissioner Fish about the rulemaking process, we always are helpful and want to participate in rulemaking. The problem with rulemaking, though, is it's just fleshing out the details of an existing ordinance. The rulemaking is not going to undo something that in its plain letter won't allow it. And even if you were able to delegate the authority to a bureau, which I don't think you could, to override an ordinance, you really are going to have to come back and change the ordinance if we identify things that are in there.
Well, and I appreciate that, and based on what I've been hearing during the testimony and conversations with my colleagues, I think what I am going to propose is that a stakeholder group be convened under the aegis of the Housing Bureau for the purpose of hearing from both landlords and tenants about future improvements to the legislation, because I think we need to have that on an ongoing basis. And if there are changes to be made in the future, I want a mechanism for those to come back to us for consideration.
That'd be greatly appreciated.
And I don't think the rulemaking per se is necessary, and I'm not interested in a hardship exemption because I can't even think how to frame it. So I'd rather just have a stakeholder committee.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Kelly Goss, and I'm a landlord. And I don't have a rent over $650 in Southwest Portland below the tram in the Corbett area. I haven't raised the rent since 1996, but one time for $50. And I believe in affordable living. I believe in housing the homeless. I believe in all that stuff. But I think here the focus should be more on legislating greed as opposed to legislating being able to manage your property. Now, if you're raising your rents because you can, then you shouldn't be raising them. And if you have to have a commission or something, maybe at the judicial thing when you hand in, you have to show a 72 cause or a notice for termination or a no cause. Maybe if you had to hand in your fixed mortgage statement and your taxes and insurance and prove that to the court, then they could make the determination whether you were being greedy or had to do it. I understand in the market now raising the rents because you have to pay a lot of money for a property. But what you're leaving a lot of us is no control on our property. See, with a no-cause eviction notice, a lot of times you can't prove cause. Someone's smoking in the facility and it's on the lease, you don't smoke, it's a fire hazard. Animals, growing pot, those kind of things. And you can't be intrusive as a landlord and look in windows and try to bust them and then prove it in court. So it's our only way to get rid of a tenant that really isn't living up to their lease without having to prove cause. And contrary to belief, because I heard something that I know is totally not factual, in FED and eviction notice, and I've been going since '96, almost always the court takes the side of the tenant, almost always. And I heard just the opposite, and I know it not to be true.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and another thing I'd like to say is really,
briefly,
if we could somehow control this greed thing, right, and make people accountable, it would stop all these rising sale prices, all these rising rents, because we're actually perpetuating, that's what we don't want to do.
So let's think of ways to do that, but this ordinance probably doesn't do that. Thank you very much for your testimony. The next three, please.
Our 32, 33, 34, Billy Grippo, Matt Williams, and Rudy Miles.
Good evening.
Let's go with Stephen Goldberg then also, and they'll be followed by Ryan Stroud, Jill Martins, and Jessica Greenlee.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Hi, my name is Billy Grippo. I'm a principal broker at Windermere, and I am a landlord. I love my tenants, and my tenants love me. Well, they like me a lot. I have tenants. I'm one of those landlords that purposely underrents to maintain my. I have tenants that have been there for 13 years. I typically lose them to home ownership, which I've participated in. Well, I'm on my fourth one now. The idea, I am so against this policy because, and it won't even really that affect me, but I'm against it because it's just, it is a form of rent control. And I feel like it's going to hamper. I got an email today from my manager already that there's already a property listed today. People are paying attention to this. It's a rental, so it's already going. So I think that we're taking a wrong approach. I think we need to harness what some of the other speakers said, harness the real estate industry to help out. Like, landlords and real estate people are generous people. Windermere, you can laugh, that's fine, get a joke. Windermere has given $3.25 million in the past 20 years here in Portland to a lot of the needs that we're talking about. And it's on record. So, and it's everybody knows that this situation we're in it's a terrible situation. We're not, everyone's in agreement. There's no us versus them. I think that there's some other, is that my time?
Yes.
Okay. Some minor items in terms of, I think we need to help, I'll wrap it up. We need to increase supply. We need incentives, not disincentives. I think that, like, one of my ideas, I know it's not going to increase tons, but perhaps we could have a legal counsel that can draft a master partnership for 2 or 3 tenants that can afford to buy a place. There's plenty of $300,000, $400,000 homes that 3 or 4 tenants can group together. I would participate. I would be the first to sign up as a realtor to donate part of my fee. And I think that you enlist brokers. You can get credit unions. They would be willing to participate. I guarantee you, we are not the enemy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your consideration.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Williams, and I own a company called Bison Properties. We manage single-family homes primarily, but I'm here representing NARPM, which is the National Association of Residential Property Managers. Our Portland chapter consists of about 45 professional members. We manage approximately 15,000 homes, primarily single-family, in the Portland metro area. I wanted to go over a few stats with you, but first I want to just be really clear. The professional organization that I'm speaking of is a group of professional licensed property managers who go through training for landlord-tenant fair housing. They implement best practices. They adhere to a code of ethics. They're licensees through the state as well. So the goal in general is to provide clean, healthy, safe environments for all tenants. We're not slumlords. Our landlords aren't slumlords. We have committed owners who are committed to providing clean, healthy, safe environments. It's a privately held asset that those owners have chosen to provide to the community. So just to hit a couple stats here, Lawyer's Title pulled up some statistics that actually confirm some of the pieces that were put together here prior. There are 184 single-family homes in the city of Portland. There are 42,167 non-owner occupied. That is 22% of Portland. Single-family homes are being provided as rental units, and 34,205 of those units have local landlords. In other words, the people that have elected you are also the landlords. 81% of those homes are represented by also people who are living in your districts. I think that this is a significant opportunity for us to collectively work together in an unaggressive way, much more inclusive than I've understood Ms. Udal has worked. So my resolution, and our professional organization has talked quite a bit about this, is getting together a larger fund which allows all people to participate. One comment that was made earlier is that the taxpayers just can't afford it. What makes anyone believe that the landlords can afford it? The taxpayers in general are in a position where in pooled funds, they would have an opportunity to all contribute. If we all benefit, and if it's a core value of Portland for us to provide this subsidy, that subsidy should be not only provided by us all, but it also should be applied to those who need it. We have individuals who pay rent in excess of $3,000 a month, meaning they make over $100,000 a year.
I'm going to have to cut you off now because
and those people should not be given a subsidy.
I have a quick question. Of those 34,205 local landlords, do you have a sense of how many of them own single properties?
Well, no, they're all single-family homes that are non-owner occupied and reside here. So they have a local Portland address.
But they may own multiple homes. I'm trying to determine how many of them own one property.
Yes, so I can tell you that I don't know that. I can tell you that in a survey of the 15,000 homes that NARPM members represent, approximately 82% of those own 1 or 2 houses.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
My name is Steve Goldberg. I'm here as part of MACG and also as a member of Portland Tenants United. I'm a retired attorney, and I want to briefly address the "if you pass this, we'll sue you" argument that we've been reading about in the newspaper. This ordinance does not prevent landlords from increasing rents. Oregon law specifically, as you know, preempts local governments from enacting rent control ordinances, although there are exceptions under that provision. But state law does nothing to prevent cities from mitigating the impact of rent increases on its most vulnerable citizens, which is what the ordinance before you does. Several opinions of the Court of Appeals make clear that a local law is preempted only to the extent that it cannot operate concurrently with state law. But a local law will not be displaced when its purpose is only to strengthen or to impose greater requirements than does the state, which again is what this ordinance does. This ordinance has been vetted by the city attorney's office. The landlord or one of the landlord association's threats of challenging this law in court is, I believe, the same kind of bullying behavior which seems to be controlling national politics in these times. This ordinance is a reasoned and compassionate response to one aspect of the housing crisis which challenges the racial and economic diversity of our city. I would hope your response to the landlord's threats will be, bring it on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, remember,
The next three are 36, 37, 38. Ryan Stroud, Jill Martins, and Jessica Greenlee, and they'll be followed by Anna Aritonova, Michael Shuane, and Bud Fenless.
so I'm going to ask for the following. We've now had quite a lot of testimony pro and con. Can you simply state whether you're for it or against it? And then if you have a new argument to bring forward, stick to the new argument, because we're starting to hear a lot of the same arguments over and over again. Thank you. Good evening.
Starting with me?
Please.
Hi, my name is Jessica Greenlee, and I am a car-free resident who rents in Portland with a roommate. I also happen to analyze housing data for a living. Portland obviously is experiencing a supply issue. We know that that is the issue. I have run a building through the design review process, trying to generate a moderate income property and convincing investors to make less, which is not an easy task. The design review process alone added almost 50 cents per square foot to the rent in the process. There are a lot of other factors that I don't feel that the commission is necessarily taking into account. I reached out to Commissioner Udal's office specifically to try to do that, and I was basically told, your opinion is not welcome. We know what you're going to say. And it's not an effective way of forming public policy. And that is my primary concern. I'm not going to eat up too much time, but I really feel like it does need further evaluation. The language in this bill is very vague. It's going to be hard to administer. There's a lot of unforeseen consequences to this, and it's going to further impede the supply in Portland because the council, unfortunately, making decisions this rapidly makes it very unpredictable, and it makes it a very unattractive market to invest in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Jill Martin, native Portlander, as are my parents. They have a house that they inherited and along with a large mortgage. They're facing health issues, putting my mom in a $5,000 a month assisted living center, and they'll need to give a 90-day notice to their tenant to be able to sell their home to cover their expenses. They're not flipping their house for a huge profit. They're not getting a city tax break for new development, which they should. They're trying to just keep up with their mortgage. Their property taxes, which has increased 57.1% in the last 10 years, and their water bills, which have gone up 87.25% in the last 10 years, yet they've always maintained their rent never more than 2% a year increase, and they're currently at $1,100 for a 3-bedroom house. So it's just unfair to them to expect to absorb the cost of a $4,500 relocation fee. My question, after hearing all the testimony, is the relocation fee paid to a tenant considered a taxable income to the tenant? how is that reported as an expense for the owners? Do we give the tenant a 1099 showing that they received $4,500? That is not an expense necessarily for us, but a fee to them. So we're not getting service or product for that $4,500.
Thank you. New issue.
Okay.
Good evening.
Also, just one last thing.
Okay.
Is it possible to amend it for the moving fees to be paid directly to the new landlord to avoid the possibility of tenants not using the fees for the intended purposes?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Stroud. I am a military veteran. I'm a renter. I'm a single father of 2 children. In 2013, here locally, the National Policy Consensus Center awarded me a Collaborative Governance Service Award for my work in the field of public policy. I'm here to advocate for more public process. Some may consider my testimony here advocating against my own interests, but I actually think that we just don't have enough information. I've looked deeply at the numbers, trying to understand, first and foremost, the economic impact overall in terms of turnover, and it's my understanding that we don't have those numbers. I asked one of the gentlemen who presented in the first panel, he said he didn't have that number. Somebody from Portland Tenants United told me they don't have that number. Apparently there was some interest in finding that figure that was knocked down in 2007. I don't know a lot about that story. I think you've put forth a very bold and in many ways courageous proposal. And in some ways I couldn't be more proud of you for that. And on the other hand, I think we just live in a very divisive time, and we need to do everything possible to work towards solutions that are really tenable for all parties. And I'd just like to see more public process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you for staying to say that. I really appreciate it.
So I have to take issue with the way that you characterize my office, because the fact is my policy director met with your group for 2 hours and invited you to further conversations. And you made it sound like I don't need a response
Why don't we
from you.
take a 10-minute break?
Well, I'd like to talk to you personally.
No.
because
Please, the two of you can discuss this. We'll take a 10-minute break. This is a humanitarian break. And I will talk to my colleagues. We had discussed taking a break at 6 p.m. We're past that. And we'll talk about what we want to do with the process going forward. Before we do that, could I ask the clerk, Carla, could you tell me how many people are still signed up to testify?
How about a raising of hands if those who still want to testify?
Yeah, probably better. I've got about 80 on the list still.
Yeah, but
Okay,
many people
let's
have
do a
left.
reality check, because some people, so how many upstairs do we have? We have 1, 2, looks like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there anybody to the right? I can't see. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So you have 26.
I had to work and you guys won't let me speak, which is crazy, because landlords have the easier to come here and speak.
No. So we have 26. So why don't we take a 10-minute break, and I'll talk to my colleagues what we want to do with 26 left. Great, thank you.
Let's do it. I don't know about this.
We are reconvening, and folks, we've got about 26 people left to testify. We've heard quite a lot of testimony. I think there's a lot of interest in wrapping this up this evening, so I'd like to limit testimony to 1 minute. I know that is very hard. I can't say my name in less than a minute.
Mayor, may I make one comment?
Yes, please.
I've served on this body for 8 years, and we've never made a decision based on 30 people for, 25 against. Let's sort of weigh it. What we are looking for is concise arguments and new information. At this point, we've heard from a lot of passionate voices that have given us information for us to consider. Really, what's helpful now is, what have we missed? What is not in the record that you would like to add, other than saying I'm opposed to it or in favor of it? So please, in your 1 minute, give us something that we may not have heard, including if you have a solution that's not on the table.
What the commissioner said. All right, who's up next?
The next three are Desiree Taylor, Ernest Kufal, and Thomas Arness Marshall, 28, 29, and 30.
Can I make a suggestion?
40. We're on 40. I think I skipped
Since
those.
we've already determined that we only have 26, but there's 80 on your list, why don't we, Mayor, just go with you picking people who raise their hand and do a sequence? Otherwise, we're just going to be going through the list. Well, we're going to give everyone a chance.
As soon as I say your name, you say here, and then
Yeah, that would be
speed up.
helpful. So if, you know what,
Okay.
there's, and we're starting to have seats open up down here. If you could yell when your name is called so we know you are here. Okay, try it again.
Okay, and number 40, Anna, Arut, thank you, Anna. Michael Shui, here, thank you. Bud Furbless. Okay, Briar Rose Schreiber, thank you, Briar Rose. And the next I'm showing Becky Strauss, Maria Swarsky, and Shannon Downs. I'll call you again.
Good evening.
Hi,
How are you?
am I close enough?
Yes.
Okay. So briefly, I fully appreciate the efforts of this amendment, but as a long-term Portlander, renter, and now a new homeowner, I'm asking you not to pass it in its current form.
Just give us your name, please.
Anna Arutanova, sorry. My partner and I, faced with this difficult market, reserved to buying a duplex with another couple. We inherited tenants whose lease will roll over to month. We had no intentions to quickly evict anybody, so we've given them a 9-month notice to prepare. However, if this measure passes, we would have to pay $4,500, it is a 3-bedroom, to be able to move into our own home. Not only is this amount a huge burden on a first-time owner, it is also coming without warning. We potentially would not have bought this duplex if we had known. This amendment, in my opinion, needs to include provisions for landlords and their immediate families that want to occupy their own units, especially new buyers who have no control over the leases that they have inherited from the previous owners. Moving into one owner's home should not be considered a no-cause eviction. This is not a novel exemption, and it currently exists in Seattle. I'm not a lobby, I'm not a big property owner, I'm not a loophole, and this isn't just an anecdote to me.
Could I ask
So,
one
yes.
clarifying question? So you currently live in one part of the duplex?
Yes.
And this is concerning the other part? So
The
you
other, yes,
effectively
but
have
we're
one rental
two
unit?
couples that purchased the property.
Okay.
And so we had to, 4 of us, occupy one unit.
Got it.
Partly because we don't want to just evict our tenants. We want to give them time, and because we understand it's a difficult move to make.
Thank you.
When did you give the notice?
When we purchased it,
What date would that be?
October.
Okay.
Yes. So, I mean, this was, of course, we will give them a more formal notice, but we had a conversation just so that they were aware what was happening
Thank
far
you.
in advance.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Michael Shiwi. I'm a native Portlander, born and raised here. My wife and I bought our first rental property when we were 23. Properties we ended up selling to the city of Portland. That's another story. But we have to keep Portland diverse. And there's a lot of great landlords and there's a lot of bad landlords and there's a lot of great tenants and some bad tenants. And as a landlord, you have to have the ability to deal with the bad tenants so you can keep the good tenants. I think this needs more, we have to look at this in a broader picture. I have a lot of tenants that are on fixed incomes. Their rents are half of what they should be or could be. How do I get them onto some subsidies? This is going to be an issue that's going to balloon here soon when people are retiring, the baby boomers come of age retiring. There are going to be a lot more people that don't have enough money to pay the rents. They need to be able to get onto subsidies to compensate the landlords and to compensate everybody. And also this big property that was here, the people were here they were all getting evicted by one landlord that bought the whole place. Well, maybe there should be a different look at this. If somebody buys a big property and evicts everybody, that's different than a single landlord having to deal with a situation. Maybe there should be a different way to look at that. And possibly we passed a bond measure for affordable housing. Why don't we look at buying that property? I bet it'd be a lot cheaper than building property.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Briar Rose Schreiber, and I was born and raised in Portland, and I've been a renter here my entire life. At a number of times in the past, I've actually faced houselessness here in Portland. But the biggest challenge that I've faced here in Portland with housing is trying to rent housing and retain it as a transgender woman. I'm also queer, and often queer and transgender people are part of non-traditional families and households. Heterosexual couples might not have issues if they have one person who stays at home and isn't working, but with a queer couple, that looks very suspect to a lot of property owners. So it can adversely affect us in ways that it might not with others. Transgender people often spend a lot of time over the course of months and years getting their IDs updated. After I changed my name with all the credit bureaus, I actually had credit reports reporting I had 0 credit for 6 months. And the realities of the discrimination by property owners are often hard to prove. The U.S. Trans Survey in 2015 reported that 30% of transgender individuals in the U.S. were experiencing houselessness in their lives. Locally, I can tell you that upwards of a dozen transgender women have been housed under my roof this year. And there's currently a Facebook group for trans women in Portland that need emergency housing that has 121 members in it. We've paid the rent, we've played by the rules, and those rules are killing us. I ask today that you support relocation assistance as a first step in preventing even more of my trans sisters being pushed into houselessness. And one last thing, I would ask that there might be an amendment added that could ensure that the rent that I pay, I am notified and I can make sure that that rent is spent on proper things and not drugs.
The next three, and again, I'd remind folks, please,
Thanks
thumbs
for your
up,
time.
thumbs down, no matter how popular or unpopular.
Thanks. Number 44, Becky Strauss, Maria Schwarzgate, Shannon Downs, Lucy Berger, Christina Tatum. Oh, thank you. Here, okay.
Great.
They'll be followed by Peter Miller, Kathy Rogers, and I believe it's Levon Leavitt.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Becky Strauss. I'm a staff attorney at the Oregon Law Center. The Oregon Law Center provides civil legal services to low-income Oregonians. You've heard a lot today about the impacts, and our clients are experiencing all those impacts of arbitrary no-cause evictions and extreme rent increases. I want to for those reasons, is because we're seeing those devastating impacts for our clients. It's our number one priority in Salem this session to pass a just cause eviction bill and to lift the preemption on rent stabilization policies so that jurisdictions like Portland can consider what's best for them in terms of a rent stabilization scheme and to mitigate the damage of extreme rent increases. I want to just take my time to bring a couple things into the discussion. I think overall what we're seeing is that issuing a no-cause notice and imposing an extreme rent increase on tenants, those are choices that landlords are making. They don't have to do those things, and there are business options as alternatives. Those are choices, and those choices have consequences. So the policy decision before you is who bears the brunt of those consequences. And I think our clients would greatly benefit from some relief because of the damage that those choices are causing to them. I also wanted to just take a quick moment to try to clear up this confusion about what is or isn't on a tenant's record when there's a no cause or a for cause eviction.
Do so quickly, please.
Yes, briefly. There's a difference between a termination notice and an FED or an eviction filing. A termination notice is when a landlord issues a notice. In Portland, a no cause notice is 90 days, as you know. Most tenants will move out after they get that notice, and nothing will happen from there. There will be absolutely nothing on their tenant record, whether it was a no cause or a 72-hour or a for cause. When they get that termination notice, that's usually the end of the story. If a tenant stays after that time through the expiration of the notice, the landlord can go to court to get a court order so that the sheriff can remove them. That's their remedy if the tenant stays. Whether a tenant wins or loses in court, the type of notice that was issued is not on their rental record. So again, there's an instance where it doesn't matter what type of notice was issued, it will not reflect on their rental record.
Thank you for that clarification.
Do I have a second, or I'm over?
No, we need to
Okay.
move on.
Thank
That
you.
was good testimony. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Maria Swirsky. I'm a mom and pop rental property owner, like many, 10 units, duplexes and triplexes. Already, this is a high risk and high cost of doing this business. And I think of myself as a housing provider. I'm not in the business of making people homeless. It's never an easy decision to terminate a tenancy. And usually the problem has been going on for too long, often to the detriment of other residents whom I've lost because of problems that were hard to catch and enforce. So a no-cause termination has an important place, and it needs to stay. Tenants causing a problem, hard to catch them, cat and mouse. I don't live there. It's an uncomfortable scenario to give them a for cause. I've certainly been in those. The other tenants don't want to go to court because they don't want to miss work, and they don't want their neighbor retaliating against them. Meanwhile, the tenant acts out and does further damage. So I have all these examples. This whole thing feels like it's pitting landlords against tenants. And I used to feel like I could talk to my tenants could talk to me and we could work it out. And now I'm feeling like it's us against them, and like I need to build a defense fund because I might need to hire a lawyer. I may have to raise rents to pay for a manager because this is getting to be too much. And I'm not going to be able to give people chances anymore because it's too risky. And my rents are like 100 to 500 below market, most of them. So they're getting a great break, and now our hands are being tied. And I feel like I need to raise rents while I can to cover it when I can't.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Lucy Berger. I'm a renter and a volunteer for Portland Tenants United. I spend 50% of my income to rent a room in a basement of a house. This is where I was pushed to after I received a no-cause eviction last year. After being an ideal tenant, I was forced from my home into the housing crisis. I was barely able to stay in Portland, where my community is, where I run my small business, where my family and friends are, and where I call home. And I still feel the effects of that eviction today. Relocation is not the fix to the multiple problems we are facing in our housing crisis, though it is a step in the right direction. It will ease the tremendous cost burden tenants face when evicted for no cause. It will deter landlords from treating their tenants like used furniture that you drop off at Goodwill. It will give tenants breathing room when investors purchase properties and mass evict entire communities. Relocation assistance is an integral part of tenants' rights to help the financial burden of displacement. But let us not forget that no-cause evictions are displacement, that no-cause evictions are destroying our neighborhoods, communities, and the integrity of our city. By forcing tenants to the streets at worst, and with luck, another insecure, unreliable housing situation at best, 50% of Portlanders are renters. That is half of our population living in fear, feeling insecure, vulnerable, depressed, stressed, due to the lack of tenant protections.
All right, thank you.
I'm almost done. As a volunteer for PTU, I feel like I'm talking to victims of a war zone. And if that sounds dramatic, it's because you're not on the front lines. Today, you need to make a choice, whether you're going to protect the citizens of Portland or protect the profit margin of landlords. We are relying on you as tenants as citizens, as signers of your paycheck to protect us,
Okay,
to
thank
give
you.
us
I
the
think
threat
we've
of
got it.
housing security that we need.
We've got it. Thank you. Next, please.
Next are Christina Tatum, Peter Miller, Kathy Rogers, Levon Leavitt, Calliste Edine, I believe it is, Calliste Edine, Lyman Warnock, Cheryl Januzzi, Debbie Pettijohn, Larry Southall. Thank you, Larry. They'll be followed by Lisa Morocco, Bill Consolin, and Eric Zimmerman. I think, who, it doesn't matter. Would you mind letting her go first?
Very good. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you.
My name is Christina Tatum. I'm not even a landlord yet. I purchased a property very close to my home with the intention of renting it until my father, who I take care of, in the event that that I would not be able to take care of him, that I could move him into that home and then have hospice take care of him. And I haven't seen anyone address anything like this. To have to pay $4,500 for my father to move into his own home that he purchased, I think we need to just look at this bill a little bit more and flesh it out for the people that just have one property, and that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Januzzi, and I represent some apartment owners. And first, I'd really like to stress that we need to be unified and not divisive on our regulation on whatever it is. I do have some ideas, and they are outside of this proposed legislation. One is, we do offer tax credits for homeowners with mortgage. If we did tax credit for renters, for anything that's over 30% of their total income, we could propose that that is something they can deduct off of their taxes. If we have good, reliable, reputable builders that you know and trust, can we put them on the fast track, reduce some of these permit fees, and really get our housing up and running, especially if it is, mixed income use housing? If we could have some kind of community volunteer sign-up system where our communities offer 10% of units that are already out there, and we price them under market for folks that are on fixed incomes, but is there a way that we can deduct that off our property tax? If we're going to give, how can we, make it work for everybody? Can we investigate tiny houses? Is that something that we can have as homeless people? Can we incorporate them and give them a skill, have them build a tiny house and have them actually live in a home? Maybe new homeowners can have attainable mortgages for tiny houses.
Very good.
I would like, whatever we do decide, can we put it on a pilot program, though, and give it a test before we blanket it?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Calliste Dean, and I am a property manager for about 43 different individual land homeowners. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. And then I also have two boys who are grown adults and living in rental housing, so I've seen both sides. And I want to say I really feel the heart in this room, and I appreciate that. And I really want to speak to that. This is about trying to come together and talk about it as a group and make something workable. So some of the ideas that we've come up with from people that I've talked with, again, charging every landlord a one-time fee of $2,500 to $3,500. It'd be placed in a general emergency fund. Then you would have tenants unable to pay for moving costs, so not people who can afford the moving, but people who cannot afford the moving. you would have them apply, and then we could track and have accountability to where that fund and how that moving cost has been going towards. It could be on a sliding scale between 1 and 3 doors, 4 and 6, 8 to 12, 12 plus, however you want to do that. Additionally, you can use these funds to educate tenants and provide them with the skills to be great renters. It helps everyone. You state that you want them to have good references, and that would be a way to provide that for them. They could get a certificate or something like that. You could also take 1% from every move out or move in and make that go towards that general fund. So there's different ways that I think that you can really spread this out so it's not such a burden in such a more concentrated way that makes it hard for those folks.
Thank you. We appreciate it very much. Good ideas all.
One thing I would like to add is that if I would have known this ahead of time, I probably wouldn't have purchased that property.
Thank you.
Next are Larry Southall, Lisa Morocco, Bill Consolin. Please say yes if you're here. Thank you. Eric, then we'll have Eric Zimmerman, Timothy Marcroft, oh no, he spoke already, Lightning, and Danny Big.
Good evening.
Hello. First,
please.
My name is Larry Southall. I am a small-time rental housing provider in Portland. I don't consider myself a landlord. And I take issue with the way that this process is going. I think it's being characterized somewhat like an executive order. I think that there needs to be a lot more weighing of all factors in order to go through something like this. For one, I'd like to present some new evidence concerning the mathematics involved in your equation. You're assuming, number one, that this 3 months relocation fee, 3 months of rent, assumes that the renter is paying first month, last month, and a deposit, security deposit, approximately equal to 3 months rent. So when the person is given a 90-day no-cause notice and they approach the last month of their tenancy, they don't pay the rent because they're currently in a first and last month rent contract, right? So they don't pay the rent on the last month. They have that in hand when they're looking for a new place. At the end of the last month, they have the next month rent in hand because they normally pay the month rent near the first of the month. So they have 2 months rent in hand when they move. Yes, do the math. I think that you're simply rejecting this as an alternative because you didn't want it. It could be set up this way. The people, when they move after a 90-day no cause, have the potential for having 2 months rent in hand when they inhabit the new apartment or new rental.
Thank you.
So you need to review that and see what you can do. Also, you could explore the fact that the security deposit in Portland could be mandated to be returned on a walkthrough on their last day of occupancy, so that now they have 3 months rent in hand. What you're trying to do is give them 5 months rent because you're taking 3 months out of the landlord's pocket.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Morocco. I'm a former Portland tenant. I'm now a tenant in Hillsborough due to the no-cause unlawful eviction that I experienced earlier this year. I'm going to stick to just the differentiating points that haven't brought up yet. I wanted to mention online booking services and how these are becoming, Airbnb and such are becoming a solution for tenants now, where they're going on and booking long-term housing, which is what I did, and part of my decision to take my job up here in Portland and move here with my family was based on affordable housing that I found on Airbnb. And unfortunately, what these online booking platforms do is they treat these mom and pop tenants as pretty much shareholders within their investment corporation. And they're bypassing a lot of these laws. And I experienced it firsthand. Like I said, I won't get into all the details, but the fact that they're able to do that, they're changing the game for tenants drastically by doing this. They're actually encouraging landlords to evict tenants instantly without reason. They're encouraging landlords to bypass the law. I think that tenants need a protection in place, and this relocation assistance is really a great first step to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Bill Conklin. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Portland. I am a landlord. I am a guy that my tenants like me. I don't charge high rents. I'm very fair and honest. I take people to the doctor. I let rent go. I've been to court. I no longer go. When I go to court, because I was a nice guy, they get 6 and 8 and 10 more weeks out of the deal. I now send a lawyer. I'm not perfect. I can't choose 100%, but I am the second chance guy. I am, if you want to do what you say you're going to do, I'll give you a chance. But you know what? I listen to this process and I'm embarrassed to be Portland. You come in without enough information. You don't have all the facts. You don't know the percentages of people that are affected. And you've already made up your mind. And I understand emergencies and I get all that. But it's like, this is so embarrassing to be Portland with this being presented to the public. And I am Portland. And I do care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony.
Eric Zimmerman, Lightning. Danny, I believe it's Fegbig. Gary Majors. Mark Reed. Thank you, Mark. And then I have Charlie Irish Borrego, Linda Quinn, and Jeff Dude.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mark Reed. I am a property manager in Portland. First, I want to say I rely on my tenants for income, and I can't or won't de-emphasize the impacts of any of what's going on those tenants. So I'm not going to get into the who's right, who's wrong, because it's a horrible situation. You asked for things that we had heard that might not be correct. Commissioner Fish, one of the things you had asked about the no cause versus the for cause evictions, any court case ends up on someone's credit. So whether it's a dismissed or not, it ends up on their credit. Good landlords who follow the law will look at that, see it was dismissed, not take into consideration. There are plenty of landlords who will see that and not understand what that process is as they go through a for-cause eviction, even if a dismissal was issued. So I want to say there is some impact on that. We see it with a lot of people who still come into our office and say, I talked to someone who won't take Section 8. So whether or not the law is the law on what they can and can't discriminate against, you've got to be careful about making sure that that unintended is not an additional ding for someone's credit going through that process. Commissioner Udal, one of the things you mentioned was the 30 days out as opposed to 45 days as opposed to 14 days, and going out for tenants who are in the process now, going out to 30 days for payments. One of the things you might want to take into consideration is what happens for tenants who are a week, 4 days. It's up on February 9th. What did those landlords do? What did those tenants do that are already in the process less than 30 days? Okay.
Yeah.
So it didn't state that going through. And then Commissioner Fritz, one of the things some of the other people had also mentioned is the people that are homeowners. We manage for a lot of homeowners who have no clue when they're coming back. They buy a property with the intent of moving here and they can't put that timeline on it. So you want to really be careful. I'd like the thing about homeowners. I think that someone moving into their home, it's a very different situation, but it shouldn't have a time limit.
Thank you. Good evening.
I'm going to amend my amendment.
Yes, my name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Super Watchdog PDX. I am going to do a no vote on this ordinance, and I'll explain my reasons. You want to run this along with the state of emergency. That's a few months out, my understanding. Why not go for 2 years if you really believe in this? Another issue I have is that when you do a just cause eviction and those people pay you the $4,500, it doesn't stop the landlord once they move out from raising that rent up. And I can assure you, they will raise that rent up at that time to cover their losses on what this city is doing at this time. You will create a rent increase, rapid rent increase, and also you've exempted Airbnb, so a lot of landlords will just go, hey, I'm not going to get kicked around by the city on this. I'll just let Airbnb handle this on a day-to-day basis. I won't even worry about renting to people anymore. So you'll reduce your inventory. Again, Commissioner Salzman on doing the affordable housing bond, build, build, build. You raised over $250 million. That's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, Commissioners. Mayor Wheeler, it's nice to see you again. We met a couple weeks ago at the Dr. Martin Luther King celebration. I was a Portland net. My name is Danny Zegbeeb, and I've been living in Oregon for 13 years. For the first 38 years of my life, I was a renter. I grew up with a single mom. My brother slept in the dining room, and by the time I was 18, I had moved 20 times. In 2011, my landlord said he was going to sell the house, and that's when I decided to take control of my living situation. So I took everything that I saved, all my life savings, and I purchased a duplex in North Portland. Even though I didn't earn much money from my job as a captionist for students who are deaf and hard of hearing, I combined it with the income from the rental next door, and I was able to get by and pay the mortgage. I purchased this property while playing by the rules, and now my government is trying to change the rules. Imagine government mandating that New Seasons sell its milk and eggs for less than what they paid for it. Or government dictating to Nike the retail price for their shoes. That's effectively what Udal's proposal does to housing providers. It's a de facto way to control rent, and it changes the rules of the game midway through. We would never enforce that private companies sell their products at a loss, so why are we doing the same to housing providers? Just as it's not New Seasons' responsibility to subsidize groceries for low-income residents, it's not the job of private housing providers to lose money because some people can't afford it. That's government's job, is to fill in where capitalism can't, not to completely undermine capitalism itself. So instead of forcing New Seasons to sell their groceries for less, we have food stamps. That's what Section 8 is also designed to do. But the wait list for Section 8 is 9 years long. Why are politicians trying to pawn off the job of government onto a small group of private citizens who they themselves are trying to get by? If Udal and others truly cared about renters, then she would work to expand programs like Section 8 or create other programs that are similar to it, instead of trying to scapegoat a small minority. And the one unit exception, that's the amendment that's being proposed, that does nothing to help the tenants in those units. And it just illustrates Udal's commitment to gaining approval of the wealthy homeowners with ADUs rather than truly trying to help all tenants.
I don't understand what you just said, though. So you own a duplex, right? You live in one half and the other half
Yes.
is rented. So why would the one unit exception not help?
I have a second duplex that I purchased this past year, and my tenants are paying under market rents. But I didn't want to force them out. It's two families. We emailed a little bit, so I'm that person. I didn't want to force them out, so they're paying under market rents, and I was planning on gradually increasing their rents over time because I have a 2016 real estate price mortgage. And this proposal would make it difficult to do that. It would incentivize increasing the rent and paying the fee and having those people leave versus increasing it slowly over time. But that wasn't the main point. The main point is we're treating housing providers differently than we treat any other business. And that doesn't make sense. And the one unit exception doesn't make sense because if 50% of the units are owned by someone who only owns one unit, then 50% of the renters will not get this housing subsidy. So if you're gonna, or this move out fee. So if you're going to apply a rule like this, it needs to apply to all units, not just affect people like me who have, 3. So, or 4, or 5.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I would like to add a clarifying point. The average annual increase in costs for Portland landlords are 3 to 4%. The annual average rent increases for the last 3 years have been 7. So if you're saying that increasing the rent gradually, that 10% doesn't allow you to increase the rent gradually, I'm a little baffled by that.
If someone's paying 60% of market, then and let's say their rent is $1,000 and market is $1,400, then if you increase the rent, say $90 a year, that's $100 a year. That's a lot easier for those people than if you were to increase it by, say, $200 a year even.
Right.
So,
and that's
but
what we'd like
the
to
proposal
encourage.
incentivizes, if the rent is $400 under market, the proposal actually incentivizes me or other landlords who are privately subsidizing rents. The mom and pop landlords are the majority of the people who do this, who charge under market. Then it incentivizes us to just bite the bullet, take the fee, pay the fee, and then turn the unit over and bring it up to market.
Okay, that's a new theory. We've also heard that rents are coming down, so you can only charge what the market allows.
Right. and I'm charging under market.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you address the council, I'd appreciate it if you use our titles and not our informal last names.
Yes, Commissioner Daly, you Daly.
Carla, would you please call the next three?
Sorry. I've got Eric, sorry, I left off here. 68, Charlie Irish Borrego, Linda Quinn, Jeff Dude, Gus Jennings, David Hayes, thank you. Gus, okay,
Good evening. Thank you for your patience.
I'll call you next.
Appreciate it.
Sorry.
Me first?
Yeah, please, if you.
Hey, I'd just like to start off by thanking you guys, because I think, a newer administration, you guys are doing a really good job, especially with some of the issues you have with the writing, anyway, those kind of things. And, I just wanted
Just
to.
tell us your name, please.
One of the things I wanted to talk about is I'm opposed to both of them. One is I absolutely believe that this will increase rents drastically across the board. When people, when we can raise rents, most likely we will raise rents high. My name's David Nace, by the way, and I own a property management company of 350 units, and about 70 of those are single-family homes. And which they will be probably being sold off if things like this pass. Some of them will. I've already had a concern expressed about that. And then as far as the no cause notice goes, one of the things that has not been brought up yet is the fact that if you have a tenant in a unit, and of course, like having 350 units, you can't expect them every month, nor will they allow you to do that. And the tenants on the lease agreement move out, and then 3 or 4 tenants move in and just happen to get mail at that unit, they are now tenants, according to Multnomah County judges. Every one of them, they are now tenants. There is no rental agreement for these guys. I cannot kick them out. Now they are tenants. They're not unauthorized tenants, they are tenants. Okay? And that is a fact of life. Now I cannot kick them out. The only way I had to do that was a no cause notice. And, people have brought up, you really need to table this and think about it. Please table it and think about it, That's
So
thanks.
in your lease, you set the number of people that can live in your unit,
They're listed on, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
but then people can invite additional people to live in your unit.
They do. They just do.
But they're
No, you
breaking their-
cannot, and not
but they're
legally.
breaking their lease.
No, they move out. The original person on the lease has moved out, and what we
okay.
have, we call them holdovers.
Okay, I get it.
Or
Sorry, I
squatters,
wasn't-
or squatters.
yeah.
And,
Okay.
and all you gotta get is one letter
Is that
in your mailbox, to that address, to that tenant, and they are considered, Multnomah County judges
Okay.
will not evict them.
I got it. I just
Yeah,
wasn't
so,
quite
yeah, there you go.
tracking.
Okay.
Thank you. That was helpful clarification. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jeff Dude. I've been a renter for years. I've been a landlord for even more years. I've been both at the same time, so I've seen both sides of the coin. I guess the one two main points I want to make. First of all, I think Normandy and all the horror stories like it are deplorable, and I also think they're completely the exception to the rule. Most landlords don't do things like that. I don't. Most landlords don't do things like that. But despite that, the big fact that seems to be being left out of all these discussions on both sides, actually, is that, like it or not, a rental property is someone's personal private property. And a tenant, like it or not, is renting somebody else's home for all practical purposes, whether it's a building, a single-family house, or a building with 20 units. Those are 20 homes in one building. It's still somebody's 20 homes, and that's their personal private property. So this, I personally feel the regulations that are already in place are way skewed in the direction of the tenant protection. And I've been a renter. I know what it's like to feel like you're going to get kicked out. So It's a privilege to rent somebody else's private property. It's not a right.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Charlie Irish Borrego, and I'm very involved in the community in a lot of different ways. I supported a lot of nonprofits and folks that are struggling out there. And this housing crisis is very, very serious. I've heard some stories tonight that I hadn't heard before, and it touches my heart. I have 4 tenants, all of them paying under market. If this passes, their rents will go up dramatically, even if I have to pay the fee, because I am a businessman and I do have to cover those costs over time. And I'm not interested in hurting these people. One of my tenants is a disabled veteran. He pays me $600 a month for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with his dog. I've had him in there for a year and a half. I've lost a great deal of income, but I have a social responsibility, and I feel very strongly about helping the American people in our community. But when you place regulations like this upon us, we will retaliate. And it's not a threat. We have to conduct our businesses and our properties because we don't owe them as a charity. They're a business.
Thank you, sir, for your
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you.
Next three are Gus Jennings, Michael Armstrong, Ann Crook, Sasha Crater, Riley Waite Jones. We have Jamie Partridge, Alyssa, I believe it's Meyer, and John McKay.
Good evening.
My name is Gus Jennings. I live at Titan Manor. I'm 76 years old. I'm on Social Security. I got a 90-day no-cause record to move out. I don't drive. I have 2 bedrooms. Do I move it on the bus? How do I get along? I don't even know if I can afford to buy rent anywhere else. And I'm deeply concerned. I may be on the street.
Thank you, sir.
Has everybody in your building got notices?
Everybody.
How many people, is that
57
about?
units.
Yeah.
Titan Manor.
Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that.
Good evening.
70 units.
That's all we can do.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Michelle Armstrong. I purchased a quadplex in November before the election happened, and part of that was getting a pro forma from my real estate agent. The quadplex had deferred maintenance, and therefore, based on the pro forma and including improvements, I was looking at moving what would be actually an unpurchasable quadplex because the finances wouldn't have worked out into something that would have made a good business decision. Not that I'm making tons of money. In fact, the scheduled annualized income comes in less than $5,000. Now this comes along. I have 3 3-bedroom, 3-bath units. In order to improve the units, I need to have them empty because I'm talking about kitchens, floors, bathrooms. We're talking about black mold and a new roof. Now, had I known this in advance, I would never have purchased a quadplex. If this comes through and there's not some sort of amendment or exemption for me, I will be relegated to being a slumlord because I will not be able to make the improvements in order to make the rents, so I will have to choose.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Ann Crook, and I'm another mom and pop landlord. I own 3 single-family houses, and I purchased them with the intent of hopefully supplementing my retirement. I have a 10-year tenant that I've only raised the rent on 3 times. You've heard this story multiple times. And my obscene profits allow me to drive a 13-year-old car and still work a job. And this kind of relocation costs will probably, I've been on the fence as to when I'm going to sell my rentals. But laws like this are really making me seriously think about getting out of the landlord business. And those houses will not be sold to another landlord. They'll be sold to an owner-occupant or developer. But then if it's a developer, you may get 20 more units, apartments.
Yeah, thank you.
And one more thing, I would like you to table this. I think you need more public input. But also, I've noticed there seems to be a lot of ignorance about ORS 90, which is a state law that does provide a lot of protections for tenants, not as far as relocation costs, but I've heard people mention all the fees they get charged and stuff, and I really encourage people to read that law.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
We're on number 77, Sasha Crater, Riley Waite Jones, Jamie Partridge, Alyssa, I believe it was Einstein Kmeyer. Is there Hung Nam? I think he may have already spoke. Okay, John McKay. Goldberg, I think, can't read the first name. Demi Freebib. Cameron Foster. Sean Kay. Steve Thomas. Carl Imans. Damian Heald. Ashanti Han. Charles Johnson. J.J. Bailey. Minka Wallace. Deborah Leva, Laura on Fessenden. Ronald Brown. Matthew Ray, W-R-A-Y. Thomas Riggs. Claire Paris. Vicky, on 21st. Joy Heineke. Samson Black. Rich Hanna.
Okay, can we get a show of hands? How many people here want to testify? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, you, and you. Come, get ready to come up. One more person come up.
Over here, ma'am.
You're in. Oh, okay. Have a seat, please. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Sean Kelly. I'm speaking in front of you today in regards to the proposal of landlords assisting tenants in relocation costs. I want to present some numbers right now because I like math. I'm a small business owner. I manage a moving company. So as of July 16, the median average for a 2-bedroom apartment in our city is $1,600. Most, if not all, landlords require first and last month's rent, as well as a security deposit equal to rent, the same cost of rent. Now, assuming there is no last month's, this puts us at $3,200 just for the guarantee of a new apartment on the median average. It usually costs $50 per person to even apply for a new apartment. If you have 2 people, a couple, that is $100 right there for just one application. People usually submit about 10. We're looking now at $4,200 just to relocate. That is what's being proposed for a 2-bedroom household in this relocation assistance. $4,200 for a no-cause eviction. And I feel that must be stated repeatedly for the landlords worried if you don't do no-cause evictions, this does not affect you. If you do not put people in the position of 90 days to save up $4,200, this does not affect you. Also, with moving costs, all moving costs through moving companies are regulated by the state of Oregon through the OMSA, which is the Oregon Moving and Storage Association. All rates are fixed. For 2 movers and a truck, it is $130.95 in an hour with a 2-hour minimum. An average 2-bedroom apartment on a 3rd story takes 5 to 7 hours to move. You are looking at $908.15. Add that to $4,200, you are looking well above what is even being asked right now. Tenants still have a financial responsibility with this relocation assistance asked. All it's asking is that landlords put in the same responsibility. The poor working class has most often taken all responsibility for stuff out of our control. It's time for the middle class to do the same.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi there. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Sammy. I'm a mathematician. I'm a professor. I'm a renter. By day, I assign a exercises, so I wanted to start by saying, regardless of what you consider a good landlord, it can be the case that most of the landlords are good and still most tenants don't have a good landlord. So I want you to think about that. That's a stats exercise. I'm here to not to talk about you voting in favor of this ordinance, because I think you will. I'm here to talk about amendments, specifically these rumored amendments to carve out exemptions for small landlords, say that only own 1, 2, 3, 4 units. Let me remind you, the median number of homes owned by a Portlander is 0, okay? Most of us are renters. So I want to center this conversation on tenants. If this is about tenant protections, let's talk about tenants, okay? What about a tenant who happens to pay rent to a small-time landlord? If there's a loophole, they fall through it. Every tenant ought to be covered by this, okay? We all have these moving expenses. I want to address one or two other points.
Please.
Regarding slowing down, I've heard a lot of this, we didn't get involved in this process, we want to slow it down, bring all the stakeholders to the table. I want to remind people that the housing emergency was declared like almost a year and a half ago, and moreover, there was a landlord-tenant coalition. It was dissolved by DiLorenzo, who leads the Orwellian-named Equitable Housing PAC. This good faith argument it falls a little flat on our ears.
Thank you. Is that your final point?
My final point is that I've brought here roughly 250 signed postcards. Okay, anyway, for you, the commissioners, to look at. These are tenants in support of the Tenant Bill of Rights.
Thank you.
And
you can give those to the council clerk, and she'll make sure that's registered on the record. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, council, for hearing me. My name is Star Stoffer. I am a tenant. My first point that I think really needs to be made is landlords are not housing providers. Excuse me, I provide my own housing by working my butt off. I pay my rent. I'm making an investment in their property. If that isn't enough for them to think that I deserve more than a no-cause eviction for whatever their lame reason might be, I'm not worthy of going through the courts and finding cause against me, why should I hear what they're having to say? We're human beings. And not only that, this is not a new issue. And let me remind the landlords in this room that 5 people have died on these streets in the last 2 months. And all 5 of them were people who at one point or another were evicted from their homes. When's the last time any of you visited a food bank? When is the last time any of you slept on a street? So before you so coldly dismiss us as capital, think about that baby and think about those other 5 people and stop acting so heartless, because without renters, you'll end up on the street too. Stop threatening us with rental increases.
Thank you. And see, how many more? Raise hands. How many more? How many more? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Come on up. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see this gentleman. We'll need one more set, I think, after this. Come on up, sir. Thank you. Good evening. Why don't you go ahead and start since you're...
Mike with you. So I think it's pretty apparent that we need some policy changes like this. This is just one of many policy changes that we're going to need if we're going to make any dent in the housing and homeless issue. What I've heard today is a lot of threats. I heard a lot of people saying that they're going to start selling their homes, that they're going to disinvest in Portland because they might have to give some security to their tenants. I sort of heard the same thing when Donald Trump was going to get elected. I guess Canada was going to get a big influx of Americans, but that never happened. They stayed here. So I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that they're going to disinvest because Portland needs help right now. It's, like Chloe said, it's temporary. This is not something that's going to go on for years and years. I would hope that they would act better, that they would be more responsible and be willing to help. And what other people have brought up, which I don't need to, but I will, is that there's been plenty of time to work, to come up with these creative ideas, but they didn't. And now it's time to come up and step up to the plate.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Robert West. I'm with Film the Police 911. And I'm a renter, but I'm also against this bill. One, I think it was quickly wrote up. I don't think it was thought about. And it affects all landlords and all tenants. And you can punish landlords, you can punish tenants and stuff. What stops the landlords from raising the rents and pushing affordable housing out of Portland?
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Grant Sawyer. I'm retired. I'm a resident of the People's Republic of Southeast Portland, and I live on Grant Street. I'm a single-unit landlord. I urge you to exempt mom-and-pop landlords who own only one rental property. And I have a very fair, sound, and unique reason for this request. In 2014, I took a substantial portion of my lifetime retirement savings and built an ADA-compliant ADU in my backyard. I built an award-winning Earth Advantage Platinum ADU to ADA standards for that hopefully avoided day when my doctor wants to send me to a nursing home or assisted living center. I can go to the one in my backyard. When that day comes, though, I'll need the right to do a no-cause eviction without having to pay moving costs so I can move into my own ADU, ADA-certified home. Talking about fairness, I've always treated my renters as I would have been treated in the many years I have been a landlord, both here and in Washington State. So I think you should please be sure to exempt single-unit landlords for very sound reasons such as I just listed. It would be an undue burden on me in a medical emergency if I couldn't do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. And we have just a couple more. We had one gentleman over here. Yes, sir. And was there anybody else? Yes, sir. Okay. Good. We're down to the last two. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Last but not least.
Hello, my name is Derek Aragon, and I'm a small real estate investor here in Portland. And I wanted to get some clarification on what was said earlier about the no cause is also considered at the end of a lease term. So if I have a tenant and we agree on a lease of 12 months and the time comes for that lease to end and I want to end that lease or come to the end of what we've agreed on in the lease, it sounded like that would not actually count.
I'm going to ask Jamie to speak to that because it's been one of the more confusing parts of this is understanding contract law.
Maybe let's
Could we let's finish this and then
I thought he was done. Okay.
Yeah, we'll put Jamie on the hot
No,
seat.
and so, I mean, I guess I don't really understand that part, so it would be nice to understand that. And I guess before I get the clarification, if that's considered a no-cause eviction, then why do we have a lease in general? And I usually have my tenants under market as well. And with this coming to my attention, it's forcing me to look at all of my units and see what, does it make sense to increase or take the hit or doing that? It's really making me analyze the entire investment, where before I would just, the tenants paid their rent, I would let them pay their rent, and they're under market, and not everybody can do that, but I would just let them do that. So I would like to do an amendment of some sort, or propose an amendment for actually taking consideration that you are going into a contract of 12 months. And if you give them due time to tell them that you're ending the lease, that seems fair to me. And I do understand what's going on in Portland. I spend a lot of my time and energy.
We're going to have staff.
Yeah, that would be great.
Stick around, so we may need to follow up with you. But
okay, great.
We've got to wind this
Last guy, you're up.
I don't very often say, good evening, commissioners.
My name is Charles Bridge Crane Johnson, and I think that the key element has already been touched on most clearly by just a few testifiers ago, Stauffer. People are dying. That is why everybody who says you're moving too hastily is out of whack. People are dying. It might slightly damage some landlords' financial picture, this thing. Except, what do? They threaten you. They say, hey, you city council, I'm going to go ahead and pay the $4,500 because that's how difficult my life is. And one guy said he's going to pay it 4 times in his nice red and black plaid shirt. He's one of the guys who hasn't got up here and said, it's really hard being a landlord. It's so difficult. Oh, I don't do anything. I have a paid subcontractor, property manager do all that. Thanks. Thousands. Did you catch that number? About thousands of people who are actually not really landlording. They're subcontracting the landlord job. There was the nonsense about how this is like an executive order. We can't really get into that. Mr. Fish, Councilor Fish, however I'm supposed to address people per Chloe's instruction, has, between Commissioner Chloe Udal's instruction.
You know what? I think we're getting a bit silly here. So, if you
the important thing is that Mr. Fish, Commissioner Fish, has said that we can pass has implied that we can pass this tonight and create effective rulemaking in a broad-based, robust public process. So, and I urge you to do that. Tonight, there's 4 of you here. The biggest income landlord is temporarily out of his seat or maybe out of his seat for good. So vote tonight, pass it. We're a good, compassionate city. We need to save the lives. We can tweak the things through rules and regulations so that those poor people who are going to give up $18,000 in fees to get their fourplex vacated will be okay.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Commissioner.
Before we get to discussion, I also just want to put one other issue in that Justin Wood of the Home Builders Association brought to my attention. He said that sometimes when they buy a property that's got a lot of developable land and also an existing house, which they're eventually going to demolish and turn into a housing project, that they will rent that house out to somebody who knows that it's only going to be for a short time, but is willing to take it. And so it provides a little bit more rental housing at an affordable price. So I would hope that we would try to think of some way for that particular example, perhaps, or maybe not. I wouldn't want to be the home builders would just not rent out that property if it means they have to then pay relocation expenses. So I just wanted to bring that in as an additional point because I hadn't heard it in testimony out here today.
So here's what I would propose as far as the strategy ahead. We have 3 broad sets of amendments currently on the table. We have Commissioner Fish's that started out as a general statement to consider a rulemaking process. We had Commissioner Fritz's, which was a non-defined potential exemption for smaller landlords. And we have Commissioner Udal's collective amendments that clean up some of the questions around the relocation assistance provisions, as well as the backward look into the existing 90 days required by the current housing ordinance. If it's acceptable to my colleagues, I'd suggest we just sort of work through those issues one at a time in that order. If that works, then Commissioner Udal gets the last word.
Okay.
Commissioner Fish.
And we've asked staff to come up, and to all of you who have been with us for now almost 5.5 hours, thanks for sticking around. Democracy in action, and we'll try to bring this home to a soft landing. So I had originally asked that an amendment be drafted for some process to follow that was like rulemaking. After listening to testimony and thinking about this in the course of the afternoon, what I want to instead propose is that we direct the Portland Housing Bureau to establish an advisory body comprised of representatives from landlords, tenants, and other interested parties to review any proposed changes to the law. And that hopefully in the nature of improvements. But it would also it would address unintended consequences or other concerns people raise. And to report to council as needed, but at least prior to October 7th, 2017. Do I have a second?
A second for discussion purposes.
And the idea here is to bring together interested parties who, following tonight, can discuss proposed changes and improvements in the law, can address unintended consequences or other concerns, have a formal process for then the Housing Bureau bringing those to council's attention and, if necessary, for council action. But at least a report would issue prior to October 7th, 2017, which is the date on which this council will decide whether to extend the housing emergency. And since this ordinance is pegged to the housing emergency, Mayor, I would want to have something more formal prior to that date if there are substantive changes which are recommended by the Housing Bureau to improve this ordinance as suggested by either tenants or landlords. That's my amendment.
Very good. Is there any discussion on that? I think it seems like a good idea.
I've discussed it with Matthew Scheibel, and he concurs. We'll want to flush it out if it's accepted, but I think you get the gist of it.
Okay, so let me ask, given sort of the nebulous nature of the original amendment, can I suggest that you withdraw the original amendment?
Done.
And that this now has been moved and seconded?
Substitute.
Very good. Carla, please call the roll.
Aye.
Fish.
I thank my colleagues, and I have made extensive notes tonight of suggestions people have made, concerns they've placed on the record, ideas, and my intention is to create a process where we can thoroughly vet and evaluate those ideas, and if appropriate, come back to council for further refinement. Aye.
Aye.
Udal.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, so the amendment is adopted. So the next one up was Commissioner Fritz. Hers pertained to smaller landlords. Commissioner Fritz?
I have actually had two, but I first need to get an answer from staff about does this apply when a 12-month lease is done?
That is correct.
Oh, and what's the rationale for that?
That a lot of tenants are on leases, and they are all considered to be vulnerable tenants, just like we have a 90-day notice period that applies to leases when they will be moving out. The same notion applies, that it's considered a no-cause eviction at the end, particularly when most leases right now are written, they're called periodic rental agreements, where there's an understanding that it will roll over into a month-to-month in perpetuity until either party takes affirmative action to change that relationship.
Right, well, in that case, obviously, it turns into a month-to-month, as in the contract. But if the contract says specific, it doesn't have that in, wouldn't that be changing the contract if we then say that now you have to pay the relocation expense?
Not according to the city attorneys, but they would have to speak to that further.
Okay.
We vetted this. This issue about leases was probably the most discussion I had with our city attorneys over and over and over again. And what is written in the ordinance now was considered the most legal way which we could affect the most vulnerable tenants.
Well, here's just generally what I'm thinking, colleagues. This is an emergency measure, and it's a temporary emergency measure by the virtue of its tied to the housing emergency. So essentially what I'm hoping to do tonight is to do something to stop the emergency of massive displacement of people, as we've seen in the Titan and then Normandy and others, without doing harm to others in that emergency. So I'm trying to think, are there ways to exempt, for instance, the situation of moving your own family member into your unit? That was what you had, or the last one we explained of the ADU that was specifically built with the purpose of go into it when it's needed. So those are some of the kinds of examples that the exempting one landlords who only have one unit would seem to address, at least for the short term.
Are you making a motion, an amendment to exempt one unit?
I'm actually asking for discussion. I think this is. a
Well, I'll
really
second it
important
for purpose of discussion.
point. Okay.
Thank you.
And I want to offer a perspective. I understand the argument to create no exemptions, and there's a principled argument, and I've heard it, and it's powerful. I also want to just say we've just spent 6.5 hours in this room listening to people, and the people that are either investors or owners of the properties that are at issue in terms of headlines and big public concern, as large multifamily units where people are put at risk, chose not to attend this hearing. And yet, dozens of mom and pop landlords came in and said, we have a unique circumstance and we'd like to be considered. Out of respect for the fact that people have taken time to share those stories, I'm inclined to create a very narrowly crafted exemption of one unit. And there's another reason why I think it's compelling. The gentleman who testified about the ADU, I think really struck a nerve. This council effectively waived many of the rules that we normally apply to housing, to ADUs, because we wanted to encourage people to create an ADU with less red tape on their property. And specifically, we were told that it would help over time people transition from their homes to the ADUs to have a more affordable retirement. And it would seem to me that if we don't pay attention to, if we are acting potentially inconsistent with that, I think that's a mistake. I don't see this as a big loophole, and I understand the virtue of having it apply to everyone equally. But I support the amendment to exempt one unit, particularly because I think it will apply to anybody that has an ADU situation.
Commissioner Fish, could I ask for one clarification? So just by way of trying to be helpful and very specific to the ordinance as it's drafted, under Section B, there's a sentence about halfway through the paragraph in subsection B, sentence B, paragraph B.
Yes.
The requirements of this subsection do not apply to rental agreements for week-to-week tenancies. Could I suggest that we add, or to a landlord who rents out or leases only one dwelling unit in the city of Portland?
Well, it's Commissioner Fritz's amendment, but I think that's correct. That would be the
That's
intent.
where it would go, yeah.
Very good. Okay.
I second the amendment.
And further clarification, the rulemaking amendment which you've put forward, obviously, you've drawn a line at one unit here, which personally I do think is appropriate based on the testimony. There were some other folks who came up and said, I own 2 or 3. I would assume that over the period of 10 months that this ordinance is in effect, we'll also be looking at the implications for those landlords.
Yes, Mayor, and I just would also just add that since you have indicated an intention to create a landlord-tenant section within the Housing Bureau,
Correct.
I view the advisory body that we've established as an interim body until a landlord-tenant section is created, the Housing Bureau, and they create their own ongoing advisory. But since we do not have one that currently exists, we're creating one.
That would be my understanding as well, Commissioner. Further discussion on the first Fritz amendment, I'll call it.
And that is to exempt one unit, regardless of whether it's a ADU or a single family. I want to thank everyone for coming here to testify today, tenants and landlords, believe it or not. Some of my best friends are landlords. And it is certainly not our intention to create undue hardship to landlords. However, because this is an emergency ordinance and because we don't know how many units would be excluded and what the impact would be, I don't support it respectfully, but everyone needs to vote their conscience. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Further conversation on this? Carla, could you please call the roll on this particular amendment, which exempts landlords who rent out or leases out only one dwelling unit in the city of Portland? Is that a correct interpretation? Yes. Okay, very good. Call the roll.
Aye.
Fish?
Aye.
Saltzman? Aye. Udaley?
No.
Wheeler?
Aye. The amendment is adopted.
And then I had a second kind of part of that, Mayor, which was addressing the issue of we've already gotten here for an owner who temporarily rents out the owner's principal residence during the owner's absence, and I had suggested we would have for a set period of time. Even though we've just got the 1 unit exemption, I think we still should need to have that exemption also if the owner happened to be renting out other properties but then wanted to move back into their own home, then they wouldn't be covered by the 1 unit exemption that we just passed. If a landlord, somebody may have, say, a duplex somewhere that they have been using for rental property, and they've continued to do that. They themselves lived in a single-family home. They went maybe on the military. They went overseas, and they want to come back to their own home. And I think that should also. I think people should be allowed to come back to their own home without consequence.
So are we discussing this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's on
Because
it's on the table.
actually, what I was going to say, so what things I put, could you please let us have a turn? Thank you. My previous amendment had been to say for a set period of time, but then as I was thinking about it, in particular with the military example, that sometimes people don't know how long they're going to be deployed overseas. So I think actually the better amendment would be just to strike the of not more than 1 year.
Could you clarify where that is, please? Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Under the same section,
to an owner who
section D.
temporarily rents out the owner's principal residence during the owner's absence, in this period there without exempting for not more than 1 year or for a set period of time.
So let's go to staff on this for a second. And Jamie, I know it's late, but so I'm not interested in creating an exception where a landlord can sort of as a pretext put a family member in a unit for a few months and then get the exception and then put it out. However, and I actually have personal experience with that. However, I am concerned about the person doing a tour of duty in the military and coming home. I am concerned about some of the narrowly tailored things. And those to me, I think are, and Eric Zimmerman was going to testify about that, a veteran. He was not able to stay. That is a different situation, and I think it might be possible to craft a very clear exception to that. But if it's just the landlord wants to put a family member in, I fear we're creating a loophole.
That's not what I'm proposing.
Yeah.
So it is I mean, presumably if you're away in the military, I know you can vote absentee, you must have a place that's your principal resident to know which house district you'd be in, right? I don't know how that works. But it would seem like you still have a principal residence here, even if you're serving overseas.
So, Demi, what do you think of that as a concept?
Well, we specifically put it in there because we understand that there are sabbatical situations, there's extended vacations, there's military deployment for sure. I don't think the 1 year time frame is a big hiccup. We could certainly extend that to 3 years. I do worry about taking the time frame completely off the table, because then you have a situation where a family who's been there for 5 years, there's absolutely no intention of them to move, and then the return is unexpected. So the whole purpose of the sabbatical relationship is that there's a very clear period of time with which the tenant knows that they're going to be in that home and can make their own plan about what will happen after. If it's a nebulous time frame, it's the same situation they'd be in any other home.
Well, then it's open to interpretation, and there's other things. I think I understand why you settled in a year before, Commissioner Fritz. Based on the testimony we've heard, is the suggestion of a 3-year ceiling for now and something we can revisit in the future a good compromise?
It's hard to know because I don't really know how long military terms of duty are. I know that sometimes people re-up and they're gone for longer.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I am persuaded a fixed term is just better in terms of interpretation. But I would say that the process we've established with the Housing Bureau could very specifically address that. If we learn in hearing from the military services, from veterans organizations and others, that there is a compelling issue here, we could come back to council with a refinement.
So if we went to our the original language that I proposed there for a set period of time, that could then be defined in the rulemaking.
Well, I'm torn here. Colleagues, what do you think? I think we're all in the same spirit here. We're just trying to.
I think so. I mean, I'd like to point out it is a temporary emergency ordinance. We will be reconsidering it in October, so that is only 9 months away, and neither of these scenarios would transpire within, well, I guess, oh boy.
Well, we did have the testimony of the fellow who's been away, wants to move back to his house.
Yes.
And it would, they'd have to find $4,500 by next week.
Yes. Well, no, he wouldn't have to find it by next week because we are amending the ordinance to specifically give people in those situations grace period so that they're not automatically out of compliance. That was part of my amendment package.
But they,
Folks, please. We're not in the.
Let's
Oh,
let
yeah,
the council
he only owns one
deliberate.
unit.
We've had the public
Yeah.
testimony. Thank you.
So there's that, and then there's the fact that a family wanting to move back into their home or move a family member into their home is considered just cause on the landlord side. And in other cities that have stronger tenant protections than we do, that would actually trigger relocation assistance. Now, I'm not arguing that we absolutely have to do it that way. I'm just pointing out how other cities do it, and that these are not circumstances that no one has ever faced or made policy around before.
that's great, because obviously you're the experts on this on our council. So the just cause in Oregon includes putting a family member in?
We don't have just cause. They don't need to give.
So could I
You
suggest
could want to
a
move your
compromise?
chickens into your house, and you could evict your tenant.
Yeah, no cause covers all of those eventualities. We don't have specific
Could I suggest a
parameters.
compromise? Because I think we're all adhering to the spirit of the conversation. We're just trying to figure out the specifics. Could we pick a time period and then have this be one of the issues that the work group comes back to the city council on either at or prior to October 7th, 2017? Because then we'll have better information about what the right time period is.
I think Commissioner Fish suggested 3 years.
I prefer a fixed time, just 'cause
Yeah.
I think it's easier to administer, and I think we're operating somewhat in the dark here in terms of how it would apply, but I think we should err on the side of latitude for families moving back into their own home or a veteran coming back to his or her home. I would suggest a compromise of 3 years, if that's acceptable to sponsor.
Yeah, let's do that.
So that compromise then we will assume is worked into the amendment as already seconded, so we don't have to amend the amendment. Is there further discussion on this particular amendment? Carla, could you please call the roll?
Aye.
Aye.
Saltzman?
Aye.
Udaley?
Aye.
Wheeler?
Aye. The amendment is adopted. And Commissioner Fritz, did you have one more?
No, I think that's it, thank you.
That was it. Commissioner Udaley?
Oh, the only other one that I was thinking of, I'm sorry, is
Oh, yeah,
the hardship, the landlord being foreclosed upon, family emergencies, or other hardships.
I'm sorry, before we do that, I have to do a little bit of cleanup work here. I forgot an important point. This ordinance is drafted in mirror. There's leases and there are, there's the rental.
no cause eviction.
The no cause piece.
rental
So
increase.
we have to make sure the front and the back page are consistent. So on the first one, we adopted the landlord who leases only one dwelling unit in the city of Portland. That language has to obviously be mirrored in subsection C. Similarly, what we have just adopted is Commissioner Fritz's amendment also has to be mirrored in subsection C.
Yes.
And so could I quit? So if I
Please don't
could,
interrupt.
so it's necessary in order to hold the ordinance together that they be mirror images of each other. So could I ask you first to call the roll, Carla, unless there's further discussion on the exception for the landlord who rents out or leases only one dwelling unit in the city of Portland. Any further discussion on that?
This is one moved by Commissioner Fritz and seconded by Commissioner Fish.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's getting late.
You can tell why she got a Spirit of Portland award, can't you?
Okay. Fritz.
Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Saltzman.
Aye.
Udaley.
Reluctantly, aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. Okay, so that is fixed, and now we need to fix the other subsection of C, which gets to the amendment we just passed with regard to returning and the time period cert that was added. Could you call the roll?
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Saltzman.
Aye.
Udaley.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. All right, Commissioner Udaley, I apologize.
I was just raising the issue of do we need a hardship exception?
I'm not moving one, and I don't have any way to craft it at this point. And I think if out of the PHB process there is some hardship raised by a tenant or a landlord or some third party, we could consider it. But I have no sideboards to have that discussion tonight.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Udaley.
So we have a couple amendments here. One is changing the period in which landlords will provide relocation funds from 75 days to 45 days prior to the termination date. And then,
Should we vote on those each separately, Mayor?
oh, I thought they were a package.
They were introduced as one package. If people would prefer to vote on them
Well,
separately.
let's see if there's any objection.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'd like to vote on them as a package unless there is an objection to any part of it. So there's the 45-day, and the next part was?
The next part is allowing a landlord who has already issued a 90-day notice of no cause eviction or a rent increase of 10% or higher to rescind that notice within 30 days of the effective date of these provisions. And that's just so that no landlord will be automatically out of compliance with this emergency ordinance.
They can rescind, they can reduce the amount, or they can pay relocation within 30 days.
Is there more, Commissioner Udaley?
I'm just reading over
Okay,
this
very
last
good.
bit. Did I hit all? Yeah, I've hit all the points. It's a lengthy passage, but
Understood.
yeah.
Are we good on that? Okay, so we will call those collective items Commissioner Udaley's amendment. Is there any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Saltzman.
Aye.
Udaley.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. So the amendment passes. So now we're to the main motion as amended.
Carla, I just want to tell you that, just to put it in context, last night in front of 1,000 people, I referred to our presiding officer as Mayor Hales. And so I won't even tell you how he retaliated in front of 1,000 people.
But it was funny.
But it was
It was
funny.
sweet justice.
And
Very good. All right. Hey, thank you. So is there any further discussion on the main motion before we take the roll? Let's go. Carla, please call the roll.
Fritz.
Well, thank you, everybody who's stayed this long and provided really good testimony, including the hundreds of people who have sent us emails, and hundreds more have called all of our offices, or at least they've called mine. And thank you, Commissioner Udaley, for bringing this forward as soon as you could possibly get it done after you been elected. Thank you, Mayor Hales. I mean, I did it.
that does it.
All right, Mayor Culper.
He said he was going to rearrange the bureaus, and now there you go. Now it's like.
So Mayor Wheeler has really done a good job also in partnering on this. So kudos to everybody who's worked on it very, very hard. I think the main thing that I'm thinking of is this is a temporary measure. It's for 8 months, and it's something which we saw with our first testifiers from the Normandy is desperately needed. And so I have, at this hearing, decided I can enthusiastically support it for that reason. I do have concerns, many of which were raised in writing, and I do believe we're going to have to get together in a more collaborative process in addition to the process that Commissioner Fisher set up. I did hear some willingness to come to the table and to have a bigger picture discussion, and I think that needs to happen before these same conversations, or even while they do, happen at the legislature, because this is not, it's not singular to Portland, and I think it is important that Portland is taking this step so that the legislature has something to go on and also has some urgency to get something done this session. I do think there may be some unintended consequences, and we'll have time in 8 months to see that. I am very glad to hear that the 3 months notice that we put in place last year for giving notice of a rent increase has been helpful. At the time, I came to realize that not doing it as an emergency ordinance was a big mistake, because we had a lot of rent increases right before it went into effect, and that's why I'm agree that if this happens, it should be an emergency measure, and that requires all of us to vote for it. Ernie Bonner was on the Planning Commission when I was. He was the planning director here in Portland at some of its most formative stages, like forming Pioneer Courthouse Square. And he was formerly the planning director in Cleveland, Ohio. And they adopted as a city a principle there that they would always make choices in ways that gave more choices to give to people who had fewer choices. In other words, they'd make decisions looking at who is the least able to make these choices and how we're going to give them an extra special amount of care. And although I think we've fixed some of the most urgent issues with the one unit exemption, there are other ones. I know that small investments, really good people, have 3 or 4 investments. We heard from the lady in North Portland with the 2 duplexes. There may need to be a refinement of this, but for today, we need to do something for the people who have no other choices, and that's why I vote aye.
Fish.
Well, I want to begin by thanking Jamie Dunphy on my team for staying late, and Jamie's with his daughter Penny, who's getting her first big taste of democracy in action. And Penny, I hope we haven't bored you too much with all the technical stuff, but thank you for joining us. And I want to begin by thanking Commissioner Udal and Mayor Wheeler for bringing this forward and for structuring what I think has been a very good discussion and debate. And I want to say something about our newest commissioner, because I think it has gotten perhaps lost in some of the coverage of this event. When she ran for office, she ran on a singular issue. And when she was elected and sworn in, she determined that there were some legal roadblocks to doing what she wanted to do. And so she did something which is all too rare in politics, is she tacked pragmatically to something that she felt she could do as a down payment towards some things she wants to do down the road. And whether you agree or disagree with this policy, I would just say that that style of leadership is something which I think will serve her well and this body well. And I thank her for seeking a compromise that is less than she sought, but is, according to our lawyers, legally defensible. And there is a difference between running for office and being an advocate and then taking the oath and serving here. And one of the differences is when your lawyers tell you that there are hurdles that you can't get over and you're serious about the issue, then you make adjustments, because if you're so serious about the issue, you actually want to see progress and you don't want to be stalled in the courts. And so I thank you for working towards this compromise. And tonight I am going to support that compromise. Now, a couple things about this. We are going through extreme growing pains in this city, and that's why the 2 top issues on our agenda this year are going to be new resources to meet the crisis of affordable housing and stronger renter protections. And that's reflected in our legislative agenda. It will be reflected in what we do and say down in Salem, and it's reflected in what we're going to do tonight, which is a down payment. This is not going to solve the problem, and it's not a perfect solution, but no one has said that's the case. What we have instead is something which is legally defensible, which will provide immediate relief to people who are rent burdened. And I, at the beginning of this hearing, Matthew and others put forth statistics which are very sobering. And frankly, we're living in a city now where people are making choices between paying their rent and putting food on the table. And that's not worthy of a city like this, and we need to take action. So I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight and to sharing their concerns. I have heard those concerns and taken extensive notes. And while those of you who came opposed to what we're going to do are not going to be satisfied by the following words, let me just say that I take very seriously our responsibility starting tomorrow to engage people that have concerns about this, both renters and landlords. And the Housing Bureau is directed to bring forward changes as necessary to improve this legislation. So this does not mark the end of that process. It is the beginning. And I expect that when the housing emergency in October is up for renewal, that we will have a more robust discussion, Mayor, about potential changes to this to strengthen it and to make sure that we've addressed any unintended consequences. On that note, again, I want to thank my colleagues and the public for a fascinating day and discussion, and I'm proud to vote aye.
Saltzman.
Well, as we've heard today and tonight, vulnerable Portlanders on fixed incomes, as well as kids or working families with kids, are really being forced out of their homes. And what disturbs me perhaps the most of all is that kids have to move to different schools. And it's well known that anytime a child has to move in school, that costs them about a year of learning. That is a price that is too steep to pay. In the last few years, the City Council has acted dramatically to increase the resources to create more affordable housing in our city. But that is a longer-term solution. And that's not the question before us today. And while I'm confident that over time we are going to create more affordable housing under inclusionary housing that just took effect yesterday, under the housing bond that just passed last November, under the dramatic increase in urban renewal resources that we've devoted to creating more affordable housing, I'm confident that in the long term we will make up that deficit. But it is a big deficit, and it does not help the families and children who are faced with the imminent threats of homelessness. I do not believe this policy is perfect, but I do believe it is necessary. And I appreciate Commissioner Udal and Mayor Wheeler for their leadership on this issue. I take the feedback and candor of those who believe this is the wrong solution seriously, and I appreciate the robust discussion we had at today's hearing regarding those concerns. I believe during the next 8 months, this policy is in operation will be critical in gauging whether this policy is working and how it may need to be adjusted and whether it is having unintended consequences that we should be concerned about. But the crisis renters are facing is real and immediate, and this ordinance provides us the avenue to address this crisis now. Aye.
Udal.
If I may, I'd like to extend the courtesy of Commissioner Udal to vote last.
Wheeler.
So first of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Udal and her team for their tremendous work on this. They've identified what is certainly the number one issue that I've heard about over the last 19 months since I first indicated an interest in running for the mayor of this amazing city. People are at risk of being priced out and moved out, as we heard tonight. That creates displacement of young people in their educational process. It uproots community institutions. It makes it very difficult for people to continue to thrive in a neighborhood. All of these things are significant detriments to the development and the growth of this community. And while we could have heard from other voices tonight, I know there are voices out there who would also express real concern that too many people are being displaced in this community, particularly lower income people of color. who have for too long borne the brunt of the displacement in this community. I also want to thank the landlords who came tonight. I agree with the landlord who sat here and said that we should not demonize landlords. I agree with that fundamentally for the reason that I've met with a lot of landlords who helped me shape my own views and my own perspective on this ordinance tonight. And I know, and we heard from a number of what I would describe as very benevolent landlords tonight, and I want to acknowledge that reality. I also want to acknowledge that some of the concerns that they expressed around the supply of housing for workforce, the supply of housing for very low-income people in our community, that is of great concern to this city council. And that, of course, is what Resolution 106 is about, which we pulled in favor of not talking about it, but actually getting to work on it through mayoral directive. So that's already in the pipeline. So there is a carrot here, and there is an obligation on our part as an institution to look at our own policies and practices to see how we can get more workforce and lower income housing online. And I want to acknowledge the great work that my colleagues who've been here for a while have already been doing on that front. We also need enhanced renter protections. That has been very clear to me. And I want to echo the language of some of my colleagues that this does not provide complete confidence to anyone in this community. It is an imperfect solution, as Commissioner Saltzman just said, but it is a huge step forward in terms of renter protections as they exist in the community today. And like my colleagues, I am looking forward to hearing further discussions and conversations about the consequences of this and how we can improve it, shape it for the long term. We should have that conversation. So I look forward to that. I want to thank my own team, Kristen Dennis in particular, who has been putting in a lot of time on this. I want to thank the city staffs at the Office of Management and Finance, the Budget Office, the Legal Office. They've all been putting in a lot of long hours to help get this through today. And last but not least, I want to thank my colleagues. Thank you. And of course, to everybody who stuck it out tonight for hours and hours to hear testimony. So I'm very happy tonight to vote aye.
Udal?
Everyone for coming and for giving your testimony. I want to assure you that I and my office have listened to all concerns expressed. Although we did receive overwhelming support for this ordinance, the most frequent concern we heard from landlords was the single unit owner, the truly the smallest of the small time operators. And although I'm concerned with the number of tenants who will be excluded from this protection, I'm glad that we were able to come to a compromise on that. We do not want to create extraordinary burden for landlords. I know that landlords are not generally millionaires, and that many homeowners are cost burdened themselves, and that's certainly an issue that we will be looking at as we move forward. But the fact is, when it comes to housing, the people who are experiencing the most extraordinary burden in this city are renters, and they are low-income renters, and they have not had protections in place for 30 years. I want to remind, someone said earlier that we can't come change the rules. Well, the rules were changed 30 years ago on us as a city and on renters when the landlord lobby and the realtors and the Home Builders Association applied pressure to our legislature to pass a ban on rent control and take away our regulatory tools, which directly has led us to the crisis that we are in today. So the rules are going to change. However, I cannot assert enough. This is a temporary emergency ordinance. It is not ideal. It is not perfect, as many of my colleagues have mentioned. What we need is for the legislature to overturn the ban, return our tools so that we can sit down at the table with everyone and have a meaningful conversation about how the city of Portland is going to craft a fair and nuanced rent stabilization policy that protects both landlords and renters. We cannot do that until that ban is overturned. That is why we immediately pursued this option. It is the only tool in the toolbox. We listened to your alternatives tonight. There were some great ideas put forward. They will all take time. Some of them involve changing state law. This is literally the only tool the city of Portland has to protect renters, and we are using it. So, now my thank yous. I'd like to thank the many community partners who have not only worked with us to craft this policy, but have been pushing the conversation of helping vulnerable tenants since this housing crisis began. I asked my policy director, Jamie Duhamel, to make me this thank you list so that I wouldn't forget anyone, because this is the first ordinance I've introduced. It's my first month in city council, and although I may seem very calm, this is extremely nerve-wracking. Well, she forgot somebody, and it's Jamie Duhamel. So, thank you, Jamie. We could not have done this without you. And I want everyone to know that Jamie got, this option has been in discussion for several months, but Jamie started working on it on day one. Jamie kept working on it through the snowstorm. Jamie was cursing the skies because the weather emergency probably set us back 2 weeks. She would have liked to introduce it our second week, but she's just going to have to settle for our fourth. All right. So, thank you also to Portland Tenants United for their tireless advocacy for tenants and everything they've done to lay the groundwork for this bold policy. In addition, we appreciate the support and partnership of Mayor Wheeler and staff, all the other commissioners and their staff, our city attorneys, Portland Housing Bureau, A Home for Everyone, Human Solutions, Multnomah County, and Speaker Kotek's office. I would also like to thank Living Coley, Rigler Elementary, and the tenants at the Normandy Apartments, and as well as Titan Manor, who were a little bit of a last-minute surprise for me, for coming together as a community to bring their story of economic eviction to all of our awareness. Thank you to all the landlords out there who believe in tenant protections and in doing the right thing for their fellow humans in unprecedented times. And finally, to all the tenants of Portland who have been doing their best to weather this crisis and to organize and fight for protections they deserve to have. Aye.
And with that, the ordinance passes. There being no further business, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.